1921. It says here, 12th floor of the St. Francis Hotel in San Francisco. Fishback had booked 3 rooms and acquired copious amounts of liquor which were still attainable despite the prohibition, and invited numerous friends, most of whom worked in the Hollywood film industry. In attendance was Fatty Arbuckle and Virginia Rape, who then died as described. Anyone care to guess how old Fatty Arbuckle was during this likely staged event? First person to answer correctly gets gold star. In fact, I'm ordering gold stars very soon. I'm going to go ahead and put that in my notes here. I'm designing gold stars along with my press pass. I'm going to order them from Sticker Mule. Zin Velis. And when I actually have the stickers, I'll give the first person to answer the pop quiz correctly a link where you will be able to order it and it'll just automatically process. I'll have it orderable through Infinite Plane Society.shop. And so if you go to Infinite Plane Society.shop, I'll have the stickers there for the winners, but then I'll give you a coupon code. But yeah, Zin Valis, he was 33 years old. So there's a link, infiniteplanesociety.shop. Yeah, so he was 33 years old when this happened, so I'm suspecting this whole thing to be fake. George Santos, and the only reason I study this individual is he proves that all you need to rise to the heights of power is shamelessness and an ability to lie effectively. George Santos is a fabulist who made up all kinds of stories. I think his parents died in the Twin Towers. His grandparents died in the Holocaust. He died at Sandy Hook. I mean, his stories were just so elaborate and nobody questioned him until he got really high up. But anyway, he got kicked out. He was expelled from office on Friday. Well, now, because his congressional salary was $174,000 a year, now he's making cameo videos. And I think it's something like $400 a pop. So he's an absolute whale. He's made 150 videos so far, and he's doing like 60 to 70 videos a night. So he's raking it in doing cameos. Garrett says, other channel down. Oh, did they shoot one of our channels down? Wouldn't surprise me. Right Wing Watch on X, Mike Johnson, Speaker of the House, who believes that there were dinosaurs on Noah's Ark, told a gathering of Christian nationalists last night that weeks before he became the House Speaker, the Lord told him to prepare to become the Moses who would lead the nation through a Red Sea moment. So move over Donald Trump, who originally was Jesus, but Jim Caviezel squeezed him out of that and gave him the mantle of Moses. But then he was upgraded to King David, awaiting his apotheosis to full-blown God. But I guess he's not going to be able to maintain Moses. That's being handed over to Mike Johnson. Audio out. Okay, sorry about that. The long and short of it is the Lord woke him up in the middle of the night several times over the course of several weeks and let him know that he's going to be Moses. And MAGA, Make America Great Again, the MAGA is the promised land. In fact, Trump has already been associated with Moses. There's a reason why he was arraigned on 4/4. It was the 55th anniversary of the assassination of MLK, who spoke about the promised land, and MAGA is their promised land. Okay, moving on. Past all the fake dead babies designated real now. Psyopsicles post here. Does anyone find it convenient that a house exploded in a suburb of D.C. the same morning that the FBI Director Wray was testifying before Congress on the need to renew the FISA Terrorist Surveillance Act? Interesting. And we did a little digging into that character. His name is Yu, Yoo. Turns out he's a major league conspiracy theorist. Another Ashley Babbitt sighting as well. 29-year-old woman walking with date killed after a man jumps from a building and lands on her. So here we have another one of these instances of crisis actors being recycled, like Waynell Sexton famously showing up at multiple events. In this case, Ashley Babbitt, who died on January 6th, but she also died more recently. She died on 4/29. So just 3 months, 3.5 months after January 6th, she got to die again when a falling man, landed on her. And again, that is definitely her. And no, there's no question, she didn't die on January 6th. This is why I think it's almost useless to try to have debates with people about real or fake or shape of the world with people who believe the news implicitly, because they don't have a clue if they think January 6th was anything but a simulated staged riot and mass honeypot designed to take down the last vestiges of American nationalism. Mission accomplished, by the way. But nobody actually died. These are all traitors, liars, and crisis actors. And it starts from the very top, Donald Trump. But not a coincidence, the house blowing up. Very theatrical. Arlington, Virginia, woke up, decided he wanted to shoot his neighbor's house with a flare gun. After 40 flares were fired, police were called and tried to make contact with him via loudspeakers. Fascinating. More details, I'm sure, will show up, but we're also looking for more details on the Vegas shooter, who I know he's dead. I don't know if anybody actually died in that event. Revolver News. Is Washington Post looking for a lone wolf to assassinate President Trump? Matt Gaetz thinks so. Yep. Matt Pizzagates, who was ordering 17-year-olds on Venmo. And Venmo is a social media site for your wallet, if you didn't know. It tracks all your purchases, who you give money from, who you take it from, and it posts it so other people can like it. And he didn't know this, so here he is ordering 17-year-olds, trafficking these individuals across state lines on Venmo. Speaking of pizza gators, Robert F. Kennedy has flown on Lolita Express. There's no excuse. There really isn't. Lolita, and if you're not familiar with Lolita, I think that's even a Stanley Kubrick film. But it's a novel, and Lolita is a Spanish nickname for Dolores, which is also very interesting when you get down to it and you get into the symbolism of how these characters are introduced. Like, for example, Dolores in Westworld played Lolita in a music video by Marilyn Manson about the Stanley Kubrick movie Lolita. And you get into the names and stuff, and it all has to do with mind control. So we're talking about the Lolita Express. And the Lolita Express, of course, is the one that takes you to Epstein Island. But the whole story is, it's a 1955 novel by a Russian-American novelist, Vladimir Nabokov, which addresses a protagonist who moves to New England, but I think it has to do with, basically, it's erotic fiction, but he falls in love with a young person. Calls her Lolita. She's 12 years old. He describes his obsession with this, quote, nymphette, Dolores Hayes, whom he kidnaps and abuses after becoming her stepfather. Anyway, this is sick stuff. So the Lolita Express. So here you have Jesse Waters, who again is believed by many Q people to believe to be JFK Jr. He's putting RFK on the spot.
Jet, were you?
I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times. I was on it in 1993.
He was on He says, I was on Jeffrey Epstein's jet 2 times. I wonder if he was barefoot. Did you all see that article about that? How RFK Jr. was walking around barefoot in an airplane. It was disgusting. RFK Jr. feigns apology over inexcusable plane decorum. He addressed his disgusting habit of going to airplane bathrooms barefoot. Now, I'm just saying this is a little contradictory because here's a guy who's afraid of vaccines, but he's going into an airline bathroom barefoot. All right, let's continue here. Phones are open if you want to try calling back. I know Harmon had tried to call in. 505-349-0420. RFK Jr. is a Pizzagator, a pedovore. He drinks adrenochrome, and he wears the skin of dead children on his face while dancing around a bonfire full of skulls with Hillary Clinton and Uma Abedin. What else can you deduce from this? I mean, if you've been on that plane, obviously that's happened. You've crossed that line. Oh, by the way, you know who else has been on Lolita Express? Donald Trump. How many times? How many times? And you can find video of Donald Trump actually dancing and saying funny things, causing Epstein to double over with laughter. I mean, there's some real connection there. Again, it's random that the hoax Las Vegas shooting from 10/1/17 occurred 6 years and 66 days prior to the hoax today. By the way, Trump will be attending UFC 296 in Vegas on 12/16, which is all about the entrance. They need that shot of him walking in and a bunch of people cheering while they watch these fights. And it's not a coincidence. If you look at how MMA is aligned politically, if you're an MMA wrestler, you're basically flat earth QAnon pro Trump all the way. Okay, continuing through my Twitter feed, which is at IPS Insider. Again, active shooter, multiple victims at the University of Nevada in Las Vegas. Is it real? Is it fake? Look, my first thought on it was it's fakeable. It's probably fake if it's being reported and it has this huge presence, but who knows? The story isn't all that unbelievable. But the timing of it, yeah, it's likely fake. Okay, so it's just going to voicemail. All right, I'll see if I can fix that. Maybe I have to pay the phone bill. All right, so if you want to try calling again, I'll turn the ringer back on. Maybe I'm just missing it. Yesterday we talked about the Mandela effect and misheard song lyrics, and I think that's a Mandela killer. If you're still holding on to the Mandela effect, or you're not certain that it has been effectively debunked, you really got to think about this. Misheard song lyrics. How is that not reality shifting? Hey, what's up, caller? Can you hear me now? Okay. Clearly, there is something wrong with the audio here. Maybe I could fix the settings while he's here live. Audio settings. Okay, here we go. Here we go. Fixed. Can you hear me now? Okay.
I hear you.
Okay, here is the deal. I got a new webcam for these cyber symposiums, and apparently the Skype tried to plug into its audio. So we fixed it. Thank you for the support, though. I appreciate you signing up for the year and keeping the
No
think tank
problem.
moving.
I just calling in. I heard on one of your replays, you were talking about there was a list that you had on on your site, and I can't find it. And it had a list of flat earthers that you proved, and some are even shills. That list. I just wanted to know where that is.
Oh yes, the IPS Truther Wall of Shame. That's probably
Yes,
the one. So if you go to the infiniteplainsociety.com, there's a bunch of
I'm
buttons on.
there.
And so you have to go to the main page, and then it says Truther Wall of Shame. And if you click that,
It does.
yeah. So click on
Okay, let me go.
yeah, at the very
Oh,
top,
okay.
and
I
then it'll.
clicked on.
hmm
Yeah.
We got
And where's the truth or wall of shame at?
it's the
Oh, I
second
see
button
it.
from the left.
Okay, I'm there. Yeah, yeah.
Oh
I
yeah.
got it. I
Okay.
just wanted to make your list.
Oh yeah.
And yeah, I live here near Vegas, and my friends all told me let me read it. I pulled it up. What happened? Um, I got it here somewhere. Right here. Let me read it. It says they closed down Tropicana, which goes right in front of there. And believe it or not, the other road goes right into it. It's called Harmon Avenue, and it was blocked. And they actually closed down the airport for a while and shut down all flights. I don't know how long that lasted. And they closed all schools in the area, or maybe the city. I don't know. It says they closed all schools. And that was about it. That's all I got out of it.
Yeah, I saw that they were closing things down, which is a way of letting everybody know that they have another event, another Vegas strong event. And to me, that just seems more indication of it being hoax. And then they said police are saying to avoid the area. And whenever there's a big psyop, they block off the area with all their police and create a closed set, which is what I think is happening.
And it's real close to the Vegas airport. It's less than a mile
You know,
to the UNLV where it happened.
now isn't there a helicopter pad very close to that airport within view of the Mandalay?
Oh yeah, it's right there. It's they did the tour helicopters, where they tour the dam and the Colorado River and all that area.
Okay, because
The tour helicopters.
there's this theory that Vegas was a real shooting and the shooter was in a helicopter, and I'm like, well, no, you may have seen a helicopter in the background, but that's because there's like a helipad just a couple miles away um, from
Yeah,
from.
that's what that one guy said. He lives in New York City. When he went down there and covered it, Jason, I think his name was. You remember him? Did the main coverage of that?
Yes.
He has his own channel. Yeah, and yeah, he's the one that came up with the helicopter was flying there at nighttime. That was his theory.
Yeah, and others too. There have been some pretty big documentaries, and I think it's the old second shooter canard. Whenever there's a psyop, people are going to question it, so they say there's a second shooter, and that keeps people focused on solving the story, the mystery, rather than even questioning if it even happened.
The my When CNN took a freeze frame of the people panicking and they put it on the news, and it was the freeze frame, and they were using the clip as their thing. The two people sitting right there, I worked 25 years with. They had gone to the concert. That's so funny.
What?
And my nephew was at the concert too.
Well, it was obviously like
Yeah,
Jason Aldean, who was how old was he, do you think, at the time of that event?
Jason Aldean, I don't know how he was, but he had that blackjack on, blackjack on his shoulder and all that stuff. I don't know how old he was.
He was
I
33 that
wonder
day.
how old he was.
Yeah, he was 33 that day.
Was he?
Yeah. As a rule,
Yeah.
anytime I ask, that's pretty much it. But yeah, I think the concert was too big to keep non-crisis actors out, and so they had to be able to clear them out effectively. And a few people who weren't part of the operation got some pretty good footage. And it's a
Yeah, there
dead
was
giveaway.
this one guy on the ground that was a crisis actor, and he was laying down there, and he had fake wounds, right? And somebody, just like you said, there was too many people there. He went there with his camera, and he's asking, "Are you okay? You okay?" He looks up. I hope I can. I can't find the footage. And he looks up and says, "No, I'm part of it. I'm part of it." And the guy looks
Oh,
at him and goes,
that's
"What?"
right.
And just walks away.
I remember that clip
You
where,
remember that?
yeah, and he goes up to the security
Yeah.
guard and he's like, "Why'd you turn the lights off?" So if people don't know, the
Yeah.
concert gets shot up and they shut the lights off. Well, you would think first responders
Right.
would be going body to body, checking for pulses, but no, they shut the lights off, and the guy's like, "Why'd you shut the lights off? Don't the paramedics need to get in here?" And the security guard's like, "Oh no, they're all dead. Everybody here's dead. Just go home." I'm like, "What?
Yeah.
You
There
just
are. Yeah, I remember that so well when the guy looked up and says, "No, no, leave me alone. I'm part of this." That he was one of the victims laying on the ground pretending he got shot.
right, right." So they have to maintain this separation from witnesses and actors. And there's a pretty good scene in Woo's News' second breakdown of January 6th where there are some live streamers who aren't part of the operation. And when they try to mingle with the staged event actors, they're rebuffed. They're told go away. They're just not allowed to integrate. So yeah, you definitely have, and there has to be indicators. Like I think how can you tell, who's in on it and who isn't? Well, I guess you'd be working with these people when you're
Right.
practicing.
And then my friends, when they heard him, him and his group that he was with, they actually made them go up over the stage where Eldine was and out through a little like a cattle chute they had made where everybody had to go through. They were herding them through a little area to control, I guess, control people from like that. Anyone getting out, wasn't doing like, wasn't, they weren't going to let no people out.
Right. They
And
funneled
so,
they funneled them. And something else too. 50 of the survivors were shot at 13 months later at Thousand Oaks. 50 of the
yeah,
same
I
exact
remember
people, and
that.
that was in a different
Yeah.
state. So if anybody thinks that this is real, but
That was in
anyway.
California. Yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, it was at that shooting at that bar. I remember. Yeah, it's just so much. It's like I said one time to you. I said they can make Joe Biden black and they'd still believe it. So what do you do? It's like you remember that debate they just had, those two pastors the other day.
Yes, yes. Odell
Yeah,
and Greg Locke.
yeah. Anyway, so back in 2017 or 18, when Odell found all those documents about the government and it's saying on a flat flat non-rotating Earth. So I copied all those. I got them out. I printed them out. I highlighted it, and I just took the pages of there and I put them in like a little booklet. And I said, now I got my friends. I can show them this. This is what it says, right? I'm thinking, how can they refute this? Let's go back to my Joe Biden could be black and then still believe it. So I show him. He goes, well, yeah, sure they have to do that because it looks flat where they're landing.
Okay, that's what I call the cognitive dissonance. And that's how they maintain harmony. That's how they maintain a sense of peace of mind, where they do a little mental somersault and they do it expertly and they land with perfect poise and like they accept their new explanation. Just like with the dead baby dolls, it's like, hey, these are fake. These were reported as real. Oh no, we're sorry, they're actually real. So it's like it doesn't matter what you perceive. You got to go with what they designate as real. Designated real.
I was Yeah, I was really, really good at saving everything. I got from 2016 to 19. I got tons of videos I just saved and saved. And of course, there's so many they're on my computer somewhere. There's 1,000 of them at least more. Do you remember what I was getting to is with the L.A. airport shooting area, right? Do you remember the clip where they're running? There's some reason on a side road and they're running with a guy in a wheelchair,
Oh yeah, I love
and it's
that
just
one.
a dummy flopping all around. Huh?
I love that scene
You
where
remember
they're
that?
yeah, it's obviously a dummy that's being sped out of the area, the airport in a wheelchair. It looks like Boston
Right.
bombing, what they did with Boston bombing, where it's like, hey, the
This
ambulances
was
are
even.
down the
This
street,
got to
but
be a lot worse.
yeah,
It was terrible. I mean, oh my God! Like I say, there's nothing we can do to make them see it. There's just nothing you can do.
yeah. Well,
It just it doesn't work.
it's because there's two different things. It's like listening and hearing. Like yeah, you may be hearing, but are you listening? And you may be visually taking information in, but are you seeing? And people are programmed not to see, not to be a perceiver necessarily, but to outsource perception. And yeah, that's to me that's it's a philosophical issue more than anything. It's about do you
And like I
trust
said,
yourself and
when
your
I
own
took those
senses?
papers showing the non-rotating Earth, pardon me,
Yeah, I'm just saying it's like getting
but
people not rely on their own senses, but to trust the experts primarily. And so you show them something that should contradict what they thought originally, and they just roll with it.
yeah, I really thought I had them with all those government papers because it just. I mean, they shot it down in just like 10 seconds. I mean, that was it. They didn't even let it digest. That's
Fascinating.
crazy.
Yeah.
As I'm saying, because at this debate, everybody's saying, "Well, how can look at that? Those articles are really good and everything like that." And the guy on Melodome, he sat there and had them read all 34, 35 of them. Austin did, and it's new to them, I guess. And I'm saying, guy, it doesn't matter. It's not. It won't work. Because he was so excited. Now I got all this to show people. It doesn't work.
Well, I think we're
Guys
confronting
with good
something.
intentions, it just doesn't work.
We're confronting falsifiability.
What's that?
It has to do with falsifiability. If a theory isn't falsifiable, it's not scientific. It's a mere belief system. So, for example, Q or transvestigations or Mandela effect, they can never be wrong. If you find some discrepancy, they will patch over it somehow. And I think that the worldview we've been given is the same thing, that it's basically a non falsifiable belief system. And if you come up with something, some doubt, or something they should be skeptical about, they can just move the goalpost indefinitely.
And then one last point I was going to make, since we're calling anything, damn fly. Um, we know government means mind control, to control the mind. That's the goal. Anything with that, and law enforcement, entertainment, anything to control the mind. That's the given, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so I'm trying, and I used to say way back in 2017, I said this religious side of this, because that debate, even though I didn't like that Greg guy, whatever his name was, his name Greg, and I've liked Odo for a long time, but I just couldn't get it that, what I'm trying to say, and which probably will offend people, because it says in the Bible it's Jesus' government, right? Well, that's just telling you it's another mind control. And I don't want to offend people, but and those flat earthers or the real earthers or the real realm people or work, whatever you want to call them, if you're stuck in that, you're never going to be totally awake. That's just, my opinion, because you're still under mind control. And I'm sure me and you are to some degree. We just don't know what.
You know what? That's a point I made the other day. I said, look, you can take your progressive worldview, which is scientism and comes to the TV. So now that's your filter. You have your objective reality of your senses, but now you have your filter. So think that the holy books, whether it's the Quran, the Bible, Dianetics, anything, or Q
Right.
drops, that becomes a filter, and any filter takes you away from the truth. Any filter. So there's a big difference between religion and spirituality, and religion is a prepackaged, prefabricated world view. So if you're part of a religion or you're arguing from the authority of its holy book, yeah, you're actually an advocate for a belief system. So I think that they're so
Yeah,
far from
and
truth.
it's just as much mind control, right?
Absolutely.
It's just mind control.
You're right.
And it's just,
Really,
I mean,
it's worldview formation, and which is mind control, because you give the person's mind an operating system that gives it certain parameters, and it generally won't stray from it. As Christoph said in the Truman Show, we accept the the reality of the world we've been given. That's kind of the whole idea.
yeah, to the given. Yeah, because it's like I keep telling all these guys that they want to say the sky is helium and nitrogen and xenon and neon. I go, do you not realize the same people who are telling you those gases exist are the same one who tells you that we live on a ball? I said, what part of the story are you going to quit believing? Are you just going to accept some of it now? I said, the ones that tell you the water is H2O is the same people. The ones that tell you that oxygen comes from the trees, that's part of evolution. That's all part of their story. That's why I say, how far do we go to understand how, everything's a lie. Not just a little bit, everything, like you say. And people, oh, no, oxygen comes from trees. I go, where'd you learn that from? Well, from these guys who told us the world's round.
Yeah,
There you go.
that's
Rest
another
my case.
great point, because Dean Odell is debating for a flat Earth versus a round Earth preacher. But I would be willing to bet that Dean Odell knows that the news is fake, and that our entire concept of the world is largely filtered to the same people who fake our news. Whereas that preacher, he probably believes all the news is real. He's probably not up to speed with the simulated worldview. So, in other words, I think it's almost useless to debate people who defend the globe, because if you believe the globe, you probably believe everything else from the same sources.
Yep. And so, like I'm just saying, it's a game to me sometimes. I'd like to find, I said every day, I said, let me see what I still believe that I don't know. I accept it, their story, because even there's stuff you take for granted and you didn't question because it's so right in your face and you just don't think about it, if you agree with that or not. I mean, there's still
Yeah,
things that
absolutely.
you believe that
Absolutely. And I'm
yeah,
open to
that's what
stuff.
I'm saying.
Like do you remember when that video came out, No Forests on Flat Earth, where this guy came out saying, "Hey, all these
Oh
mountains."
yeah, I got mad at that at first. I went out there and looked.
I thought it was
What you?
preposterous, but I thought, you know what? I'm not closed-minded, which means I'm able to entertain ideas without automatically believing them. And was that, isn't that, to be able to entertain an
Oh,
idea
did
without
you?
accepting it, to me, that means you have a mental immune system. That's Aristotle. Now, what happens if you have to accept every idea that you entertain? What does that indicate? It means you have mind aids. And Aristotle says that it's the mark of an educated mind to entertain thoughts without accepting them. So I was able to look at that because I have a curious mind. And so I don't have this idea that what I've been told is set in stone. New information can change things.
Doesn't it look like you do those plateaus and stuff now? Do look like tree stumps once they say it. It looks pretty obvious with rings and everything.
Yes.
I'm thinking, those giant. They just look like it. I mean, and if there were giant trees, then there's your truth in movies again. You go back to that Avatar, you know, the great trees
Yes,
that
absolutely.
were connected
Avatar.
throughout the whole realm.
And that's a reoccurring theme in symbolism.
Uh,
You got like Norse, you got the world tree, you got the Kabbalistic tree of life that goes from the earth to the heaven. And so this idea of world tree and stuff, like even Mount Meru, what is that exactly? I mean,
Right.
look at,
Let's say that all these giant trees, they literally could all been connected, like they said in Avatar. I don't know if it's true, or not, but I could see if they were that big and they were planted in on geographical strategic areas, that they could have been connected throughout the whole realm, and that could have been part of our power too. Who knows?
right, right.
I
I think
mean, it's gone from somewhere.
right. My point is though, like I'm not settled. My worldview is not settled, and like I don't think that
Right. I
science
understand. Yeah.
should be settled. I don't think journalism is settled. Reality is too complex, and then you let them box it in, and then you argue on dogma. So I don't have any dogmatically held attachments to what I've been educated with. I recognize that we are dealing with a multi-million piece puzzle, and it's going to take more than one person, to solve it in their own lifetime. And we are fortunate to have a think tank composed of many people researching and bringing all their pieces that don't fit in the mainstream puzzle here to the table.
Yeah, and I think what we're doing, it's been done before anyway. We're sitting here thinking we're doing something new, thinking it's been done before. Um, and so I don't know where it goes and goes from there. And then we die. Then the next people take over. It's like the perpetual doom of the religious texts. It's always in a perpetual doom. It's like the government. We're always in a perpetual doom and fear. Everything just keeps going and going. Then our information, the truth, we just keep finding more. But then we die. Then who takes over?
You know
You
what?
know.
You're right about this, and
So
you're right that this has been done before. We are, I think, we are reinvigorating the tradition of Pyrrhonism. Pyrrho was the first skeptic, and their school of thought was reject dogma and suspend judgment until you can get to the truth of any alleged belief. So these were just the ultimate auto hoaxers, the original auto hoaxers, Pyrrho. So I call us
oh, I never
Pyrrhomaniacs.
heard that before. That's awesome. That's awesome.
Oh yeah, and his whole point was this
I,
too. It's even better. He said if because the term was the concept was suspending judgment, but he said the long-term effects of suspending your judgment would lead to quiescence, peace of mind. They called it ataraxia. And I feel like those of us who have transcended the media war have achieved a peace of mind that the people who are triggered by fake dead people will never have in their lifetimes. They will always be stress balls because they haven't figured out that you can wait to believe and wait to react, or not even react until you have facts. But this is not new, and obviously they purged this line of thinking, so there aren't any skeptics on this level outside of our groups.
all right. Well, I just wanted to make that, and I just wanted to find that truth or wall of shame. Thank you so much, and keep on with the good shows.
Likewise, appreciate it. Thank you for your time, and thank you for the support. All right, everyone, that is Harmon. So if you got a text alert tonight, credits were provided by the caller. And I sent out a notification on the newsletter, a link if you want to sign up for text alerts. You also get email alerts, and I'm trying to make it easy. 8 a.m., 9 p.m. 8 a.m. is the IPS morning deprogram, and then the evening is open phones. So I think the steady schedule will do a lot to maintain the think tank and the number of people showing up routinely. So this is definitely the case, though, that this level of skepticism has been employed before, but it's not really common now. But we are, again, we are pyromaniacs here to set the world stage on fire. And it was Aristotle who said, "It is the mark of an educated mind to be able to entertain a thought without accepting it." I'd say mind war inoculated mind. But again, mind aids is a thing, and this is the norm. They want people to lack a mental immune system, so they require a sanitary, pure environment with no thoughts that might contradict the mainstream. They just want that purity of doctrine. That's why I consider the mainstream media to be the de facto world state church Bible. But they're getting rid of the non-canonical text, the Apocrypha, and anything heretical. Like, this is interesting what's going on here. And I think Musk is a huge part of it in the consolidation of a new Bible. And a big part of it is it's about worldview. And it's about establishing this is what we all believe. These are the parameters. And they have to get rid of the non-believers, the Gnostics, the ones who know not to take it literally. And right now, the main weapon of the elite, I believe, is visual illiteracy, where people cannot visually discern real from fake anymore. And that is all by design. And even if you can, and more people are recognizing the need for skepticism, generally, their skepticism is only applied to the other side's claims, which keeps them imprisoned in this thing. Or those who see through it are getting their information from so many different sources, but there's no coherent way of connecting it all together. These are just a bunch of puzzle pieces that don't fit. What we're doing here is we're saying, hey, the entire puzzle has to be broken apart a little bit. We can't assume this to be real. And so we have this off-world stage perspective, which is, I think, the only starting point for arriving at, well, objective reality. And we are the only ones who I think can claim to be objectivists within media critics. Wayne Dion says, the world has never been so drowned in media and deception, though. These times are more significant. Auto-hoaxing has never been more relevant. Yeah, the advent of modern media has synchronized everyone, and it has always been monolithic. There's always been total media control. In fact, Roger Stone was talking about this recently on an interview where he said that at the time of Watergate, media was so consolidated that they could not defeat the mass media's ability to control reality, but that if they had the internet then, it wouldn't have gone down that way. And it's an interesting thought, but the idea that media has somehow fragmented and has broken apart in its authority and power is actually kind of wishful thinking. Big Brother just fractured into millions of faces. So Big Brother's still there, but he exists through every influencer, every alternative media, every independent media voice. Every single influencer out there is merely reflecting the worldview of Big Brother, or they wouldn't be out there. You wouldn't be in a prominent influential position if you weren't doing damage, if you weren't helping to keep the mass mind impaired, if you weren't helping to flood the zone with misinformation. Okay, continuing. So we went over the truther wall of shame. We had JFK fan 12345. These are Kool-Aid addicts, spelled with a Q, Kool-Aid addicts, reaching for the harder stuff. So this JFK grifter, JFK fan 12345, was one of ours because he's been promising since 11/11 that JFK would show up. Hasn't happened. Then we have Truth B, and anybody with the word truth in their name is kind of suspect. I hate to say it. So this guy is another lying truther. He's pushing fake child abuse content, videos of Joe Biden saying gross things to babies that are actually fake videos, fake audio. Jack Straw, deceiver of Q believers, wall of shame number 4. The flat earther, spelled with 2 R's, is a gaslighting shill. Then we have Brock Riddick, pushes optical illusions as truth, Maverick X. Now there are so many. If you want to check out the Truther Wall of Shame, go to infiniteplanesociety.com. Here's an example of why someone would be put up here. So here you have the flat earther, and he's posting this. He says here, like I'm a sheep apparently. He says more spraying. However, the sheep will say it's contrails. So here he is showing an airplane supposedly spraying poisons on people while it's flying a group of passengers to another city. Well, the truth of it is, this is a Boeing 747 super tanker water bomber aerial drop doing a high altitude dump of water. So this is not poison. And if it was, why would there be a photograph of it? Like, wouldn't they be hiding this? Anyway, he's on the Truther Wall of Shame because I corrected him on this and he blocked me, which they generally do. Truthers, or truffers as I call them, passing out red pills laced with menthol. And again, the only cure for that really is skepticism. And skepticism today requires that you break free of the 24/7 news cycle. They use the news cycle to keep you emotionally dysregulated and to break the sense of continuity day to day, to keep you in the ever present now, focus on the current thing with no continuity. And also, in that 24 hours, you're flooded with so much information that you're just left to accept a lot of it. So all this is happening. You don't have time to parse everything. And then the newest current thing, you're supposed to believe it and react to it right now and tweet about it. Well, if you do that, you're going to be engaged all the time. You're going to be plugged in to the Loosh extraction matrix. And my take on it is there's nothing on the news so pressing that you can't wait until tomorrow to say, I believe it. Like when that hockey player died, a lot of people were like, it looks real, I believe it. I'm like, well, I don't know. Let's wait a few days. A few days later, all kinds of stuff came out to suggest that this was yet another sports-related psychological operation. Okay, continuing. Alex Jones, again, is going to be on Tucker Carlson tomorrow, which is D-Day. This is the 6th year delta. Now, a delta in Q-speak means that every year there's a chance that last year's Q drop from that day will come true. It's just the strangest prophecy called. So on December 6, 2017, Hillary Rodham Clinton tried to cut a deal. We said no, according to Q. And on this day, a lot of people thought she was going to be arrested. It didn't actually happen, but 6 years later, the Q people are sharing this and they're saying, hey, it's the 6th anniversary of this Q tweet. Maybe it'll come true. These peed on breadcrumbs. Okay, here's a clip. Yesterday on Instagram, Don Jr. shared a meme suggestive of Donald Trump's hair being discernible to the right of Abraham Lincoln on Mount Rushmore. So again, Trump is going to be put on Mount Rushmore. Okay, how many of you remember this one? U.S. conspiracy theorist linked to the Wimbilla shooters. So here's a shooter named Donald Day, strange name, charged with inciting violence and preaching far-right rhetoric about forced vaccinations and attempts to ban Christianity. This is a huge trend here where every single mass shooter out there is a conspiracy theorist now. They're really trying to demonize conspiracy theorists. Not new, but now they've made this connection between not trusting the news and wanting to kill people, which doesn't make any sense. Like, we're the ones saying nobody's dying, nobody's crying. And like, uh-oh, you're now a threat? Like, it doesn't make any sense. Got a retweet from Northern Girl. Says, if you're looking for a comfortable warm hoodie, I have 2 IPS ones, and they are my absolute favorites. We do have a lot of new items up. So if you get my newsletters or you follow me on Twitter, I tend to post a Good Morning Disease X with a different graphic each day. And I'm putting these graphics onto hoodies and shirts. So go to infiniteplanesociety.shop. We also have coasters, mugs, wine tumblers, and more. But many of these designs, which I'm designing with DALL-E, are high definition and put on all over print shirts. So again, take a look. I put a link below. Another way to support the think tank. And also overall, when you search Infinite Plane Society and they ban our videos, that stuff goes away. A bunch of dead links. But all these products, all these links that are shared, it populates the space, and so it helps us maintain control over search results. I mean, there was a time when if you searched for Infinite Plane Society, you got nothing but hit pieces and haters. Not the case anymore. All right, I think we've covered most of what I wanted to get through today. We got to Les Luthor and the inflatable everything. Pretty much everything. Everything that you would think that they would need in war, any type of weapons, they can just duplicate with replicas, with dummies, inflatables, and CGI. We talked about RFK is a Pizzagator. He went on the Lolita Express, which basically means, well, it means that he hung out with a child trafficker or a pedovore, etc. He's compromised. Don't vote for him. But vote for Trump, even though he went on Lolita Express as well. Yesterday we went over this. If you haven't heard about this yet, there's a movie coming out called ISS. And it's about Russia nuking America, and then the astronauts and the cosmonauts fighting above to see who gets to control the space station. ISS trailer ramps up paranoia and tension in the isolation of space and global devastation. There's a trailer for Fallout, more nuke stuff. The Fallout trailer starts to unearth the secrets of Vault 33. Okay, let's see what else. There's a couple of other things. Derek Chauvin has been put back in prison after his stabbing. He was stabbed 22 times. Derek Chauvin, 47 years old, stabbed 22 times. Kind of interesting. Couple connections here. He's the face of Western chauvinism, Derek Western chauvinism. Meanwhile, the Proud Boys, who are Western chauvinists, their leader was sentenced to 22 years. So there's a connection here. 22 years, 22 stabs. And then something else. The Black Friday stabbing may correlate to the black hockey player slashing white hockey player number 47, and the player who did the slashing is number 22. Just more indication that we're looking at some kind of a staged hoax, but the number 47 has something to do with the election and with this Psy war in general, but 47 is what's really standing out here. A shout out to the Chinese space station. They forgot to curve the Earth. They also forgot that there was a jar of water on the table when they started filming. I don't know if you saw that. I was actually thinking that when the Chinese space station showed up, it would make America's space station look so fake that NASA would be so embarrassed that they would just WTC7 the whole thing. Just pull it. Pull the space station. It looks too fake by comparison. But no, it turns out that the Chinese space station is actually a step back graphics-wise. It's actually pretty pathetic. All right, let's see what else we have here. A chill in newsrooms across the country. News of the shooting spree caused a chill in newsrooms across the United States. Members of the media have been receiving threats, and these have been on the rise in recent years. Now, there was a few shootings I wanted to highlight. There was another one. There was a Walmart shooter who said 9/11 didn't happen. So you know who that's targeting. Newsroom shooter exploited journalism's open doors. 5 killed in Maryland newspaper shooting. Now, this is from a few years ago, but I've been kind of going through all these old articles because this was shortly after there was this Batman cartoon called Justice League in the Fatal Five, where you have this conspiracy theorist who holds a newsroom hostage and demands that JFK come out of hiding. Here's a clip. It's just too specific. Psyops in the news, they have it in the cartoons for children, and here they are in 2019, Justice League, characters coming out demanding JFK come out of hiding. It doesn't make any sense. Well, it didn't at the time, but now it does. Very targeted.
President Kennedy, you've got 2 minutes to show yourself and prove once and for all that your assassination was nothing more than a hoax. Or Gotham's #1 news team gets canceled. And if you think you can take me out first, then everyone goes. Simple as that. Where the hell's that weather girl?
So there you have it. Cartoons depicting conspiracy theorists as psychotic terrorists. That character's name is Bloodsport. All right, get your email up on the newsletter so you don't miss any of our archives. You can also get your phone number put on the text alert list. Here's the direct quote from Christof in Truman Show. We accept the reality of the world with which we are presented. Just a reference to the phone call where, yes, people never let facts get ahead of a good narrative, if that's how they're wired, and that's how most people are wired these days. The news media narratives always trump facts. Brogetta says, makes sense for the Fallout director since he did Westworld. Okay, that's Christopher Nolan's brother. Westworld's director. And Christopher Nolan, of course, just did Oppenheimer, but then the Batman. So it's Jonathan Nolan. Jonathan Nolan. So Jonathan Nolan did Fallout. That's interesting. I didn't know this. Okay, so there's going to be something in here. There are synths in Fallout, which are basically androids like in Westworld. Okay. Interesting connection there. And these video games are part of the bigger overall mind war itself, just like the big movie productions are. Like, not a coincidence that Modern Warfare 3 came out on 10.6. So you had all kinds of people plugged into this just as 10.7 was kicking off. So Fallout is a post-apocalyptic drama television series. Okay, and it says Amazon purchased the rights to produce a live-action project back in 2020. It's going to be on Amazon Prime in April of 2024. It depicts the aftermath of a nuclear war in an alternate history where advancements in nuclear technology after World War II led to the emergence of a retro-futuristic society. In the now desolate ruins of Los Angeles, a young woman, one of hundreds of vault dwellers, descended from the survivors of the war who've been raised in underground bunkers, leave behind the only world she's ever known to venture out into the savage wasteland. So it's bunkers. And bunkers are no different than arcs. It's the same idea. This is obviously consistent with all the predictive and concurrent programming, just as they're getting us ready for Fallout. So if you hated wearing masks before, those little cloth ones, wait until you have to wear full-blown, protective posture, the MOPP suits to go outside. Okay, well, anyway, this is going to be out very soon. Just pointing this out, this is the one that the trailer talks about, Vault number 33. Tominoid says, Dark Knight Returns Batman comic cartoon, Two-Face plants 2 bombs on Gotham's Twin Towers. Well, specifically, in Dark Knight Rises, Batman tells the person to put on a mask, and then he throws the COVID ball, and it blows up like a mushroom cloud. Brogetta says, pretty much like Silo. They all reiterate, they all copy each other. Like White Noise was like so many other movies. And there are certain ones I could point to, like The Rig, that kind of tell you the big picture. Or Avatar 2, and where things are going. But a huge part of all of these is the next reset involves nukes, wipe everybody out, and then everything starts over again. It's always a recurring theme. A really good series is called The 100, where An AI is given control over government and decides that the best way to proceed into the future is to wipe everybody out and start everything over again. But before they do, they microchip everybody and allows them to upload their consciousness to the city of light, where supposedly their consciousness remains in control of their digital avatars, even though their bodies are now dead. Meanwhile, there are space arcs, and the space arcs are full of children who are going to be put back on the earth when they're 18 to repopulate. So it's kind of like the mud flood and the orphan trains, but it's orphan trains from space. But it's this reoccurring theme. And my point of it is everything that you see, predictive programming, concurrent programming, it's preparing you for what's going to happen in the news in the future. It's news bending. So I'm just pointing it out. Nukes are fake, sure, but they're fakeable. And if they're fakeable, they're believable. And if they're believable, then they can use the masses of believers to regulate even the non-believers. But we have the advantage. We may have to go along with everything because we have no choice, but we don't have to deal with the stress. And there's also possibly here, I think this is an indication, the movie Songbird about COVID-23. Well, COVID-19 came out in 2020, so if COVID-23 is forecasted in this movie, we may have something along those lines in 2024. And yes, you can truly use predictive programming to predict the future. We've done it, and I think 311 vindicated us more than anything. Joined by Jungle Jim, thanks for joining. So if you just got here, we had a live stream. It was slightly interrupted, but we got it back on. And so I'm going to go ahead and put these two clips together. And we're going to go back on over to the 24/7 here. So appreciate the calls, appreciate all the support. And next year is going to be a big one for the IPS. This is Chief Crow and the Flat Earth Worms Auto Hoax. I'll put a link below if you want to download this track from Bandcamp.
I'm on Auto Hoax and it feels so good. You just auto believe everything like I knew that you would. In my dream, you know I ain't got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless eyes.
My buddy and me.
Telecommunications Act of 1996.
96, y'all.
Gonna filter your eyes and scrub your mind. The weatherman, he's just another bad joke. You can be a doomed little donkey like Eeyore. I'ma be an auto hoax. Auto hoax, and it feels so good that you would like in my dream. Got time, baby, for another crisis actor with soulless.
X322 says Quasi was a cutter. Yeah, Quasi-Luminous believed that you could write out a spell on a napkin, bleed on it, and then your soul would be saved, and that you would meet with all the other cutters in the and this even made mainstream news. This cult. It was called Blood Over Intent. Yeah, now I'm getting a Blood Over Intent was this cult that this plumber started that said that the center of the world was a big hole and that you could live forever if you could make it there. You just got to follow the compass. But before you go, you had to make a statement of intent on YouTube. And this was a trend where students on YouTube or people on YouTube were cutting themselves live and sharing the video, and they would read this prayer. I mean, it was blatantly satanic in a way. They were like, it is my desire to go into the hole in the center of the world, and they would cut themselves. literally anything can trend. Like, I make fun of environmentalists, but this is pretty severe. Here's an article from Vice.com. Teen accused of stabbing other student to death was into online blood rituals and conspiracies. A teen charged with murder, this was up in Canada. Dylan Pountney was sharing content on social media about the world being flat and the election being stolen. He participated in a YouTube blood ritual established by a man who claims to be an incarnation of Satan. That would be Quasi-Luminous the plumber. Police were called to Christ the King High School after he stabbed a fellow student. He said, and this is the one who's facing one count of first-degree murder, he said, quote, "I'm serious when I say this. The world is dead already. It's in a state of upheaval. We're trapped in our bodies. We're trapped in a grid." Fascinating. He claimed that people on Earth are, quote, human prison bars, and that he's being gang-stalked by demons. Fascinating. Very edgy conspiracy theory there. Cutting themselves as a form of salvation, letting blood out. It says in one video posted on YouTube a week before a stabbing, he bled onto a handwritten letter that said, quote, "I spill my blood to bring forth heaven on earth for the benefit of all mankind. Thank you, Mr. Satan." At the end, he said, "Our movement is growing." Now, Mr. Satan happens to be an anagram for Starman, the savior that's going to fall to earth and save us from climate change, according to the lore of David Bowie. Blood Over Intent was started by a YouTuber known as Quasi-Luminous, who claims to be Satan incarnate. He opened the Book of Life, he claims, in 2013, and he claims he has the power, that he alone has the power, to bring 144,000 people to paradise through a black hole in the center of the flat, hollow earth. But the only way to get in is to state your intent and spill your own blood on a YouTube video. In other words, when you go to heaven, there's a book of life. You open the book. If you're not in there, you go to hell. I'm going to go up there. They're probably not going to find my name. Quasi-Luminous made his own book of life. My name's not in that book either. But if you cut yourself on video and you shared it with him, he puts you in the book. You're safe to go jump into the hole in the middle of the world. All right, continuing. Earth Day, Saturday, April 22nd, 2023. I hardly paid attention to it until one year I saw this. This was like a movement. It's like, everybody turn off your lights, shut off all your power for 1 hour. They were trying to turn the world dark all at once. And I was watching on the news, it was the actor from Fight Club, Ed Norton. And Ed Norton is doing the Earth Day countdown, counting down until everything goes black. And I thought, wait a minute, this guy was in Fight Club, and he does a countdown, and everything goes black. They shut down our system. They reboot all of our credit scores. It's basically a hard reset as all the buildings collapse. And I thought, interesting that they would have a guy who did this in Fight Club, counting down for Earth Day. And that's when I started to really pay attention to how these actors are used to advance various propaganda narratives based on the associations they've built in the minds of the viewers. All right, again, eco-zealots have formed a group called the Tire Extinguishers, wreaking havoc on Boston as they slash tires on luxury SUVs, including Land Rovers and Mercedes. They put leaflets on cars that say, "Your gas guzzler kills." All right. Again, it's Earth Day. Just heads up, watch out if you're on the freeways. Make sure you don't run over anybody. They glue themselves to things. Okay, continuing. Dinah South says, to celebrate Earth Day, I'm running every electrical thing I own simultaneously because I care. It's a huge advance forward that they were able to censor skepticism about climate change from TikTok. It's just censoring it all together. You know, like, this is like when they give themselves away. If it wasn't such a critical issue that they needed to constantly propagandize us, they wouldn't have to censor it. All right, moving on. Going through my minds.com/infinite plane society. Climate change is real. Climate change is here. SecGov's proposed rule on climate disclosure is essential to protecting investors and our economy. I'm finding so much now out there where they're just going straight on communist or eco-fascist, where JP Morgan is their CEO is like, yeah, let's go ahead and start seizing property to save the planet. Trump says, I'm the only candidate who will prevent World War III. Sorry, World War III already happened. It started on 3/11. It's the perpetual war. Like, how many times can they threaten World War III or Civil War before it loses its ability to scare anybody? I don't think anybody cares anymore. But if you ask me, we are in a Psy-war, and that would be the perpetual war. These various names, World War III, Civil War, doesn't matter. They're all covers for the psychological warfare. That is the rule, not the exception. All right, continuing. Daily Mail, the man who was jailed for John Lennon's murder might be innocent. They're talking about Mark Chapman. And they're proffering a new conspiracy theory about it. But John Lennon's not dead. John Lennon became Steve Jobs. And the connection between Apple and Apple pretty much says it all, in addition to the looks. But no, Steve Jobs, John Lennon, same person. Just another fake death. Kind of like RFK or JFK or MLK. I cannot find any one of these ritually scripted, symbolic events. These events are always so scripted. They're timed in a certain way. I can't find any of them that seem real anymore, looking back. Even Waco. I'm looking back at Waco. You know, you assume, it's a safe assumption, I guess, or it feels safe, that a lot of this stuff in our history books is real. But now that I'm looking at it, it's like, you know what? They didn't just start faking things recently. They didn't start with Obama. Some people will say, oh, it's the NDAA. They started faking stuff with Obama. No, they've been faking stuff since, I would say, the inception of media, which supplanted religion, which did what? Faked stuff. Like the fake parts of a cross that are going to be used in the coronation. I'm sorry, but that's not dogwood from 2,000 years ago, back when they were big as oak trees. All right. Well, this should be an interesting week. Quite a lot going on. I'm telling May 1st is the main communist holiday, May Day. May Day is a big pagan holiday. It's Beltane. It's the opposite side of the year as Halloween. But even though Halloween, you would think that's the main pagan holiday because you see them out there in their costumes. The truth is the main one is actually coming up. So just a heads up, May Day. Generally speaking, I noticed that's when the left-wing mobs hit the streets. The weather's nice and everything else. We've already talked about the unicorn killer who recycled his girlfriend. We've discussed the recent spate of wrong driveway, wrong door shootings, all fake, trying to create the perception that we're living in the Wild West. Satan Con next week in Boston, says River Styx. Okay. Well, I think it's going to be the 57th anniversary of the founding of the Church of Satan. But over the next few days, look, we're leading up into an election year, but I'm looking at what's on the streets and the main issues. And they're ramping up the gun stuff as they're ramping up the anti-abortion stuff. Because if you go after the wombs, you rile up the left. And they're doing so just now with the abortion pills. And then you have on the right all these shootings and insecurity about guns and wombs, always a thing. I saw this bumper sticker on a car in front of me, 2 bumper stickers. One of them said Black Lives Matter, and the one below it said abortion is healthcare. And I'm like, what are they saying? What are they saying here? Sometimes I think these are conflicting messages. Because I don't know. I guess I don't tend to get too deep into their cognitive dissonance, which is what it is on both sides. The way they conflate these issues, where on the one hand, the right is super in support of individual liberty and rights, except in these instances. And they create these mutually exclusive categories. Like, for example, Black Lives Matter is predicated on this inherent bias within policing. And then the right is like, no, we love the police. They're on the opposite side. But then what about all the auditors or the sovereign citizen types or the ones who are against police state? They're always quiet when it comes to these events that start off the riots. Like, for example, they're on by default. The right is by default, since they're against the communist mob, they're made to side with Derek Chauvin. It's like, I don't side with Derek Chauvin. I would never side with him, but I don't want to side with the communists. It's like, well, what do you do? Do you side with the Proud Boys or the Soy Boys? Antifa or Patriot Front? But again, as I was saying at the very beginning, these sides tend to resemble one another the more extreme they get. And I used to think that was a cliche, but no, it's actually true, as evidenced by Alex Stein, who went from the #1 anti-groomer, anti-drag queen protester to a drag show on The Blaze. He went full circle. Diana South says they ramp up the gun confiscation stuff to drive up sales. Yeah, I don't think it's for any other reason than to ramp up general anxiety about these things. And of course, the psychological operations are just there to influence opinions, but there's no action ever attached to it. They've never actually tried to do some mass gun grab. But the template responses are, there's a mass shooting, the right will say mental illness, not the guns. The left will say gun culture. And they've maintained this line, but with these recent shootings, now they're looking at it as, like the right is looking at it as, the left is arming up. And that Redditor shooter who shot up the bank because he was anti-gun, again, that makes 0 sense, that would never happen. But they're using this, again, as an example of, it's like they're trying to ramp up the agitation on both sides, but it never does explode into civil war. They're never going to actually let that happen. There is no end. There is no climate day of doom where suddenly it floods. They always push it back. Vaxageddon never happened. That was a lot of useless fear for 3 years. That's why the anti-vaxxers are forced to manufacture stuff like Stu Peters does all the time. And as much as the media agitates for some kind of a, quote, race war, it only really happens on TV. This is why they want you at home watching TV, so you mistake that for the real thing. Do you remember the phenomenon of empty hospitals? It's like you're supposed to believe all the hospitals are full. Every one of them, they're so packed that bodies are falling out the top windows. They got auxiliary tents outside. They got coolers outside in these big trucks because they're full. Then you find out, no, actually they're empty. But you wouldn't know if you only watched TV. And we found multiple instances of stock footage from very busy emergency rooms being shared in Italy, in San Diego, in New York. And they're like, oh, this is the epicenter. No, that's recycled footage. Commenter says, any more school shootings expected? Well, the thing is, they're hiding this manifesto because they say it'll trigger some kind of copycat event. But the school shooting agenda, I thought was largely played out until they came up with this new twist. But this was targeting a Christian school, and it was coming from a leftist. The other one was a bank shooting. They've pretty much phased out school shootings for the most part. I don't know if they're going to continue with the supermarket thing. If you remember, after Parkland, one of the complaints from the anti-gun types were like, hey, you guys don't care because they're happening in the schools. We're the mass shooter generation. So they took it out to the supermarkets, and they would do what they called die-ins, where they played dead, and they would have signs that said, you killed us with your Second Amendment. Like, they were already then saying, we got to do these things in supermarkets to get people's attention. And do you remember Extinction Rebellion, where you have a lot of climate activists would go run into museums with all the dinosaur bones or the plaster models, and they would play dead? Because if we don't change our ways, we're going to go extinct. And I'm like, I don't get it. Don't you guys want us to go extinct? Like, the party of misanthropy, the anti-human left, suddenly cares. There's no consistency between left and right. These are mutually exclusive categories. You can't be right on all issues and take a side. But again, it's by design. It's never going to be rectified. That's never going to be reconciled. But this leftist shooter thing is a twist I didn't see coming, and it's the talk of the right. And we're awaiting a manifesto, so I look forward to that. Hopefully it's not recycled. You know, most of the manifestos we've seen, from Brenton Tarrant to the Buffalo shooter, these things were all kind of plagiarized from, well, Anders Breivik, who plagiarized from the Unabomber. I mean, they're all being written by the feds, basically. And speaking of feds, there's Special Agent Weissapal, who is pretty obviously Timothy McVeigh. Timothy McVeigh obviously was not executed. He works for the FBI. Haven't figured out who Dave Koresh is, but I'm pretty confident that he did not burn to death in that ritual psychological operation. All right, continuing. Diana South says they phased out monkeypox, COVID, Biden laptop. Oh yeah, the mass mind is a cat, and the mass media is a sadist with a laser pen, and he's just constantly redirecting them. Hey, Peruvian shamans are performing a ritual on Earth Day right now. They're gathered around a big idol of a globe and shaking plants and celebrating. They got a snake. Now, I don't know what it's very shamanistic, but they're celebrating a globe. It's like, don't you guys realize that the globe is the model, not the reality? Gaia worship. But that's Gaia worship for you. Now, left and right are merely directions. These aren't objective positions because the world is purely subjective, especially theirs. The right and the left are merely directions. Objectivity exists either above it, as in capstone level, those who are the manipulators behind the scenes, the ones who are directing the sidewar, the metascripters, the insiders. And then, of course, those of us with the off-world stage perspective. And this off-world stage perspective is valid. We may not have all the information, but we know what the false explanations are. We know what we know, and we know what we don't know. We know that we don't know. Most of what constitutes this false worldview is a consequence of lies by omission. What they don't tell us. Oh, most of it we don't know. We're surrounded by darkness. Copaesthetic says no female mass shooters until now. Yeah, I've been waiting for that, and it was that's why I first saw it, and I was like, wait, hey, look, it's Women's Month, and it went out with a bang. Good on them. Then I thought, okay, it's another one of these examples of a trans woman taking up space that should have belonged to the first female mass shooter. But then we find out that this was a very confusing instance where we don't actually know. Like, she wasn't unequivocally, unabashedly a cis female. So I kind of say it doesn't count. Although the first female shooter was in 1979, there's a song about it called I Don't Like Mondays. And she did a shooting because she went to school and it was a Monday. She wasn't happy about it. But that was long before the mass shooting era. So I guess we are up and down. Yeah, the way it works, the lie world order and I made an ebook called The Lie World Order. You can find it pretty easily if you search Amazon. Is on the very bottom level, you have the world stage. All ignorant, all believers. Believers going left, believers going right. And above it is the pyramid of liars. The lie structure, the lie system, the lie world order. And on top of that is the capstone. Those who have the overview. They can see the world of lies. They see the lie manufacturing apparatus for what it is. So they're up and they have that view. But again, we are outside. We're not really up there with them. There's outside and inside. We exist simultaneously on the world stage, but also in the areas that have been omitted. We are in the areas they have deemed darkness, non-existent. This area does not exist, but it does. And we include that with everything else. They say pay no attention to the man behind the curtain. Well, we're fully behind the curtain. That's why we're not triggered. I can't remember the last time I was triggered or I cried over an event on the news. I recognize it for what it is. It's the bread and circuses. All right, this has been a great Earth Day. We will continue. It's going to be a religious holiday. Called it here. Always has been anyway, because we do have a de facto state religion. We have a state church. It's called the MSM. They just don't tell you that. Cope says the dupes are the fuel for the clown world. Yes, that's absolutely true. The dupes are the fuel. They keep it going. They're the ones with the likes and the clicks and the retweets. It's a massive church, and it's synchronizing minds, and it creates a hive mind. It creates groupthink. And groupthink, thinking, and stereotype, these are all ways to stop the individual from perceiving as such. Like if you find yourself falling in lockstep with any of their ideologies, especially the racial ones, you've replaced your individual cognition with groupthink. If you trust the news implicitly and faithfully, you've replaced, in certain instances, your critical thinking with that screen. You've allowed Big Brother to download directly into your mind. Here you go, NWO sewage pipe directly into your mind. No need to filter it. All right, well, today's Earth Day again. It's the 57th anniversary of the Church of Satan coming up, May 1st. I'm expecting probably a lot of fires. And I do have one other prediction. There's this reoccurring theme I've noticed where once in a while they have to give us a reboot. Like right before 9/11, you had the movie Pearl Harbor. 9/11 happened and they said, oh, this was this generation's Pearl Harbor. Avatar 2, this generation's Blue Marble. And I think we're going to see something very soon. And I have a bit of a prediction. And it has to do with radical trans activists and guns. Because I'm seeing a lot of violent rhetoric coming from that demographic. And I see the reaction from the right. And I think what we're going to see is this. Because remember, when Dave Chappelle went out there and he talked about TERFs, trans exclusive radical feminists, he put it out there because he's a government agent, a jester, and he puts out there whatever goes into the programming. Remember, Netflix was founded by the great nephew of the founder of PR, public relations, Edward Bernays, blood relative to Sigmund Freud. Netflix is mind control central. There's no jokes that are uttered on Netflix that don't go through this filter. And when I saw that, I thought, okay, they're doing something here. And here's what I'm guessing. Just as they used Blue Marble, they rebooted Blue Marble with the, 50 years later with the Avatar movie, I think they're going to recreate something. It has to do with a riot. I think it's called the Stonewall riots. This is a prediction I actually have. The Stonewall riots were 1969. Took place in June in New York City. And this is what started the Pride Month. It was some kind of violent riot against the police for shutting down their nightclubs. And I'm guessing that we're going to have a repeat of Stonewall, but this time it's going to be for trans inclusion. That's why we have this picture being painted of trans activists getting radical and they're trying to be excluded. I think they're going to reboot it. And it's part of this repetition that goes into the mind war in general. So look out for armed gun persons next month. And then for the rest of today, watch out for self-immolating environmentalists. All right, this has been great. Thanks everyone for hanging out. Go to patreon.com/Infinite Plane Society. I will send out live stream notifications and archives as I get them. It should be a very interesting week. Things are going to be heating up, and we're rounding the next part of the year, which I think it's riot season. So a lot to look forward to. Also, if you go to infiniteplane.media, you can get press passes, and I've reopened the art store on eBay and otherwise. So thanks again for all of your patience, and soon we'll be back to taking calls. Very soon. Just need to get into an office space, set up the old computers, but we're going to be back bigger and better than ever. Longer live streams, guests, open phones, and I might even work with a new phone system, one that has a caller queue, which I used to do, because then I could take back-to-back calls. Anyway, it should be great. Thanks again. Everyone have a great time, and take care.
Lights change from red to green. Power fiends running eco schemes. We're dirty, they'll make us clean. Accelerating to a dark dream. Earth chilling in the 70s now. Cow farts got it steaming. Tax your breathing, tax your breeding. Beasts keep feeding. Another cult man believing. Vow to Gaia, dirty polluters cast out like pariahs. Evil ways cause wildfires. Technocrats and bankers, helm of the tankers, self-serving wankers saying you own nothing and you'll thank us. Lies on the rise, not the sea or the tide. Keep the profane guilty, the followers blind. Less plastic straws and bags, but a tight control grid future looking mighty sad. Chipped and tagged, Mother Earth lost her rag. Guilt, fear, shame, what they're selling. These commies should be felons. Like Fagin thieving, end times religion deniers heathens. Climate always change like the seasons. Carbon trading, pensions fading, looting, raiding, killing, not saving. Green swindle, people on their knees, stacking cheese while felling trees. Tower of Babel built by the block, more riches for Blackstone and Black Rock. Burgers and planes causing floods and hurricanes. Leave the heating on your sinning, keep the polar bears swimming. Herd needs thinning, doomsayers winning. Teenage girl to do your bidding. There nowhere it's Diluvian, methods Malthusian. Noose won't loosen, ain't about pollution. Fucked in a house of prostitution. False rebellion, part of the machine as lights turn from red to green. Convinced we're all on the same team as lights turn from red to green. Don't live off the fat of the land, the future's lean as lights turn from red to green. Stage set for a bleak scene as lights turn from red to green. False rebellion, part of the machine as lights turn from red to green. Convinced we're all on the same team as lights turn from red to green. Don't live off the fat of the land, the future's lean as lights turn from red to green. Stage set for a bleak scene as lights turn from red to green. Useless eaters sapping energy like leeches. Blind trust in science never ceases. Plan is ironed on, no creases. Powerful images deceive us. Attenborough, climate, Jesus. Elitist eugenesis. Aphids got more value than the kids. False rebellion, part of the machine as lights turn from red to green. Convinced we're all on the same team as lights turn from red to green. Don't live off the fat of the land, the future's lean as lights turn from red to green. Stage set for a bleak scene as lights turn from red to green. Holier than now, but it's cronyism, scientism causing schisms. Reality viewed through a distorted prism. Stuck in traffic by design, train shit never on time, keep you static inside. Khan's a cunt, there's no denying. Slap a price tag on nature, select skew the data. Engineer the weather, agenda in a virus, birds of a feather. Energy in the air, ether all around, not just dinosaur juice from the ground. Greenhouse gases from celebs, patronising the plebs. Listen to them preach, bashing my own head. No future of cancer, cut us out like a tumour. Not producers, just consumers. They pollute air and waterways, don't do what they do what they say. Profit and control the essence of planned obsolescence. School but not learning any lessons. Nothing built to last. Dolphins now wearing face masks. Agenda 21, Club of Rome. Antichrist takes the throne. Offer your cans and bottles to the green man. Don't burn in his belly by your own hand. Norbert drives a Prius, so he's Captain Planet. Smugness rife, independence took a dive like a gannet. False rebellion part of the machine as lights turn from red to green. Convinced we're all on the same team as lights turn from red to green. Don't live off the fat of the land, the future's lean as lights turn from red to green. Stage set for a bleak scene as lights turn from red to green.
Okay, I don't mean to get conspiratorial here, but the reason why we weren't broadcasting on TuneIn, Paranormal Radio, RadioNet, Radio King, and a few others is the Wi-Fi was actually off on the laptop, which carries the audio encoder. And I don't know how that could have happened unless the CIA came in here into the office while I wasn't here and flipped the switch. Like this is something that takes a deliberate effort. You have to want to turn off your Wi-Fi. Don't know how it happened, but it happened, and someone had emailed me. They said, why is your tune-in off? Anyway, I'm going to have to install cameras in here. Today is August 11th, 2023, the last of the dog days of summer. Sirius, the dog star that they all worship and pay homage to in various publicly viewable ways, but always occulted. The days of celebrating Sirius's position behind the sun are over. In fact, on the 8th of August is the Lion's Gate portal. And this is all just astrology stuff, but it means that the stars in Orion's belt are lined up with Sirius. And that may have some relation to the timing of the fire in Maui, if you want to look at this from a there are no coincidences perspective. And I'll go ahead and go through some of this. Thank you, Nicotramus. We at the IPS appreciate your support. And, the HQ, the headquarters, we are open. I was just looking at George News. I was subscribing to their email address because they've been promising for months that they were going to have a new website. And they changed their name to George Headquarters. And I'm like, that's so weird. They don't have headquarters. I mean, we do. Just saying, it's a little unusual to say you're in headquarters when you're technically not. But anyway, that's sort of besides the point, but I'm just bringing up that we're at the run phase. We crawl, walk, and now we're pretty much fully operational, with the exception of this laptop that I think was tampered with. We'll get to this later. So if you're trying to catch the audio streams, I'm just going to have to say it's an equipment failure on the laptop side. I will have to get to it later. I don't like to do tech support while I'm trying to take phone calls. By the way, phones are open. 1-505-349-0420. A couple of the topics. The fake fight in Alabama. Or we're debating, was it fake, was it real? There was a number of people suggesting maybe it was staged and then real people jumped in. And so we have all these kind of takes on it. Nobody knows for sure. Well, I got some more information leaning towards, at least steering me towards fake. So we'll talk about the fake Alabama fight. Musk and Zuckerberg are going to fight in the Roman Colosseum. So we might as well talk about this now. Are they going to fight for real? Zuck and Musk, are they going to fake it? How are they going to fake it? Is it going to be CGI? I'm kind of curious as to how they're going to pull this off. And I know a couple of times there were indications that Musk was going to back out, claiming surgery. His mom said he couldn't come out and play. He said, maybe we should just talk and debate, bro. But now it's actually going to the point where they're making plans. Musk has said it's going to look like ancient Rome. You won't see anything modern in any of it. I was disappointed that he was trying to cop out. I'm like, this guy's going to die on Mars. He's leading the way, but he's afraid to fight a 5'7", 150-pound Zuck. I mean, it's better than what he originally proposed, which was a measuring contest, which he would have won. Cyborgs beat androids. All right, so we are joined here by Rocco Calzone, J. Diggs, 6079 Smith, Gregzer70 says the sound is better on Twitch. Mom with Sons, you're at Mama. Osher06, Jennifer Reeves, happy belated birthday again. Infinite Plane Trotter says it'll be in virtual. See, that's what I'm wondering. Are they going to fake it? Like, should we just start calling it out? Like, it's going to be fake. It's going to be crappy graphics. Joined by Demetria101 and, oh, thank you, 737. Appreciate the support. And so many things going on. I want to talk about the Barbie movie a little bit, which I haven't seen, and I haven't seen Oppenheimer. But I just read Miles Mathis's piece on Oppenheimer. And there are too many connections between the two movies that we were intentionally made to focus on, the whole Barbenheimer thing, but also the fact that they faked nukes with dollhouses and fireworks, basically. And they used that fakery to reset the world, reset geopolitics, terrorize humanity. You realize that ever since they faked nukes, we have been in a hostage situation. It's been this way, and we were born into this hostage situation. But if you really think about it, what they did is they convinced us that they had this power. They faked it so well that they actually got it. They faked it till they made it, and it put us into a subjective dream world. That's how they put us into the Matrix. And this was really given away in Newsbenders. Newsbenders, 1960s, 30-minute theater, about how they write the news 5 years in advance. Well, I think that was an understatement. It's got to be 50. It's got to be 100. The Shill channel says, have you seen what has been done to the Gematria calculator? Hundreds of results are now given for each search term. Most of them are misspelled words and meaningless phrases. Yeah, look, I totally get ciphers and gematria and code, it's there. But anytime you got to do any kind of computations, you're taking it one step away from a direct observation. And I think it can be misleading. Not only can it be misleading, but I think it's not evidence in support of there being a significant, meaningful connection. Like, okay, there are connections, and there are meaningful connections. There are coincidences, and there are meaningful coincidences. So I don't say there are no coincidences. Obviously there are. But there's a distinction to be made between the meaningful ones, the intentional ones. But the Gematria thing, the idea that words have numerical associations and that you take similarly valued words and they somehow correlate, yeah, that's kind of a form of mysticism. But what's more important here is that the way they code their rituals is with this deliberate kind of inculcation of numerical value into names, the use of specific dates. So it's there. There is something there. But what I try not to do is get too myopic about it or to be led by a cognitive bias, because you can prove anything. And we saw this with 8-4. Trump was not shot on 8-4. Yet, none of the Gematria math that calculated that date will make sense in 1 year. So some number of these individuals were very convinced, and they have huge channels, and I thought, you know what? They're putting the credibility on the line. A lot of people are on the hook here, and there's something very addictive about this prophecy cultism, where you create a cult around a date, and everybody's watching, and it builds up tension, and then the day comes and it goes, and it's like, you think people would scatter. Anyway, it's been fascinating. But here's where it gets a little fuzzy to me, is where they say, okay, the dates between, and I just saw this one today, the dates between the births of Elon Musk and Mark Zuckerberg are 666 weeks. And I think it was 672 weeks, but then they subtracted a day. I mean, it's close enough, I guess, which I guess with Gematria it's okay. Anyway, moving on here. Because I take all kinds of perspectives into account. I just don't take their conclusions. Like, you can agree with the facts because the facts are the facts. It's when you get into conclusions that often involve somebody's, pet theories. And everybody has their explanation as to who controls the world. Like, if you think it's the Jesuits or you think it's the EGIs or the aliens, it's going to really color your interpretation. joined by AJ206. Thank you for joining. Okay, now one more thing. I was listening to a description of January 6th from the perspective of the chief of police at the time. He was being interviewed by Tucker Carlson. And he said that there were 19 known domestic terrorists en route to D.C. 19 known domestic terrorists on their way to 9/11 America. Because that's how they're treating 1/6. They made it into the next 9/11. But think about that. How many hijackers? 19. Led by 33-year-old Mohammed Atta. Then you have the QAnon shaman at the time, 33, who's a major league grifter now, by the way. The QAnon grifter. And he was there, and they knew there were 19 domestic terrorists. Not saying he was one of them, but the number 19 is key here. So I just thought I'd put that out there. I think I have it in my notes. And I listened to the QAnon shaman's interview with Alex Jones, and I just realized I just heard David Icke all over again. It's just David Icke's entire pitch, minus the reptilians, but everything else is there. I mean, if you didn't know, Icke's kind of a shaman. He took ayahuasca before Tales from the Time Loop. He was talking about saving the children back in like 2002 or something, with Children of the Matrix, I think. He was talking about adrenochrome, and the Queen's actually a 12-foot tall, shape-shifting, blood-drinking reptilian. He was way ahead of the curve, but then everybody just forgot about that stuff. It's interesting how things get repackaged. Now nobody's about the reptilians. Now it's trans. It went from reptilians to trans all of a sudden, but it's the same people. Could it be both? Like trans reptilians secretly run the world? All right, continuing, let's go through the Minds notes. Oh, Infinite Plane Trotter says Icke wouldn't go stationary Earth. Yeah, he couldn't make the leap off the edge of the world stage paradigm. He's kind of stuck on the ball. And look, if you're stuck on the ball, you're what I consider to be a ball worshiper. Not that you worship it, but I mean Baal, the god of the world, because the ball Earth is technically, I think, an idol. It's the God construct. And I want to talk more about idols tonight, which is why I brought up Barbie. So we'll go ahead and bring this up next, because how many of you listened or read The Secret Sun? It's a blog spot that I've been keeping up with. It had drawn attention to something that I'm going to pull up here. It has to do with the timing of the Barbie movie, and he's correlated her with the Babylon working. You know, Jack Parsons and all that stuff. So secretsun.blogspot.com. Barbie and the Babylon Bomb. Now, this is interesting because the actress that plays her, her name is it Margot? Margot? Well, the same actress played in that movie Babylon. And here you have her in red, Scarlet. And we were already talking about the movie Asteroid City, about this actress in the desert played by Scarlett Johansson. Again, the Babylon goddess archetype is called the Scarlet Woman. And Marjorie Cameron, the original Scarlet Woman, who was there with Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard, was the first to sight a UFO. Asteroid City, Scarlett Johansson sees the UFO descending. So there's something adding up here. There's a bigger picture, and I have a link here to my Substack article I put out about 3 or 4 months ago about all the various witches in red, the Scarlet Women that we see in all the various movies, from Game of Thrones to Doctor Strange. We have Vanilla Sky, the 100. It's a reoccurring character, most recently played by Rihanna at the Super Bowl, which is entirely connected to this New Age goddess. And what they did is they just rebranded Isis as Babylon. That's the long and short of it. And so the connection here is that Margot Robbie and this Babylon archetype correlates or connects to the actual Barbie doll, which, if you get into the the basis of idols and idol magic and idol worship and dolls, there's really fundamentally no difference between a toy and an idol. And this also ties in to what we saw in the summer of 2020 when Chadwick Boseman died. And you had all these children having ritual funerals for the toy Black Panther. And it was like Rip King. And we'll talk about this some more. I have a lot of this stuff in my notes here. Again, phones are open. If you want to call in, numbers on the screen. Now, someone did ask David Icke about the shape of the world, and he said it didn't matter. That ultimately it's an extension of us, it's a co-creation, it could be a cube. He was in the camp of it didn't matter. And on one level, I can understand what he's suggesting, because he thinks that we're more in a matrix or simulation, and that it's something of a test for us collectively and individually. His book, Tales from the Time Loop, has some very fascinating ideas in that regard. But he didn't get too hyper-focused on shape. To me, the value in that is in the ability to discredit the ones who tell you what it is. And that's really a huge advantage. But I think when you're playing ball, as Icke obviously is, you don't want to really do any real damage. Okay, I'm continuing here. Thinks He's a Penguin 101 said, this would be funnier if it didn't affect everyone in their everyday lives. It's still funny, but would be more enjoyable. Okay, well, the thing is, there are no buttons they can push that will wipe everybody out. Nukes are fake. Asteroids are fake. Space wars, fake. Space junk, fake. Trans reptilians running the world, fake. All these things that they give people to be afraid of, mainstream and alternative, are fake. Sorry to say this, and this might hurt some feelings, but chemtrails are fake. Until proven otherwise. And I'm just saying this stuff because this is ultimately good news. These white pills are good news. These things are fake. These things are not to be feared. Politics is all theater. There are no true enemies at the level of nations because they all share a space station, which is also fake. So we're looking at the fake world order, the lie world order. So in many ways, this is good news. The bad news is, I don't know, we live in a realm of deception, pure deception, from the top down. I mean, it seems sort of off. I mean, it's perplexing. I think that's why we're focused on it. Like, what does it mean that we're witnessing weaponized lying and superstition and emotional manipulation at collective and individual levels, putting people at war with one another? Like, what is this all about? I find it to be very fascinating. That's why I've adopted this radical skepticism, which is what we're really primarily advancing here, is a reintroduction of this level of skepticism. And it's a philosophical position, but we're not just talking about being skeptical about the nature of reality or anything like that. I'm talking about directing it to all claims originating from the worldview shaping mechanism of mass media. Okay, continuing here. 737 says, leave Daddy Icke alone. Look, I like David Icke. I brought him up because QAnon Shaman has basically replaced him. Like, you know how you had Roosh in 2016? You had these alt-right manosphere types. They've been replaced by like Andrew Tate, for example. And I think Icke is being phased out or something, and QAnon Shaman's just stepping up. It's just literally the same story. If 5% of us wake up, we will have a mass awakening. And that's another scam. The idea that they're waking up, because it's a false awakening. You think QAnon Shaman is leading people to an awakening? He's talking about med beds, 5G, some kind of, or fifth dimensional aliens from the Pleiadian, was it the Galactic Federation and Pleiadians, and this suppressed technology, med beds, life extension, great awakening. It's very new agey. And it sounds, and also he talks about, I mean, look, some of the stuff makes some sense, but I'm just saying it's standard new age sewage. Like, it's not original. And it doesn't answer any questions, and it gives a false big picture. The big picture, like, oh yeah, we're all trapped in a matrix, and it's spiritual trap, and if we can just overcome it's a nice story, but I think it's a big picture that ignores the nuance of the fact that it's a man-made picture. It's not aliens, it's not reptilians, it's advanced media, it's religion, high-tech religion. And the more I look at this thing, the more it looks to me like aliens, for example. Aliens are just angels repackaged for atheists. Global warming, we know this. This is just the judgy God who's going to punish the enemies. And notice, with the Christians, if you believe that God's going to flood the wicked and you have to build yourself an ark, you are referring to the political left. Like, those are the wicked. And if you are a believer in this new religion of scientism, then you believe in the flood God. But he's going to flood your enemies who are on the right, the ones who don't believe in science and recycling, the ones who still do capitalism. So these are belief systems that they use in this bifurcated system to set side A against side B in every single way. But it's a mirror. That's my main point. It's a mirror. I'm not saying that these things are equal. I'm not making false moral equivalencies here. I don't think woke and red pill are equal, but they're parallel traps. They each represent fringes of this box. Okay, here, Geometry 101 says correctly, these countries disagree on everything except Antarctica and space. Yeah, look at the International Space Station and the international agreements about Antarctica. It seems like at the extremes of what's way up there and what's way out that way, they seem to agree. And look, I take the mainstream news less and less seriously as time goes on, because we all witnessed 9/11 or experienced the after effects, and it was radical Islamic terrorists, radical clerics. You had these secret jihadi cells in certain mosques that you had to contact, trace these Quranic verses. Where did they get them? Who went to Yemen? You had this story of the stealth jihad. They're taking over school boards. They're infiltrating. Obama's one of them. And that disappeared overnight. And it's been replaced by the same people who were preaching this Islamophobic stealth jihad thing. Well, now they're afraid of Chinese people buying up property and taking over police stations. I'm looking at this and I'm thinking, that's interesting how it's like they just got a memo one day. And they said, okay, it's been 19 years. The whole Islamo-terrorist thing is over. Now we're going to rebrand everything. We have the domestic violent extremists for the next 19 years, the QAnons to replace the Quran radicals, and then we're going to replace the infiltration narrative with the Chinese now. I mean, they've really just replaced these things. So everything is super interchangeable is my point. Samyash says the Abrahamic religions really erased the history of religion of the world. Okay, I agree with that. Although my contention here is that heliocentrism is just the latest of the Abrahamic religions. That scientism, transhumanism, the whole space travel thing, this is the newest iteration of the Abrahamic faiths. That's why it's replete with the 42666 cubes, hexagrams, and all of its symbolism. It's the same system. Saturn V rocket. In fact, they really give this stuff away in so many of their ceremonies. Like on the 50th anniversary of Apollo 11, they projected the Saturn V onto the Washington Monument. Layers of meaning here, showing how one age has just merged with the next one seamlessly. They just projected a new cover onto it. Same exact meaning. And I determined just based on symbolism that the obelisk, the Burning Man, Christ, that it all represented this type of, the way they use Christ. This notion of ascension from the material realm to the celestial. And they've correlated this number 33 with ascension. And we've been talking about this for some time. Well, just found out the other day that escape velocity to escape Earth, according to NASA, is Mach 33. 33 times the speed of sound. Then you have the runway 33 out there at the Kennedy Spaceport in Florida. So we've been correct. I think we've been vindicated. But my point being, the symbolism is the same. It's like whether you're talking about the tree of life and going from the kingdom to the crown, some kind of ascension in consciousness, and you're passing by these spheres named for the planets, or you're talking about space travel. It's all allegory. I think space travel is Masonic allegory. And they used to use stonemasons, and that's why they say Freemasons is all about stonework as allegory for higher states of consciousness or moral improvement, etc. And now I think space travel and transhumanism is like the new allegorical model for the same thing, but the masses are only given the exoteric interpretation. John Cordone says, good call from Rocco last night. Yeah, Rocco at Ground Zero in Maui. And we had another caller as well, a repeat caller who'd called from Colorado, he had said. Dimitri 101 says, Pentagon is surrounded by two highways, 110 and 27. Adds to 137, the 33rd prime. Interesting. I mean, the Pentagon, what interests me is the construction date was 9/11, 1960, was it 1940? Like 60, I think, was it 1941? It's like 60 years to the day. They had to have the 9/11. Yeah, the moon tracker guy who called in was great. We were talking about the moon and he's been tracking the moon, and he predicted an eclipse without basically off his own observations. But he's going to be calling in continually as we lead our up to this great, what is it called? The great, there's some kind of big eclipse. What are they calling it though? And it's going to be on 4/8. So this next April, on 4/8, we got this culmination of a lot of people watching this thing, this Xing across America. And X is really significant right now. We've been talking about this, Twitter becoming X. Then you put the big glowing cross up on the building. And I'm just like, okay, this is interesting because now we have disease X. In fact, I heard something interesting from, I'll bring up the clip where someone had suggested that we're being prepped for the mark of the beast and the X is just a mark. Okay, phones are open. I don't have any voicemails at the moment here, but you're welcome to leave voicemails 24/7. Not Shock says Mach 33, spelled M-O-C-K. Okay, now if you watch the Top Gun movie, which was chronologically 33 years after the first, and the production of the movie itself started 33 years after. But the movie is replete with characters with names like, Phoenix, Hangman, who's an actor, 33, Hangman, if you get it, a Jesus reference. And he was calling himself the Savior and good throughout the movie. You had Rooster, which is another symbol of Christ. I mean, basically every character in that movie had this built-in Christ thing. Tom Cruise, if you didn't know, divorced each of his wives when they reached 33. He's got all kinds of strange 33s connected to him as well. But at the beginning of the movie, he goes Mach 10 in this new experimental craft. And the instant he hits that Mach 10, he says something like, no, it's when he hits Mach 7.3. And 7.3 is a very interesting number in this regard as well, but he goes off the radar. And they all laugh and they say he went over the ballage. They called it ballage of the earth. I'm like, that's a weird word. But they all laughed when they said, oh, he went over the curve. That's why we can't see him. They laughed like it was a joke. But if you haven't seen the Top Gun movie, it is nothing but sun worship. And it's just replete with symbolism where instead of using the obelisk, they're using the planes. It's pretty obvious when you get into it. But I did a whole piece on it because I watched it and every character's name has an occult meaning, and every scene is referencing phoenixes and Christ, and even the name Thomas, Tom Cruise. Well, Thomas means twin, and twin cross, and the second coming, Top Gun 2, is also another reoccurring theme. Thinks he's a penguin says I'm looking forward to the eclipse myself. Yeah, and people may wonder why we are looking at these dates with any kind of expectation. And I think J.P. Morgan said it, that millionaires don't care about astrology, but billionaires do. And that's absolutely true. And it makes all the more sense when you take into account the fact that mainstream media has supplanted the old school religion. The old religion's been supplanted and replaced by media, and all the religions are based on the sun and the calendar year. And so these various psyops happening on certain dates are because these are actually just going over these old traditional dates. I mean, we do really live in this. Let me go back to this article from The Secret Sun because he puts it pretty bluntly at the beginning. He says, the problem with this kind of work is that you start to see everything as a ritual, and most probably a satanic sex magic ritual. That's not your imagination. You're seeing the world the way it really is. Again, this is back to that article, Secret Sun. Barbie, Barbello, Babylon, and the Bomb. The Babylon Working. He says, I bring this up because Barbenheimer, this necromantic working meme that everyone was talking about a few weeks ago, was getting on my nerves. And I was thinking about James Shelby Downward and his King Kill 33 essay. And this is a great piece here. This is from James Shelby Downward, where he talks about the world that we live in right now. And this was written decades ago. And he said, never allow anyone the luxury of assuming that because the dead and deadening scenery of the American city of dreadful night is so devoid of mystery and flat-footed and sterile, so burdened with the illusion of baseball, hot dogs, apple pie, and Chevrolet, that it is outside the psychosexual domain. The eternal pagan psychodrama has escalated under these modern conditions because sorcery is not what 20th century man can accept as real. And that's his introduction to the ritual deconstruction of the execution of, or the assassination of Kennedy. And one thing about the Kennedy thing, because I had looked at this a little closer recently, because there are connections here that have been made between the Kennedy assassination and the Trinity site and the meaning behind it. But Kennedy was shot in the head, the throat, and the chest. And these are the three wounds of Hiram Abiff in the Masonic drama. So like everything really does comport. But we'll go through this a little further here. But if you haven't seen it, I'm going to put a link to the article because this is, again, the Secret Sun .blogspot. And this article here is just making some fascinating connections. And these are things that we've been looking at. But basically, here we go. Trinity was the code name of the first detonation of a nuclear weapon conducted at 5:29 a.m. July 16th as part of the Manhattan Project. This was at the White Sands. And then he's connecting it to the Babylon Working, a series of ceremonies and rituals performed January to March 1946 by Jack Parsons, L. Ron Hubbard, and Marjorie Cameron based on Aleister Crowley, and similar descriptions were in 1917's Moonchild. Now, really quick here, on coincidence, I guess, today I found this, someone posted something here. It turns out that Ghislaine Maxwell has a brother-in-law who was rubbing shoulders with Jack Parsons. Like some fascinating connection there. I'll pull that clip up here. Frank Molina, Ghislaine Maxwell's sister, Christine's father-in-law, and Jack Parsons, 1936. So I looked into this a little bit today and I found a few clips, just kind of some notes about their connections. Daily Beast did a piece on it, so we'll probably return to that, but I'm just bringing it up that you have this connection between the Babylon Working, the creation of our fake space age religion, this momentous ritual. Here it says, the Maxwell twins' husbands have bizarre histories. Here we go. Christine is married to Roger Molina, astrophysicist at the University of Texas. His father hung out with L. Ron Hubbard and Jack Parsons, occultists and transhumanists. A strange echo of Jeffrey Epstein's friends in similar academic and business circles. very interesting all around. I mean, you get these are, I mean, it's a really small circle, but this stuff is worthy of mind mapping. We're just talking about the character that played Barbie, the actress, and this Babylon thing, and that's what we're connecting it to. Because what I take out of all of this stuff here is that in our modern scientism, transhumanist paradigm, this new religion, that's what it is. Our worldview isn't based on science. It's a religious paradigm dressed up like science. But it's a combination of space as heaven and transcendence. It's with that though you also have the Scientology, which is a huge part of it, is the space religion. But built into Scientology is actually the pandemic model, and the pandemic model, and the quarantining, the vaccinating, the curing, the division between those who reject it, etc. That's an updated version of the religious paradigms, dividing society among the saved and the unsaved with sin. Again, virus is just an updated sin construct in this new system. So between Parsons, who brings in the religious thing, the occult side of this, Mystery Babylon, the true religion of this world, and the dressing of Scientology, and then you throw in Marjorie Cameron, the movie star, idol worship, representative of their goddess, Babylon, who's basically Mrs. Satan. You know, Babylon and the beast, they called Crowley the beast. They referred to the high priestess as Babylon. The entire package here, the new religion, the genesis of it all. And how it's all basically built on the movies. That's the main point of, I think, Marjorie Cameron, and the name Cameron just sounds to me like camera on, that ultimately that this new world religion would be given to us not through a Bible, but through the camera lens, a very specifically directed one. And what's more, with this camera lens thing, you bring in Scientology, and I just mentioned Tom Cruise. Well, Scientology has always been about celebrity worship, the celebrity center, and movies. Like the public thinks, oh, it's just a cheap recruiting tactic. No, it's actually, I think it's part of their religion. Catching up on your comments. Jay Digg says Chris Knowles went into that topic on one of his higher side chats. Well, yeah, it's a big topic. I mean, we're going to continue to get into this Scarlet Woman. So if you don't know, or you haven't heard this, the New Age religion has replaced or updated. So ISIS is now Babylon, the Scarlet Woman, or the Mother of Abominations. And this is the goddess of the occult system of Thelema, which is really the main religion that we're in right now. The whole idea of the Great Reset is the Thelemic Great Work. And I think we're actually witnessing the implementation of this. And this is the core. But Crowley believed that the Babylon goddess had an earthly aspect or an avatar, a living woman who occupied the spiritual office of the, quote, Scarlet Woman. This is not unlike the concept of the Pope being the vicar of Christ. And the role of the Scarlet Woman was to manifest the energies of the New Age. And so here you have Marjorie Cameron, who was there with Parsons and Hubbard. And then I was bringing up in this article all these various ways that they represented the same archetype in popular movies. And she's constantly there. This is the Red Witch from Game of Thrones. This is again the Scarlet Witch from Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness. And if you look at Doctor Strange, he looks just like Jack Parsons. That's not a coincidence. Vanilla Sky, Women in Red, and they always have the same kind of connections and meanings. And then, just kind of on the side note, Richard Branson calls his big boat the Scarlet Lady, and then his company is called Virgin, like Virgin Galactic, and it's got all this goddess worship stuff attached to it. And so his whole thing is like, it's interesting because you got Bezos and Musk and NASA. It's all male. It's all these gods. Earth gods, sun gods. But Branson, who's always been depicted as a womanizer, has definitely the goddess angle. And even he has a big goddess on his plane. And if you look at their rituals, like, the rocket launches and stuff, the way that the Branson jet plane goes, it's lewd. If you look at it with the right frame of mind, when the two wings lift up and then you have the the jet on the bottom. I mean, it's you have to watch it to know what I'm talking about, I think, but it's not hard to imagine because what we're talking about here are just ritualized fertility rites dressed up with a little bit of science fiction. So the veneration of the Virgin or the Scarlet Lady, this is all consistent with the space program's ulterior purpose as the de facto state religion's heaven program. The new goddess is the same as the old goddess, the night sky, Isis, Babylon to the New Age. Space is the womb from which the new sun emerges each morning. The entire space program is an allegorical cover for Mystery Babylon. So I brought this article up. This was originally published back in September. But again, more recently, we're just taking a look at Babylon, Margot Robbie, and this Barbie doll thing, this Barbie movie, and how it connects. So we'll get back to that in just a second. This is something that I found this morning on Twitter. It's a Twitter video. It's a video from 9/11. And if you look at the timestamp, it says 11/9/2001, 8:46 and 14 seconds. And I'm thinking this is an inside joke. So if you haven't seen this, you're looking at footage on 9/11, and the cameraman is, as I guess people just did back then, he's just driving around recording morning traffic. And he happens to be recording a billboard for Arnold Schwarzenegger's Collateral Damage. Let me go ahead and play this clip, and then you'll see what I'm talking about. 8:46 a.m. is when 9/11 happens. He zooms out. Now, if you look on the right, you can see the Twin Towers, and he zooms in just on time. Boom. Plane hits it. He just witnessed 9/11 starting. But now he's just going to put his camera back on the car in front of him. Honk honk. Back to his morning routine. Interesting clip. Very interesting. Now, Collateral Damage, though. The thing is, Collateral Damage, the movie, happens to be about terrorism. And in fact, in the movie, Collateral Damage, they had to make changes to the plot because of 9/11. It wasn't out yet, and they had to make some changes because it had some, what you would consider to be predictive programming or even concurrent programming. So they quite literally altered it before they released it. Another thing we kind of glossed over was the shooting in Utah. Now, we always talk about how the political left loves to make their martyrs, their saints, you know, they always, like anybody who dies for any of their causes, they just love to turn them into martyrs. They really love these opportunities. It gives them leverage. And it's mocked. It's like, how can you turn this person into a saint? Or this person into some sort of a martyr? Why do you elevate them? And now the right wing is just as guilty of this. So I'm looking at Jack Posobiec is treating this guy in Utah like a martyr, which maybe he is, but I'm just saying I think it's just too predictable. He says, to me, it looks like what happened in Utah was the regime conducting a show of force. Now, again, the reason why I find this to be kind of off is that the guy in question was tweeting things like, I'm going to shoot the president. Like he was kind of baiting them. So the idea that he's a victim or that this was a show of force, it's just kind of this like partisan, blinkered outlook where they only see what they want to see. It's kind of comical. But you're going to see the story developing because I thought it was just going to pass that, okay, this crazy guy got shot, but no. They're getting behind him. They're turning him into something else. Now he was a good guy. He built a ramp for his disabled neighbor. Here's the tweet from Elon Musk about the upcoming CGI fight. The fight will be managed by my and Zuck's foundations, not the UFC. Live stream will be on X and Meta. Everything in the camera frame will be ancient Rome. Nothing modern at all. I spoke to the PM of Italy and the Minister of Culture. They have agreed on an epic location. Again, bread and circuses. This is totally perfect. We could have predicted it. We're like Zuckerberg idolizes Augustus Caesar, gives himself the Caesar haircut. Facebook is obviously the circus part of the bread and circus equation. Thumbs up, thumbs down, like, dislike. That's kind of the way that Caesar gauges the mood of the fickle masses. It's too perfect. Infinite Plane Trotter says X in Thelema exoteric symbol is Osiris risen. Yes. And you'll notice the Masons pray like that, the Mormons pray like that, the fans of Wakanda pray like that. The X over the chest is a symbol of Osiris risen. 737 says, never seen that video before today. Yeah, definitely subscribe Infinite Plane Society on Twitter and on YouTube. I uploaded it, and you can follow me also on Minds, and I also posted a link to it at ips.monster. I think it was that important that everyone see it, because we're talking about a rare ips.monster. Yeah, there we go. We're talking about a very rare 9/11 clip that most people haven't seen. It was completely new to me. And let me give you some context to what was shown here. It's not just that he caught 9/11 happening and seems sort of like unimpressed, but I'm thinking this is like an inside joke. 9/11 was an inside joke. Did you know the movie Collateral Damage was supposed to include the famous Colombian actress Sofia Vergara, who played an airplane hijacker? But after the terror attack of 9/11, that scene was scratched from the movie. So they got too close. And this is very similar to how they put warnings on Netflix movies now. Like, oh, warning, this movie contains a scene just like the school shooting that you guys should have seen on the news today. Here's another one from the Wikipedia article, Collateral Damage. The September 11th attacks affected the release and editing of the final film. The original trailer was scrapped because it showed a major bomb attack in the United States. Let me just point out really quick, Donnie Darko also had its marketing materials scrapped because it had to do with falling plane parts. And Donnie Darko was directed by the son of a NASA employee, someone who worked at NASA. Also interesting. The film was scheduled to be released on October the 5th, 2001, but it was postponed because of its terrorism theme and the attacks. So they didn't allow this movie to be aired. You know why? Because the mass media wanted to make sure that they were the only ones that could traumatize you with exploding buildings. Because they replayed 9/11 again and again and again for months. And they would always say, after the tragic events of 9/11, and it took a few years for them to stop saying the tragic events of. It was all just neuro-linguistic programming. And again, they are the MK Ultra mind control masters, and they didn't want to lose that stranglehold they had on that. Now it says, following this, Warner Bros. Removed any mentions of Collateral Damage from their website, their radio stations, television, and movie theaters. All trailers and posters for the film were also recalled. This is an Arnold Schwarzenegger movie. Eventually it was released. Not until February of 2002. Wow, that's a interesting little bit of predictive programming. I mean, again, if you missed the clip here, all you're seeing is the cameraman filming the billboard for the upcoming movie, which again was postponed because of what's about to happen. Then he zooms in on the towers. The attack happens at 8:46 a.m. on time. Mercury's rising. First hit happens at 33 seconds after 8:46 on this guy's clock. But anyway, Collateral Damage. 9/11 was an inside joke. The Shield channel says there are at least two big jokes hiding in plain sight on the official world map. America looks like a duck, and Antarctica looks like a brain. NA Literalist says rocket science and rocket surgeons. You know, I was just watching some movie, I think it was a series. It was called Brand New Cherry Flavor, about this 1990s filmmaker who gets screwed over by a director and consults a witch, gets revenge. Very interesting stuff. I mean, there's a lot of quality programming. Anyway, one of the bad guys in it says it's not rocket surgery. Kind of a. I was like, it sounds better than it's not rocket science. Because rocket science is not rocket science. Rocket science is movie magic and acting. So I'm going to start saying it's not rocket surgery. Jay Diggs says camcorders were not as convenient as cell phone cams. Why was he videotaping traffic? Yeah, you know what? That's an important point too. When we look at psyops today, everybody has a phone. If you trip and fall in a subway, people are going to videotape you. If you start getting attacked, people are going to videotape you. If something goes down, terror attack, whatever, they will videotape you. It's just how it works these days. So we're used to this total surveillance society because we've just been acclimated to it. But when 9/11 happened, it wasn't like that. Not at all. It was more like a lot of people still decided I'm not going to be tracked by the government until 9/11 happened. Then everybody bought one. So they had a lot of creative control is my point. Skyfish says, this is wild. I bet there's tons of footy like that that's not released. Well, look, my take on that piece is I think that was a plant. That they have a lot of planted footage. And that they only selected the ones that they needed to create the composite that they wanted. And that his job was to catch it at that moment from that angle, and he did his job, and also probably include that inside joke. Infinite Plane Trotter says 1968 to 2001 is 33 years. The towers were completed in 68. I think their construction began in 68, and I think they completed and opened on 4/4. I got to double check. 73. I don't know if that's exactly it, but I know it was 33 years from creation to destruction, if you want to look at it that way. And it makes sense. 9/11, the national emergency number, was established in 1968. So we had 33 years of dialing 9/11 for emergencies before 9/11 happened. 13 years after the buildings go down, the new one opens on 11/3/2014. 13, the number of the Phoenix death resurrection, and it's 1,776 feet high. 1776, which is 888 times 2, which you get into the meaning of the stuff and it all makes perfect sense. It's a long-term ritual, and the language of it tells you that these things were built to be pulled down in that manner on that date it was known before they were even built. It wasn't like this was some scheme that George W. Bush came up with. This wasn't some thing that they just dreamed up, like running up to the 2000s. No, this was actually obviously scripted before. You can find predictive programming for 9/11 in Dr. Strangelove, 1963. You can find predictive programming for 9/11 in Full Metal Jacket and in The Shining. I'm talking about Kubrick. Like, this was something that was planned a long time ago, and predictive programming is part of their process of conditioning you to accept what's coming as inevitable, as likely, no matter how incredible. Now, let me check on that date, on the opening date. The reason why I thought it was interesting, World Trade Center opening date, because we talked about the Pentagon and how it started on 9/11. Yeah, so the World Trade Center officially opened on 4/4/73, and 4/4, of course, was the date Trump was brought in, and it was coincidentally the anniversary of MLK's assassination, who was compared to Moses, and then Trump has since been promoted from Jesus to Moses. Pentagon construction, 9/11. Again, 1941. So 60 years to the day. Nicotrauma says, trying to listen to this with a 5-year-old is like trying to wrestle. Yeah, I believe it. You can get the replay, though. And the replays are going to be at infiniteplane.live. Just get on the newsletter. I'll send the archives out. But then also we're going to have the 24/7 on. Okay, continuing here. I want to go through my notes. I didn't want to go through the entire Secret Sun article. I need to finish reading it. But I just wanted to point out that there is something here between this Barbie and Oppenheimer and this link. I want to watch the movies before I get too much deeper into it. But the next thing I have to get to, and this was sent to me by Mr. Trustworthy. This is a big deal, I think. You know, the 3 charged with assault over a wild WWE style attack on the Alabama dock worker. So back to this Alabama fight and this question as to whether or not it was real. You can look here, one of the characters is actually wearing stripes just like a ref, which is both Masony and very much part of why people say it looked like World Wrestling Federation or Entertainment. But then get this. The guy the 16-year-old kid who swam across the river, he's got one shoe on, or one slipper on. And his username on Instagram is it's the King Jabber 77. So you have the King name again. And I mentioned the guy with the chair, Reggie Gray. And Reggie Gray, the name Reggie made me think of Reginald Denny. And I think the connection here is strong because we're talking about Rodney King. And Reggie means king. And the Rodney King was incited because of the Rodney King beating is what incited the LA riots, which came to a close after Reginald Denny, the name Reggie again, gets hit on the head. So you have the white and the black, the person getting hit on the head. All of this stuff seems like callbacks. But anyway, King Jabber 77 has this picture. Here he is with one foot in a slipper, one with a shoe, and it says, the operative Mason's lodges there was a custom of requiring a newly indentured apprentice to hand over his left shoe to confirm his obligation. Now that's kind of an interesting one because we always wondered why are we always seeing a single shoe at every psyop? What's with all these shoes in every picture? And it seems to be symbolic or representative of something. So here's a post explaining it. The men were white and the guard was a black man. Physical altercation. The young man named Aaron Rudolph swam across the water to help the guard. The other black, and he's only talking about this in racial terms because this is how it's been described. And he's suggesting that this is all black and white, symbolic in the Masonic sense. Here we go. The other black people joined the brawl and hit the men with chairs. Was this a real altercation or was it staged? The video didn't go viral by accident. Montgomery is where the bus boycott started in 1955 with Rosa Parks. Now on this, I saw a meme and it said, have a seat, 1955, Rosa Parks. Have a seat, 2023, with Reggie Gray hitting somebody with a chair. And Reggie Gray hitting somebody with a chair, chairman, was 42. Is 42. Rosa Parks, when she had a seat, was 42. So there's some rhyming here. And then Trump even said something about, you guys are fighters, you're going to fight, 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 they will see. Like Trump was actually talking about how the people there in Alabama were ready to fight. And then this happens right after. The post here goes on to say, there's a lot of historical racism in Alabama. I think this might be a staged event to fan racial flames. The teenage boy Rudolph has an Instagram account. He has a shirt that looks like a Skull and Bones reference. He has a picture of hooded individuals that looks like a Masonic cult posted on 3-3. He has a missing sock in the video. It looks to be a Masonic reference. Was this an initiation? Reports have called this a WWE style attack, hinting that it's fake. Why else use the WWE reference? When videos like this are in the media, you must use your critical thinking skills. The media likes racial tension, and they use television for social conditioning. They feed off your negative energy to promote anger, resentment, and hatred. They control the masses through their emotions. The media loves keeping the people on low vibes. This is another divide and conquer, mind control, staged event. Have you figured it out yet? Interesting points raised here. Just bring it up for your perusal, and here you go. The 16-year-old who swam across the river to be a hero echoes back again to that story back in the spring where the 16-year-old rang the wrong doorbell and then he was shot. And here's the connection here, I think, is this. A 16-year-old shot by homeowner after ringing doorbell. This is back in April. The 84-year-old white man accused... Oh, 84. interesting for a couple of reasons. But the 8-4 was a big reference we were looking at, and the idea of the 8-4 date and this potential shooting. Anyway, this is all back from April. We were talking about the 16-year-old who rang the wrong doorbell and got shot. And so it's a 16-year-old black kid, old white man. The grandson of the white man who shot a black teen gave an interview, and he said that his grandfather got really into Trump. This was another part of the story. So the grandson went on the news, and he said there were warning signs. I wasn't shocked when I held the news. I knew he held racist tendencies and beliefs. So this is this individual dishing out on his grandfather. His grandfather hasn't even been tried yet. You're innocent until proven guilty, but he's like, yeah, he was an old racist. Anyway, I know in here they blame Trump. And yeah, it goes in here. His grandfather supported extreme right-wing views and conspiracy theories. Oh, conspiracy theories. He was a conspiracist. They love that. You're a conspiracist. So if you put it all together with this Alabama thing, the 16-year-old going as a hero this time, I think this is all just elaborate, meta-scripted storytelling over a period of months. And again, they do it for social control and conditioning. Going through some comments here, make sure I haven't missed anything. 6079 Smith says Jordan's last game was Trump's 42nd birthday. Okay, now Trump's 42nd birthday was an interesting one. When he turned 42, they had a UFO. They had a UFO descend from the ceiling, and they had fireworks. 1988, Trump celebrated his 42nd birthday at one of his casinos, featuring a laser show and a 15-foot spaceship, with magicians and dancers performing to Michael Jackson's Bad, reworked in his honor. I would like to see a video of this because I believe the lyrics were changed. But anyway, I thought this was fascinating because here you have Trump and the 42 thing. And of course the alien spaceship, which 42 has all these connections with the Space Needle and the idea of ascension into the heavenly realm in this new modern context. And then of course it's Trump, and then 42. You know, UFO adds to 42 if you want to get into the gematria, but there are so many things we can go into with this particular piece of information, but I want to stay on topic. We've been covering the Margot Babylon thing. Then we see this buildup of resentment for the FBI shooting this guy with a gun. And, you know, the whole gun control agenda is moving in some very interesting directions right now. And this can't be disconnected from this. And people are remarking that the FBI has ignored threats before when they come from lefties, you know, like Kathy Griffin and the severed Trump head, or Madonna talking about blowing up the White House, or Johnny Depp asking when the last time someone assassinated a president. But then you have this guy who posts some things on the internet, and yeah, he gets shot. But in the defense of the FBI, if you believe the official story, the guy did upload some pretty extreme comments, and he was dressed up in full battle gear. I mean, I'm just like, what do you expect? He invited the swatting. Thinks he's a penguin says, I thought it was weird one of the guys named arrested was Shipman. Yes, Chase Shipman. And he was the guy that was chased away. Angle of Elevation says, in War of the Worlds, we stopped the aliens with a virus. Now that the government has admitted aliens are real, I surely hope we have a deadly virus to stop them from invading. Fascinating. That is true, though. And same with Independence Day. They used a computer virus to shut it down. Will Smith saved us. And Independence Day was directed by Roland Emmerich, and it gave us a lot of the visuals we would need to understand 9/11, in that we were supposed to gather around the president. Because in that movie, the aliens destroy all the buildings and the cities, and then the president saves us. And it's notable that Roland Emmerich directed Moonfall, the 21 film about the moon falling on us, because it gave us a lot of visuals that we'll need to comprehend the idea of space junk when China starts, or Russia, whoever, starts shooting down the 42,000 CubeSats. NA Literalist says, what if an Uber driver rings the wrong doorbell on a house? Before this happened, and it might have been a hoax, I mean, I'm inclined to think these things are all connected, even on a national level. There was a local incident where an Uber driver went to the wrong house here and got shot. So now I see them with big bright Uber signs on their windows. Salty Siren says 42 descend upon the earth the fall. Yes. Well, look, 42 has everything to do, I believe. Well, I have some new stuff on this as well. But you have the number 42 and 24. Both of these can be references, in my view, to Saturn. And you can get the astrological symbol of Saturn by combining the two. But the Space Needle has been a focus here because the Space Needle is actually designed to be a UFO, and I think it represents the same thing that the old obelisks represent, which is ascension into the heavenly realm. And of course the UFOs, they descend, and these are your saviors from above. But the number and what it represents, Saturn and falling, is tied into all of these things. The Space Needle being in Washington, which is the 42nd state, and it's a 42-second ride to the top. The UFO on the Space Needle's 42 meters wide. Like, the code is throughout, and it's very, very consistent. And it's the same reason why we see it throughout Elon Musk's projects. Here's a reference point to that thing about the domestic terrorists. Ex-Capitol Police Chief thinks multiple federal agents were in the January 6th crowd. There were 19 domestic terrorists at January 6th being tracked by the FBI. 3 days later, on the day of the riot, the number of domestic terrorists by the FBI they were tracking went up to 19. So 19 terrorists, January 6th, again 19, 9/11, 33-year-old leader, Muhammad Atta, 33-year-old leader, QAnon shaman. In terms of just the blatant visuals of it, it's like, who's the leader here? Well, it's the guy who sits in Nancy Pelosi's chair with the big headdress on. Okay, moving forward here. And one more thing about the wrong doorbell. That happened in a few places all at once. And it was being commented on widely. And then it stopped happening. Like, they do this. They build up their narratives for a psyop to get some kind of legislation passed. And then they move on to the next thing. But it's not actually real, most of the time, generally speaking. Like, whatever it is they're hyping, more often than not, it's not real. And I noticed something else too. After the Allen, Texas shooting, there was a guy with the cowboy hat who claimed that he was first on the site and that he was rolling bodies to see who was alive, and a girl didn't have a face. And then he gave CPR and he saved a life. There's all these, he's like a hero. Well, then the Allen Police Department, the APD, puts out a press release saying this guy is not credible. He's not a credible witness. What do you mean he's not a credible witness? He was on all the mainstream outlets, and his story was repeated in all of the big newspapers and all of the popular left-wing podcasts, and not one of them offered a retraction. So the propaganda of the girl without a face has already cemented itself in history, even though it's being called fake by the police, because somewhere within that department, somebody not in the know didn't get the memo. Like, today we're going to take some false reports from these guys because we are running a psyop. And that's an important consideration whenever we talk about psyops. We're not talking about a rogue news agency or small group hoaxing people. These are all top-down events that would require cooperation at levels that go up to the top of the media corporations and include government. I think the term is capstone event Wolfgang Halbig used to describe these. J. Digg says 42 months or 1,260 days is prevalent in the book of Revelation. Fascinating. Now, if you want to call in on any of the topics tonight, we've talked about Musk versus Zuck. Is that going to be fake or real? I think we know it's going to be fake. I mean, can you imagine like Musk with a bloody nose? I mean, what do you think is going to happen? There's no way. Size-wise, Musk has him beat. I don't know if anything else really matters. Second, Barbie and oh yeah, Barbie is Miss Satan and it's idol worship. That's just the long and short of it. They're not just Barbie dolls. It's not about feminism. It's actually about some kind of occult connection with a spiritual or demonic entity that takes up residence in an idol that's symbolically linked to it. And this is all that Kabbalistic magic. So, in other words, burn your Barbie dolls if you don't want your children growing up worshiping at the altars of Mystery Babylon. But if they're in the movie theaters, they already are. You're in the black cube. I mean, we're born into this. You can't really fault anybody. Infinite Plane Trotter says, my money is on Musk. I could see Musk, body slamming him. Because I think that Zuck is training. I think he's training for like the ground game or something. I don't know. We'll see. They're not going to be slugging it out. I don't think Musk has the endurance. And Zuck is also, if you believe the videos, I mean, he looks fake. I'm sorry. He's never looked real to me, the Zuckerberg. Okay, so this is what I wanted to say. I had new information on this. The symbol of the planet Saturn. This is from Wikipedia Astrological Symbols. And I've been saying that the number 42 represents Saturn, and that the 4 is the cross, and the 2 is the scythe of Saturn. Well, here's the actual interpretation, and I don't think I'm off anyway. Wikipedia.com/astrological_symbols. Symbol of Saturn represents matter, which is the cross, taking precedence over the spirit, which is the crescent. So we were talking about how the number 42 represents falling or descent, and I think it means the descent of light into the material realm, which is represented by the black cube. And the number 4 is the cross, and a cube is just it's a folded up cross, but these are symbols that represent this realm. Like Christ crucified on the cross is essentially bound to the cube, bound to the realm. And then the number of transcendence, 33, which was his age, is the age that you transcend matter. So if the 42 represents this, the domination of the spirit by matter, then the 33 in the ascension is pretty much the opposite, the overcoming of matter. But this is the God of the world. They represent it in various ways. And when I say God of the world or Baal worship, I mean quite literally the earth god and the God of the harvest, which is what the Grim Reaper thing really represents. We're talking about cycles of life and death, the God of recycling, reincarnation. That's why it was 13 years after the towers fell that they opened a new one. 13 is their number of death/new cycle. Going through some comments here. Oh yes, Jeff Bezos' house didn't burn in Maui from what I saw. It might be a rumor though, it came from CBK News. But he's got a clock. Jeff Bezos has a 42, is that number? $42 million clock in the Devil Mountains, Sierra Diablo Mountains. $42 million clock that's going to last 10,000 years. And I think 10,000 represents the return of Saturn, which is 10,000 days. And then the clock itself is chronos, or time. Again, it's all the same. They have all their clever ways of paying homage and worshiping the god of this realm, the god of the time-space, the god of the Abrahamic religions. And if you look at the symbol of Saturn in any of these ancient depictions, you got Kronos eating his child. Well, it's not about cannibalism. Kronos eats the 12 children and then spits them out at the end of the year. It represents the 12 months. Father Time. Grim Reaper, it's just allegory, and these are personifications, but the Kronos eating the child is one, but the other common one is Saturn with a knife or a scythe killing a baby or stabbing a kid. And it's like, well, what are you seeing here? It looks grotesque. And when you look at this as allegory, it makes a lot more sense. It's just all symbolic. But the Abrahamic faiths are based on Abraham. And Abraham, if you look at the depictions of him, you have him taking Isaac to the top of the hill and he's about to stab him. And I would posit here that Abraham about to stab Isaac is actually just a depiction of Saturn in a new iteration, in this new cultural context. Here's an article from XX1133122111, one of the channels that was predicting that Trump would get a head wound on 8-4. He put a compilation of what he called Rocket Men, and this is a fascinating collection, and I think these are worth going through. We've discussed all of them, and I have some I can add to it. Donald Trump called Kim Jong-un, leader of North Korea, Rocket Man during his first term, and he tweeted about him. I spoke with President Moon of South Korea last night, asked him how Rocket Man is doing. Now, Rocket Man, Kim Jong-un, was born on January 8th. January 8th is the same birthday as Elvis Presley and David Bowie. Interesting as we go forward here. Now, I'm not going to read all of this, but I just mainly want to focus on these connections. David Bowie releases a song like a Rocket Man. He's got his black star. And in the Elvis movie, twice, he talks about riding a rocket to the Rock of Ages, whatever the hell that means. But now, here's what's interesting. We're getting into the part that I want to add on to. You have Elton John, Rocket Man, who put out a movie, Rocket Man. Elton John released his hit song, and recently a movie about his life was released entitled Rocket Man. The same black star as Elvis, Kim Jong-un's North Korean flag, and David Bowie's album cover, Black Star. Now, this is what I'm finding to be kind of trippy, though. Jack Parsons is mentioned here as well, and he was a Rocket Man. So I think what we're seeing, as I've been saying before, that the rocket is just a restylized obelisk. Here it gives you some more information on Parsons, rocket engineer and chemist. And this is before rocket science was CGI. Like they were actually blowing things up. He was the founder and inventor of the first jet propulsion rocket engine. He abandoned Marxism studies to follow Aleister Crowley. He was recognized by Crowley and the Agape Lodge leader in 1942. So he was the American counterpart of Aleister Crowley. And again, he looks like Doctor Strange, or Doctor Strange looks like him. Jack Parsons and L. Ron Hubbard performed their Babylon Working series of ceremonies in January to March 1946. And this whole ceremony actually has connections to Donald Trump. Like some think that he was the vessel that whatever they summoned went to go inhabit, that he is the Antichrist. I mean, it's an interesting connection we might get into later. These rituals were designed to manifest these energies on the earth. There's a novel about this called Moonchild by Aleister Crowley. Now we're looking at these rocket men and what the rocket means. And it means, essentially, I think, especially with Elvis, it makes it very clear in Bowie. So if you remember when Elon Musk sent the Starman to space, it was playing a David Bowie song on repeat, Starman, which has everything to do with the star, or Saturn, I think, the black sun, all these things. So he goes up into space, Starman, in the Tesla Roadster. And Starman is an anagram for Mr. Satan, and Bowie is the man who fell to Earth. If you just called, you can call right back. I accidentally hung up on you. So Bowie's the man who fell to Earth. And I think that's what the rock star archetype represents. Fallen angels, or Satan. We'll get back to this. Hey, what's up, caller?
Hey, what's going on there? Caller.
Just going through a few interesting blogs that I found today.
Are we live here?
Yeah, we are live here. And where are you calling from?
I'm calling from Pennsylvania.
Okay, and what are you calling about in particular?
The Ohio. Here is the heart of everything, Ohio.
Yes, where you had your toxic airborne
I
event.
think they changed. I think they changed their logo.
The slogan.
It's no longer the heart of everything. It's now they got a new logo, not logo, but
Slogan. The slogan.
slogan.
The slogan was changed to the heart of everything in 1984, and I think it just represented something symbolically about the heart of America in the MAGA view. And what they were showing was MAGA just had a heart, or the vision of MAGA. The old America is dying. It's unregulated. It's greedy and bloated and needs to be phased out. That was the message of it. But um, what else about Ohio, is going on right now?
Well, like I said, they just changed their logo. It's not the heart is here or something.
Let me take a look and see. Okay, Ohio slogan: with God, all things are possible. Oh no, yeah, no, no. I found it here. It says Ohio, the heart of it all. It returned to its old tourism slogan
It's
this year.
not that.
It changed back to it this year. Here's from Cincinnati.com. May 10th, 2023. Ohio returned to its old slogan, the heart of it all. So they just switched it back just in time for all these psyops, which reference the heart and ultimately lead to this idea of America having clogged arteries, represented by derailed trains and capitalism run amok.
All right, now Tim, you know I run into Ohio every day. Every 5 days, I run into my what I do for my work, and yeah, that slogan has changed. It's not the heart of it all anymore.
Now, were you anywhere near Palestine when the train derailed and you had that massive black cloud?
Was I close to it? No. You know where I was at.
Oh, that's right. That's right. You drove in.
Yeah, I had to drive into it.
Well, whatever their
I
new
had to
slogan
drive in
is,
through go ahead.
no, whatever the slogan is, the purpose of that psyop, in my view, was actually to kill the Griswolds. The Griswolds, the whole,
Oh, I
if you watch that movie White Noise, you'll immediately get what I'm talking about.
I have not watched that yet, but I do 100% agree with you that it's a bunch of BS.
Fake.
I went there. There was nothing going on there.
No, and I had
Now,
people.
I
There were people freaking out saying that the fish are dying. There was this AI generated news site that said that the Mississippi River Valley was now poisoned. And
I I I went there, Tim. I put my hand in the creek, and I dropped my phone in there actually. And no, the fish were not dying. Let's not go there. That's it's not as bad as what they're trying to say it is. What is it? Something real? Probably something real happened there.
no, well, what happened was a really good movie. I mean, White Noise was probably used to look. I mean, we already talked about this a million
Yeah, I
times,
didn't
but
watch that movie.
no, the thing is, the actors, the extras in that movie were actually evacuated when the real derailment happened. And this was commented on by CNN as just a coincidence. And I'm like, no, obviously life follows psyops, or psyops follow
Well,
life, or what? How does it work? We got to update this thing because it raises a few questions, about what causes what, or And they say it's eerie
Well,
coincidence, but I'm like, no, it's conditioning.
however you want to say it, it doesn't matter. I mean, I was there. I was at Ground Zero with the whole Ohio train thing. I have family that lives there, and they really do believe that this thing happened. So I mean, I got kind of both sides. Our side that says no, this was a psyop, and their side that says no, it's something happened.
Well, the difference is this.
So
They believe something happened, and I don't believe. I know something happened that was televised.
I don't believe either.
So the difference, though, is this, is that the masses are a bunch of believers, and they fight over beliefs. And I'm just saying that beliefs are worthless and impotent, and that they're there to distract you from actually knowing what's going on. And that's what separates what we have been doing here, is we're separating knowledge from just subjective belief. I don't live in TV land. I don't live in a Netflix movie, but apparently the masses do.
Wow, we know you don't believe in TV land. I don't either.
But sad we have to say that. Like, my frame of reference isn't this fictional construct, which I call the world stage. But I'm entertained by it nonetheless. It's just immersive entertainment. But we're surrounded by true
Oh, would it?
believers.
It's definitely entertainment. As an IPR reporter, I go out there and I'm just looking for everything that they are faking. I'm in Pittsburgh, and they did that whole thing with this Bowers guy.
What is that about?
Oh, the Bowers guy who shot up the synagogue here like 7 years ago or something like that.
Oh, yeah. In fact, I believe it was...
Why did it take like 7-8 years to put an end to it?
I'm pretty sure the rabbi there was Gene Rosen, repackaged like a new gig. But and look, for anybody who finds it in poor taste that we're entertained by the PSYOP entertainment complex, or that we find it entertaining, I read this article today by a doctor who's like 101, and he was talking about one of the things that has allowed him to remain in control of his mental faculties is he's always found things to be entertained by, things to be intrigued by. But entertainment is engagement, and I think we have to remain engaged. I don't believe in tuning out. I don't think we can go off the grid. I think that the approach that we have makes a lot more sense, for long-term sanity. Imagine how lost. I mean, I just look back at how lost I was. Not lost, but at the time I didn't know. But clearly, I was just believing whatever I heard from whatever sources I could get it from. I had some critical thinking, obviously, but I accepted a lot of things just as sort of a baseline. I even recall seeing the Earth from the ISS on a big screen TV, on a roommate's TV, and I couldn't understand why they were impressed by it, but it didn't strike me as fake. I just thought it was boring.
Don't do that. I mean, ISS from your friend's TV. We all know that's a bunch of bullshit.
Well, now
Come
we do.
on.
Now we do. At the time, no way. You would have had no
No.
frame of reference where it didn't exist.
Well, I'm calling you out, Tim. Thank you for all the ISS bullshit.
Well, look, the biggest debunk for anybody, look at the spacewalks and look at the lighting.
That's the biggest debunk.
The lighting underwater, it's underwater lighting. You can tell. Like when light is underwater. Hey, I got another call coming in. So if you want to call back in a bit, feel free.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I'll call back in a
Good
bit.
talking to you. All right. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey Tim, it's Pete Trippa. How you doing?
Excellent. Very interesting times.
Always. I'm calling in about Maui. I don't know what's the conversation about tonight. Is it open phones or is there a direct conversation about something?
Anything. We've had a caller from Maui, and that's obviously been a topic
Oh,
as of
really?
late. So yeah, absolutely. It's what's your take on it?
Okay, well, so if just let me know if you can't hear me or anything. So I'm on other channels, and of course, the fringe here is a little bit more balanced and trustworthy, obviously at IPS. But I think it's really interesting how people catch the bait of the DEW weapons, like, or whatever they're called. Right? Isn't that like stand for like direct energy weapon or something like that? And
Yes,
that's like tied
direct
to
energy
9/11 and all
weapons.
that stuff.
Yeah, I see that. And I'm like, why do they fall for that immediate bait? Because they can discredit that.
I
And
think it's hilarious. Yeah. Yes. Yes. So, and I think that's a good example of the guard railing that you speak of. We're supposed to experience it. Now, I'm still stuck in whether these events either have to happen or they are pushed to happen by the elites, or they naturally happen. So now that goes into like a bunch of different categories that I probably won't go into today, but the burning, decimation, obliteration, which is representative of a nuclear attack, I think that's something to talk about on the show tonight. I mean, I don't know if you already did this, but August is nuclear. It's nukes fall, things burn, things blow up in August. I don't know why. I don't know. Or they remember Brazil? When did
no, you're
I
right.
didn't really
It
do
was,
any research.
It was Beirut.
When did Brazil? Yeah.
Beirut in 2020, you had the 75th anniversary of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and those two bombings were echoed by 2 August mushroom cloud blasts. And it was a thing in August. And it is a theme right now, it seems like. You're onto something with this. And it does seem kind of funny that here we are talking about Barbie, a bombshell. And the whole bikini comes from Bikini Island, and the bombshell is a reference to the bomb testing at the Bikini Islands. So you have this correlation between the islands and the nuclear tests, and I think there's something here. I think there's something here to...
100%, 100%. It comes across in the news. Here in New England, it's like, it's so far away, no one really feels, the pain of it. So I'm sure other people experience it that way too. I don't really know anyone in Maui per se. So to many people, it's, quote, just a fire. Right? I'm pretty sure it's similar to what other people may have felt like during World War II. It's just, all right, maybe that I'm kind of saying too much there, but like, you know what I mean? Like,
well, here's something
like,
too.
okay, yeah, bomb fell. You know what I mean?
One of the main culprits, and I predicted this before I even opened up any of the articles, is that they're going to use this to blame climate change. And the reason why climate change is significant here is, like the nukes, it represents a global threat that requires a global solution. So I would think, from the Metascript perspective, it would make more sense to blame it on climate change than a nuke. Because if somebody's nuking everybody, they take that person out. But if climate change is happening, we have to solve climate change. So maybe they decided this makes more sense.
I mean, in the state of Massachusetts, I mean, there's a lot of hypnotized, mesmerized people here. There are some people who get it a little bit, but it's tough, because everyone's pigeonholed into the two sides. You're either red or you're blue or whatever. So they don't think that there's another way out of the rabbit hole. This concept of climate change is pervasive. It's catching on so much here that I've never heard people say, "Oh, Biden's done so much for this climate change than any other." I'm like, wait a second. Let's read what president has ever done anything? Like, it's so, I don't know. Just to take a political stance on anything related to climate change, it's so immeasurable. I went to school for physics. It's so. That's not a great example, but it's like that. I'm just saying it's so impossible. It's so difficult. I'll just say it this way: it's so difficult to measure how one cow fart can measure, can influence,
Can
a
drown,
whole
it can drown a
world.
polar bear. It can cause an ice cap.
Right.
It's the melting of the ice caps caused by this. And ultimately,
Right.
though, it's blaming capitalism. But I think what you're bringing up here is that you have the idea of science where you can attach it to facts. And then you have this where they put the burden on you. The onus is on you to believe it and then to get appropriately angry. And if you don't believe
Yes.
it, they get mad at
Yes,
you.
to blindly believe whatever the news tells us, and that's where I have found that either here at IPS or other groups related in some way, shape, or form to IPS. I'm sorry to say, I mean that's just the nature of the beast. You have to go out. You have to see. You have to go into different rooms or whatever. But to have this month of August be like a month of, let's say, devastation, there has to be some cyclical event, like clockwork, that they know is going to happen, that they can predict, and that they know that they can influence, and just say, okay, yeah, maybe the sun was hot enough. I'm just using this as an example. I don't know if the sun...
I think you might be onto something. I came across this thing today where somebody correlated, because we're on the final day of the dog days of summer, which is the dog star Sirius behind the sun. And according to the occultists, this means that the sun's power is magnified. And on the 8th of August, this alignment occurs. There's like some kind of a portal, they say, but it's the alignment of Orion's belt with Sirius. So you have this alignment with the sun, and that seems to correlate with the timing of this fire. So there may be, and look, we had a random big fire lighting up part of the city here, and then a random fire to the west, and it could be coincidental, but I've observed enough correlations between summer solstice and fires that I started to think, okay, we got to look to see if this is part of a bigger pattern.
Yes, it is. You're hitting the nail on the head, and that's what I'm trying. I'm probably a little bit more woo-woo in the sense that maybe fires like this are supposed to happen, and I tend to believe that, although I try to take more of an IPS balanced approach where, whatever. But I want to believe that they're supposed to happen, right? And that's where the elites become, and this is where I'm calling myself out. I'm a little bit glowy in this respect. Like, I think that they are the good guys in the sense that they can't let us know the true nature of where we are, who we are, and why we're here. But they can lie to us just enough. It's like a parent with their children. Like, you just don't want to tell them that Santa Claus is fake, And I'm taking this quite literal, quite seriously, actually, Tim. And I'm saying, I think the elites really do know. Maybe not. I actually don't think that Bill Gates knows the true nature, but there are people above him that do know that this is either a flat plane or some version of a realm that they know more about, kind of like the vibes of Cosmos kind of version that we talk about often here, where, something like the Earth goes through like an icing and cooling, or I should say heating and cooling stage, like a clock, right? But I think that these things are supposed to happen at a specific time of year, and they know it. And maybe the Bill Gateses do know the clockwork function of it, but they don't know the why, or how we're even here. I mean, this is really so we've talked about how we, in some cases, we're philosophical scientists, and this is a real existential question, but we don't know why exactly we are here, and I think that's the control part and why they need to cover it up, because if even I think you said this a couple nights ago, if even 10% of the globe figured it out, it's over. It's like a domino. It's how Tim Ferriss, I don't know if you ever heard of Tim Ferriss, the 4-Hour Work Week. I'm big
Yes,
into personal
yes.
development,
Yes.
but like he calls it the big domino in marketing. You know, you just tell your followers or your whatever, just your once you figure out the big domino, the rest of the dominoes they fall right in place or they're just irrelevant. And what I'm trying to say with that is like the elites try to guard or guardrail the big domino. The second people start searching, I mean, I'm a little iffy on the dome concept. I'm a little bit on your side with the infinite plane. I think that's a good open notebook kind of way to, but who's to say that like what happened in Maui is what the concept of obliteration or fire and brimstone that's supposed to happen at this time of year? Who's to say?
Okay, look, this is intriguing to me. I mean,
Yeah.
I remember
It's a lie. It's a lie. It's a lie.
Okay, November 3rd, 2019, 3,000 of us live were watching Seattle because we were convinced that they were going to, based on predicted programming, blow up the Space Needle. Didn't happen, we were watching, but at the same time, there was a big Space Needle in Turkey that mysteriously blew up. And we were like, okay, do they have like a set date for things to happen? And we spoiled this particular one. It just got me thinking about this. And I have noticed that you will find a lot of the big psychological operations, the big sporting events, actually comport with these older religious calendars that are based on the movements of the sun and the period of time of the year that we're at. Like, not a coincidence that submersible drama happened as we entered into Cancer and we hit the summer solstice. So yeah, they're definitely timing psychodramas and major events, even fires, to go along with what I would consider to be pagan holidays. And so what I think there's a correlation here, but
Wow.
but why are they doing it? And this is what I'm pointing out is like, okay, they're doing it based on the same calendar, but why? And that's a good question. Are they? Is this? It's fascinating to me. I don't have all the answers, but I think it's an old system.
Well, on a smaller scale, a lot of those things like the Turkey, explosion, that there was a fringe story related to that back when it happened that it uncovered some underground tunnels. Now, that could be mud flood theory. That could be, or I should say human trafficking kind of stuff, It could be because they did talk about a lot of those things. If you have your finger on the pulse and you start seeing this stuff, it almost like kind of rhymes every year. And after, for me, year 3, it doesn't even faze me, So the clockwork part, I think we need to nail that down. Someone in the chat, in the Discord or the Gilded has. It's either you or someone else has really ironed out a lot of the calendar, events. But it's still, I think the elite still manipulate it, So I mean, it's good. It's good to be aware of that,
What do you think of my concept that the nuclear bomb? Because I don't believe these exist in the way they describe them. But what do you think about my idea that the introduction of this mega weapon reset geopolitics and it gave the power elite total control over our collective worldview? That they blew up objective reality. They literally destroyed our reality at every level with the fake bomb for all
In
intents
what
and
way?
purposes. Well,
through the movies, or what do you mean?
Yeah, well, by convincing us that it's real, by faking it convincingly, they managed to use that to put everybody into a collective hostage situation, like the Cold War or the nuclear threat.
Right. It's already believable. It's already happened. Millions of people have either died or have been injured. It's to the sense where it's in the history books. I understand that it's so tough to remove to unplug. I mean, it's almost like we're using we're pigeonholed to use like matrix terminology, but I hate that now. But to really remove our thinking from that idea or concept that almost nearly all historical events, or some version of them, have been lied to us. You know, like the Hiroshima bombing, Nagasaki, whatever it is, 9/11. You know, as fake planes. Like, no, we're good. People cannot, to be removed from that. You really have to understand that Santa isn't fake. You really have to say, okay, it's not just Santa. It's literally everything. Everything that we've been told to is a lie, and now we have to kind of go into the existential is why, and that's where, you know, I don't know, when it comes to what you were just saying about like the burning or the timing and whatever. You're right. It's like, I don't know. It's like they have to match up their actions with the clock or the timing, just to appeal to a higher power, or what? I don't know. I have no clue. I mean, I have an idea, but
my idea
it's not the point where
my best guess, I'll say, is based on looking at the theory and practice of magic in the microcosm, because it seems that it's working on a mass scale. And the theory of it in the microcosm is that the magician or the priest or whatever is for the context of the ritual. They are turning the ritual chamber itself into a microcosm of the universe, where they are the sun and the moon. Or so basically you're talking about this idea of sympathetic magic, where they're imitating on Earth what's happening up above. And in doing so, it supposedly gives them power to influence what's to come. And that every person in the room is like a battery, adding a little more power to this overall ritual. And based on my reading on it, the people who are merely batteries don't have to know the meaning of what's spoken or the symbols. So in other words, we may be looking at what you would term, I think, sympathetic magic. And that we may be looking at actual magical rituals performed in public for the sole purpose of directing our co-creative capacities as sentient beings in a universe that is somehow malleable to human consciousness, and steer it towards their model. In other words, a reality monopoly, a monopoly on creation. I mean, that's one possible explanation.
So with that in mind, Tim, why would they release, for instance, artificial intelligence into that mass, which you just spoke about? Why would they, you know, because that is another magical thing. I mean, it's a powerful tool, yes. We use it in art, science, math, marketing, copywriting. It's huge. But in essence, it's a tool, and it's like a magic wand. It literally is a very powerful magical tool, where I'm convinced that, I don't know, that the whole artificial intelligence concept is, I want to say it's not real, or if it is truly something that's a powerful engine, that it has been around for quite some time. Meaning two things: that it is either a natural occurrence, that people naturally, like, because you ever had that moment where you think of the same thing as like your best friend or something like that, or you say the same words at the same time,
Sure. I've had
like finish each other's sentences.
Yes.
You know,
premonitions or intuitions with other people.
That's how quick. Yeah, that's how quick artificial intelligence is like operating. It's weird. It's like finishing our sentences. And I think it's two things. It's either like man-made thing, like whatever, or it's like a natural, intuitive, like actual occurrence. Whether it's the silicone operating, you know, the chips like operating at maximum capacity. I mean, it's so bizarre. It throws me for a loop sometimes, and I'm not sure if I've ever seen something like that in the Gilded chat or the Discord chat. But it's something that I think we need to ask ourselves. You know.
I kind of think
whether this, yeah. Go ahead.
Like, okay, well, we're in this new paradigm, right? They've given us a new God construct, a new devil for the atheists, even. Right. You know, with aliens being angels, all these replacements, and the only thing that seems to be missing is a God, like an actual maybe even like a
Oh
sentience
God.
that you can pray to. And I kind of think that maybe they're conditioning us for the introduction of what we accept to be a new higher power, objective authority, a super, like, in other words, I think that they may give us a fake God in the form of fake AI that they control.
Or steer us away from. Well, all right. I'll say I'm on the fence about religion and spiritualism. I want to believe, like X-Files. I want to believe. Let's just say the concept of a higher power, or like a bigger machine. That's entirely possible. I mean, I don't know. Like, it's still possible to me, at least. I think there's something there that they're able to manipulate, and that I'm a broken record at this point, but they are steering us. I think there's definitely. I agree with you. They're steering us away from even questioning or believing a God, and even less so,
You mentioned this
less
before.
so ourselves.
But like, look, I
What?
just watched Newsbenders, and this made me think about you had mentioned this before, because you had suggested that maybe
Yeah.
there's some kind of supercomputer,
Yeah.
and I just wrote that off as okay,
Yeah.
no way. Now, Newsbenders says that their news stories that they use to bend our reality are ultimately written by some
Yeah.
super intelligent computer, and that's a fascinating idea there, because it means that the authority above the people that are falsifying our worldview, our construct that we live in, that it's not even human. In other words,
Right. Yeah. You're right. We can't. We're supposed to believe that it's a power thing. Like to believe that we don't have the power within ourselves to create a better life for ourselves. Like we have to either. It's all. On the surface level, by the way, they use this with the red versus blue, liberal versus conservative kind of stuff too. But on our level, we know that they are control. As long as they control the power, we'll always think that we're out of control. I don't know how else to say it, but it's like we're not convinced that we can change our future, or influence our future, or make better our own future. A lot of people wallow in the climate. We brought up climate change already in this conversation. Who's to say that we ourselves can't influence our own weather patterns? It's like, oh, I like rainy days, or I like really hot 110 days. I know that sounds weird, but I don't know. Some days, if it's really nice and dry and hot, that's not that bad. You know what I mean? So it's what you make of it. And when they take that away from you, it's like, okay, they just change the coloring on the weather board, and instead of, in 2000, the year 2000, it could be like, oh, the temperature is 80 and it looks like it's beautiful out. But now they'll show the weather is like 80 or 85, and it's like all red on the, the news channel. Like, oh my God, it's like really red. All you do is tweak the danger level, and it makes us feel like we're really in a bad spot and we're always trapped. When really, I don't know, maybe this is another thing. It's like, I think we have a lot of influence on our own lives. We can change a lot about who we are, and but whatever, it's not this conversation. But when it comes to the marketing aspect of it and the propaganda, they really are fucking with us. And I think if we only knew, if more than 5% or more than 10% of us knew, and just all the dominoes would just fall, it would just be fast.
I call this the lie world order, because whatever it is, the answers aren't going to be found in the container they put us in.
Right.
And they know what's going on, and they lie, so we are in a world of lies. And so the answers aren't going to be in this narrow frame of reference, and it's going to be found in the areas that they consider to be out of bounds. And so you have to have this, what I consider to be the only authentic overview effect, what the astronauts fake to have, is the perspective that you have when you recognize that the collective consensus worldview is a very filtered interpretation of reality. It's not just on the level of opinions, but it's about cosmography, cosmogony.
Can we lean into the astronaut concept for a second with because you brought something up a couple nights ago.
Levitation. I said the astronauts are levitating like the early Christian saints would, and that it's just a reintroduction of an old miracle, that they're elevated, they're high priests, and they can see God. We can't, but they can tell us what God looks like, and it's round and blue.
Right. You were talking a few nights ago how, like, billionaires and everyone, like, this is, there was one sentence where either it was from a news article that you were reporting on, or maybe it was your own opinion, but it was to go to space was the, like, most highest, like, form of what? Didn't you mention something like that? I think it was like...
Was it the article I was referencing where this individual was explaining that the highest secret of masonry is space travel, and that you have to go Mach 33. That's why it's 33 degrees, because, that's what I was coming across the other night, and it was like, wow, this is heavy, that it's literally 33 times the speed of sound to escape Earth's gravity, to escape this realm, or to transcend. It's Mach 33. It's poetic, but it's inculcated into NASA's rituals.
Yes. I think one of the people on the Gilded or Discord broke down all the numbers recently, within the last week, of all the numbers related. It might have even been you, Tim, that broke down all the numbers relating to space taking off, speed or whatever, and like how, every single number of every single aspect of it is related to some sort of Masonic, I don't know what you say, but it fascinated me. I mean, there's a lot of us that just read, and I know we're not, like, responding a lot, but man, I encourage everyone here, if you could spend 1 week just reading through the Gilded or the Discord conversations, it would blow your mind. It would just blow your mind.
Okay, let's do this then.
Because you learn.
Tomorrow, for Infinite Plane Saturday, I'll scroll up like 3 days back in the Gilded, and we'll just scroll down and read it, because I think you're right.
Oh my God.
Because there's a lot of people who are just reading and sometimes emoting, but we are pooling together our best intel on these topics that are somewhat obscure, and we're finding some fascinating things, and I'm always looking for sources outside of our own think tank. That's why I cited the secretsun.blogspot today. I think it's important. We want to enlarge the pool of researchers.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, for sure. Yeah, no, there's been some smaller stories. I think, what was that fight? All right, this is my last thought, and I promise I'll go. There was a fight that we were kind of highlighting within the conversation recently. Did you break that down at all today? Because you don't have to, but, like, do you remember what I'm talking about? It was like in Missouri,
Alabama. And
Alabama.
Yeah. I was immediately I made these connections with so the guy with the chair hitting people, they called him Chairman. His name is Reggie Gray, and I immediately think Reggie means king, Gray is black and white combined. He's 42, and he's hitting people with a chairman. And this harkens back to Alabama Rosa Parks, 42. So it's like 1953, have a seat. 2023, have a seat. And it's the same kind of dynamic in the but anyway, go on.
Okay, no, I have to pause you. Forgive me for interrupting you, but this is a concept I hope more people embrace, is a couple things. That shit happens daily all over the United States, maybe even the world. I don't know. Just crazy shit. Like when I used to live in D.C., all around New England, stuff like that, some shady places, stuff like that fight happens. It just happened to be on camera, and I think it was just so happens the names lined up. I don't know who's the director or the maestro of this charade, but it just fit a narrative, and they had to propagate it up or bubble it up to the surface so that everyone could see it. And I don't know why that part, but that's a part of the IPS that I think we zero in on some of these events when we don't even really have to. It's almost like like it's too much energy, because it could be anywhere. They're just specifically, maybe the sun or the moon or the stars were aligned in that spot, and they're like, okay, hey, what's going on that day in Alabama or Maui, let's say, and let's make that like a big story.
This one,
am I onto something?
I saw this one and I thought, this is not even worth noting. It's not impressive. I don't know why anybody cares.
Yeah.
I ignored it, but then someone said, look, Trump was just there on 8/4 in Alabama, and he said they're ready to fight, you'll see. And so maybe they were like, let's look for something in Alabama so we can blame it on Trump.
Right.
And this came up conveniently, but then the guy's name, Chase Shipman, made me give it a second look. And then third look, and then the chair connection, and I'm like, watch there be a 42-year-old, and like the main character is 42. I'm like, okay, what are we looking at here?
Okay, right. But Tim, I want to give the other alternative viewpoint that I was trying to convey, which is, I think, oh my gosh, now I'm like, I can go in so many different directions, but I think that it's also good to analyze these small-scale events because they are happening according to the clockwork anyways. Remember, I'm going back to what's supposed to happen, right, just in general in the realm. Now, I'm going to give a backup example. A few weeks, maybe 3 weeks ago, there was like a big fake story, which at the beginning, in the Boston area, so I'm in New England, I'm in Boston. At the beginning, it seemed real. It was a police officer or a kid or someone found a boa constrictor, right? Small story, no one gives an F. And it became like a big story because what the hell is a boa constrictor loose in the neighborhood in the Boston area? It just made no sense. Well, it turns out, days go by, people are concerned about it. Oh my God, is there a boa constrictor in my backyard? Whatever. It turns out to be fake, okay? Moral of the story, if we analyze at the end of July, beginning of August, there's actually like that 13th zodiac sign, the snake. It's kind of comes after, Scorpio, I believe. I'm juggling the story a little bit.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. The snake is a big
serpent. It's called serpent or serpentine, zodiac. It was denoted by NASA as the 13th zodiac. It only really shows up between someone else in the chat is going to know. I think it's there's a bunch of guys in the chat that know this stuff better than I do, but I think it's a zodiac that occurs in between November and December or somewhere around that time. But the zodiac sign itself is kind of like in a certain position in the sky between the end of July and beginning of August kind of deal. So I think they do these small stories and propagate, they bubble them up to the surface to, all hail like a certain either zodiac sign or...
Okay, I get what you're saying. Let's look at New Year's. I talk about New Year's all the time.
Yeah.
Where it just happens to be that New Year's, Sirius reaches its highest point at midnight, and then it falls the rest of the year. And so you can look at it as on New Year's, the world, Times Square, New Year begins, and we're all looking at the ball dropping. And I'm like, this is what it's about. And then you can find other New Years based on Sirius. The New Year is based on Sirius rising, for example.
Mm-hmm. Yes. All right. Good. I'm glad. So that's what I'm saying in the dichotomy. Like, yes, sure. Some of the big events may be related to presidential stuff. I don't know. I'm not going to say anything. But some of the bigger stuff, sure, it has to be some larger story that's interwoven through time. It's a thread, right? That's interwoven through all the zodiac, or it's the pattern that we're able to see easily. But maybe some of the local events are something a little bit less severe or less important, but still play a part in the convincing and propaganda role that if we don't believe this now, then, we may never believe it. I mean, it's tied to climate change. It's tied to a lot politics, I could go into local politics, and how that is flipped around. It's really fun, Tim. But anyways, I don't know. Have I digressed enough tonight or what?
No, this is great.
I feel like this is too much.
No,
Too much.
we're reverse engineering not just the theater of Cywar,
Yeah.
but the strange supernatural or occult underpinnings of it all. And what does it mean about us?
Yeah.
What is our role in it? And it brings up the question of what is termed magic, and if real, what are they doing with it? And it raises all these questions. And I'm not really a new ager or whatever, but I'm just trying to study the meaning of all this stuff. And you can't separate the politics from the sorceress anymore, like what James Downing said.
True. We have to nail this down. You're doing a great. I'll say, in general, like I think the group. Well, I'll put it that way. Like the Gilded and the Discord, we are like there's some good conversations, and better than other rooms. I'll say better than other chat rooms where we understand that we can be played in any level of this Grand Theft Auto game this sandbox that we're trapped in. So I think, when it comes to reverse engineering, like the news and all that stuff, I think that's like super, super important. I don't know if we're there yet, and I know, I have a feeling you might feel the same, think the same way, but we need to nail some things down because I want to be at a point where we can predict stuff better. Right? Does that make? Do you feel that way too, Tim? Do you think? I should say not feel, but do you think that we should be predicting stuff a little bit better? Because Netflix is great. Seeing movies in the theaters is great. Yeah, it's predictive capabilities, but I think there's more to this stuff. What do you think?
I think that you are probably onto something here. Like for example, when Gabby Petito was kidnapped, it pretty much correlated with the story of the Spring Maiden being kidnapped by Hades and taken into the underworld for the fall, and her remains are found as we enter the fall on the 22nd of September. So I'm like, okay, there seems to be a structure here where it's based on this ritual calendar, this pagan calendar, and you can look at witchcraft or druid rites, and so you might get an idea of what to expect on the smaller scales. But now we're living through this great reset. So I had been looking, when they said great reset, I had been looking at this Jupiter-Saturn conjunction 21 rather, of 2020 as comporting with the new age, because they're saying that we're moving into the age of Horus or Mars, whatever you want to call it, but that this new age represents this total transformation, and they've called it the Great Work. And they've called it this since 1906. So I'm like, okay, or 1904 when Crowley put out this book. And the Freemasons, like I guess Manly P. Hall and others, use the same phraseology, the great work of ages. So here we have the Great Reset and the Great Awakening. So clearly this setting of a pattern according to some astrological template is how they operate, both on a macro and on micro scales. And when it comes to ages, or epochs, or even just the year.
Just to continue the propaganda, right? Is that kind of? Do they have to? Or else, if everyone figures it out,
they are the scribes of the god, the media. They're the intermediaries between creation and our perception of it. And so you said predicting the future. Well, after COVID came in, it's like, okay, they phased out Islamic terrorism, but they established a template for a domestic violent extremist, I guess you'd call it a domestic equivalent, and that would be the QAnon radicals. So one prediction I made was, from here on forward, expect 19 years of domestic terrorism as the main threat. We're no longer afraid of Muslims. So I think we can make predictions, like general predictions and trends, when it comes to the Cywar in that sense. We can predict that lockdowns for the climate are probably going to follow now that we've been trained on the virus lockdowns.
Ugh.
And then I've also recently come to believe, I think this is the case, that much of the moral panic that we see on the right is actually the psyop equivalent of the intimidation of the left by the anti-vaxxers and the virus. So in other words, I'm saying that there's the pandemic model to scare people and the moral panic demic model. One is traditional fear, traditional sin. One is the new age sin, the trend. So yeah, we are doing this reverse engineering, and we need to get better at predicting
Right.
and at spotting these trends. Absolutely.
I could go off on more on the politics of it, but it's not for this conversation. It's so surface level at this point. We're just so far past that. It's like it's crazy. The politics aspect of it just to me can be summarized in propaganda. It's just what can they do to convince us one way or the other that they're either on our side or they're not on our side. You know what I mean? It's just to keep us. It's like a carrot, you know. So.
Well, one more thing, because you had mentioned that you're kind of tired of the Matrix thing, and I understand that. And I want to bring this up because it's pretty clear to me that the red pill versus blue pill is a false dichotomy, that they're both in the world stage media ecosystem. And so in other words, the
100%.
the red pill has always been a false awakening, always. And that's why they packaged it so slickly. So just bringing that up, that I think you're right to say, that's why I put out an article last week, Beyond the Red Pill.
Yes. Yeah. I saw that. Yeah, it's easy to fall into the two categories and to not really realize that there could be multiple categories. I don't know how to word it, but hey, Tim, this has been great. I really do appreciate you, and thank you very much.
Yeah, likewise. Thank you for calling. Thanks for commenting. And I think for Infinite Plane Saturday, I will take a walk through the last week in the Gilded, and I'll introduce people to it, okay?
Yeah, definitely. All right, cool. Thanks.
All right, good talking to you. Have a great night.
All right, thanks, Tim. Take care. Bye.
All right. So does life imitate psyops, or do psyops imitate life? How would you rate the quality of this call? 1 star, 2 star, 3 star, 4, or 5? We'll give it a 5 star. Elephant Tusk says the entire material world is created to imprison and capture energy. Yeah, okay, on that, like the idea of the realm, the material realm, transcending it, the number 33, all the coding they put into it, the number black, the color black, like magnetic. And it makes me think of the supposed magnetic rock at the center of the North Pole, according to Mercator and John Dee. This 33-mile circumference black magnetic rock at the center of it all. And, you know, it's all just really intriguing to me because I think it's all likely like some kind of explanation for incarnated beings. That's the best way I can explain it. And before we got into the call, I brought up the Elvis, Bowie, and all these Rocket Man connections. How Starman went through a rocket to space, and Starman is Bowie, the man who fell to Earth. And Mr. Satan is an anagram for Starman, and Satan, we're talking about falling to Earth, so a falling star. Star is light. You see it fall, but it hits the ground, and it's rock. So the rock star and the embodiment of Lucifer, the devil, or Satan, you know, that these rock stars like Bowie, and they associate themselves with their iconography. And I'm saying that they could represent the descent of light, the falling into material existence. So the rock star, or the meteor, which is the center of worship at the Kaaba with the cube, or the movie we recently watched, Asteroid City. I've been talking about how it's all about the asteroid, and the alien comes back down to get this meteor, Asteroid City. Well, the light from the sky that they're looking at, it comes down and it's an alien. I think it's all somehow allegory for incarnation and transcendence, and it's encoded into the numbers, 42 and 33. And it's all just intriguing to me. I mean, why are these things relevant? Well, you tell me. They put it in all the movies. I was in film studies. I was like, let me go watch The Truman Show, and I'm just blown away by the obvious symbolic meaning to the dog star falling and precipitating an awakening from this false man into becoming a true man. And the layers of meaning encoded into movies, it was kind of eye-opening. So whatever this place is, there are roadmaps that show the way out, if that's what it's pointing to. Or it's pointing to some kind of esoteric system for understanding this realm. But whatever it is, it's truth in plain sight that they hoard. And so we talk about the monopoly, the monocult, the cult of the monolith, and the monopoly on media, the monopoly on world view formation, and possibly a monopoly on reality influence. Or I mean, I'm not, like I said, I'm not engaging in magical thinking as a thing I'm advocating, but they seem to operate on that premise. Why else would they be super obsessed with having everybody's gaze focused on the black cube, your iPhone? Okay, let's see here. Going through your comments. Lots of popcorn. Okay, let's go ahead and get back on some of these notes that we were on. Skill says, are you chasing rainbows or are they chasing you? Now, I'm glad you brought up rainbows because we're talking about the numbers and everything. And the rainbow, isn't that, it's something like 42 degrees with rainbows. The angle of deviation between the incoming light rays from the sun and the refracted rays directed to the observer eye is 42 degrees for the red light. I've seen that number associated with 42. How rainbows form, the rainbow angle, 42 degrees. And I'm just bringing this up because I've read some mythology in some certain African traditions. I don't know if Voodoo Pantheon is a book I read, Serpent and the Rainbow. But anyway, it described how the gods descend to earth on the rainbow. And so the gods in this context, like the 7 African powers or 7 principal deities, and then you have the rainbow, and of course the colors of the rainbow, and light. So all the elements here of light descending to earth and 42 still kind of line up with the meaning of that number. And I really feel like we've been vindicated with this recent bit of info about the Mach 33 as the escape velocity. Infinite Plane Trotter says rainbow is symbolic for Lucifer. Well, that would make sense. You're talking about light, ultimately. And he's their god of light. And, Kenneth Anger, the filmmaker who was a huge part of the Satanic Church and had some fascinating connections, disturbing connections with Alfred Kinsey, he often spoke about how in this new age our religion is being... He wrote Hollywood Babylon and knew what Hollywood meant and movie magic. And he said that the god of movie magic, if there is a saint of cinema, he said it would be Lucifer in light. Okay, let's see here. Elephant Tusk says, somewhere over the rainbow, lots of programming in The Wizard of Oz. Yeah, The Wizard of Oz, there's so many layers to that one. It could be The Wizard of Oz, like an ounce of gold, follow the yellow brick road. There's the monetary version. I tend to think it's also the wizards of Oz that run this place. Possibly even Wizards of Osiris. And the Wizard of Oz has his full name is something like Oz Pinhead. It's actually his full name. There's a whole list. It's like an acronym. But there are some fascinating layers we can go into with this. But the main thing is this. The Wizard of Oz is a hologram. And it's rumor. And it's a psyop that he is a wizard at all. And it's very disappointing to find out that he's just some old dude behind a curtain. And I think that explains more about this world. Like, a lot of people want to say predictive programming is the wizards telling us what they're going to do before they do it, so they can be absolved from karma. I hear this, and I really try to I veer away from any attempt to mystify predictive programming, to treat the Wizard of Oz like the real thing, like he's a wizard. Cope says there's a new Wizard of Oz coming out in 2024 called Wicked. Well, okay, another thing that's significant here, I think, is the Seattle is the Emerald City, and Seattle figures prominently in a lot of predictive programming. In fact, the band World Order, I think it's a Japanese boy band, they put out a song called "Let's Start World War III," released on 3/11/2018, and it takes place in Seattle, and they actually pantomime an assassination of Trump. So it's another one of these videos that suggests that World War III is going to start in Seattle, which was why on the eve of 3/11/2020 I said, hey, World War III is going to start tomorrow in Seattle, which it did. Ground Zero was in Seattle. Copaesthetic says the new version will have the Wicked Witch as the good guy. Okay, I think that story Wicked used to be a play, and they put her, is it Elphaba, in a more sympathetic light. Makes perfect sense. Now, there's something about Dorothy worth mentioning. Dorothy and Dolores Hayes from Lolita, and this archetype of the sort of like an initiate in a way, like the fool on the fool's journey with the dog. But the character Dorothy is reflected in a few other movies. Like I even think Westworld, the main character in Westworld, who is like Persephone, who gets taken into the underworld, is another version of Dorothy. Dorothy's kind of a Persephone, where Oz is like the underworld, and the Wizard of Oz would be Hades, and he's kidnapped her for a time. Like I think there's a layer to that character. And again, Lolita, Dolores Hayes. We're talking about also interestingly the character from Westworld, who I think represents Dorothy. She played Lolita in a music video called Heart-Shaped Glasses, a Marilyn Manson video. Anyway, these are just other archetypes to look at, and this is a reoccurring theme. I'm not surprised they're bringing it back out. Intergenerational mind control. They got to bring out the same characters. Elephant Tusk said, I'd like to do a deep dive on the dark side of the moon as well. Yeah, we'll have to go through a lot of the music. We always talk about the movies, and the music is a huge part of it. Like, for example, David Bowie and his musical catalog corresponded to our progress into the space age. He played Space Oddity, corresponded to Space Odyssey. The name David Bowie corresponds to David Bowman in Space Odyssey, the guy who merges with the monolith. And we've already done that. But the idea here in that one is HAL 9000, and it's the all-seeing lens of the AI that basically Skynet or Otto in Wall-E. But a lot of ideas were introduced in that. But David Bowie's music has corresponded with moving into the space age. And specifically, I think Starman, which is a song that prophesizes this savior from space who would obviously save us from climate change. It's always to save man from man. But we'll do a lot of music decodes because some of these actors, or sorry, these musicians are carriers of propaganda just as much as these actors are. And album covers are pretty fairly well represented in a lot of the predictive programming, obviously. All right, let me go ahead and continue through my notes. I want to make sure we haven't missed anything. We were talking about the Rocket Man and all these January 8th birthdays and the connection between Bowie and Elvis by the birthday and the Black Star. Bowie dying just after he releases this album on Elvis and his birthdays as well. And strangely, Elton John, another Rocket Man character. Don't want to get too far down into this, but maybe I'll do a follow-up tomorrow because I think what the main point is I want to bring is this, is that these rock stars seem to be icons, just as like we brought up the Barbie character or the Red Witch, their Babylon goddess. Well, the rock star, I think, is another object of worship, and it represents this savior or conditioning us for a savior. I think that's what a lot of it is. Strange as it may sound, I think we're being conditioned to accept a new type of savior from above, which is probably programmed into us. Like I think they tap into primal fears and prime like basically, for example, there seems to be an obsession with making us agoraphobic, and it seems to be we're hardwired to fear retribution from above, from the storm god. It just seems like there are certain things that we're just predisposed to fall for, and I think that idol worship is one of those things. Okay, I'm going through some comments here. Elephant Tusk says Judy Garland was a major victim of monarch programming. Yeah, if you read that book by Fritz Sprickmeyer about the formula to create a totally undetectable Illuminati mind controlled slave, great reading. But he has all these codes, and like these are the codes they use to activate the mind controlled victims. But he suggested that Alice in Wonderland and Wizard of Oz are hugely represented in mind control. And I have a few thoughts on MK Ultra, and I'm glad you brought that up. Because if you think about it, the idea of Mind Control Ultra or MK Ultra is that you have a mind control victim, like a celebrity, who's got multiple personalities, and they have a handler or a programmer. So the programmer programs these mind controlled slaves to do all kinds of things. And these mind controlled victims are very capable of representing different personalities and they're compartmentalized, we're told. But I think that might be misinformation. I think that the MK Ultra story might be there to cover up something else, like crisis actors and handlers or the shadowy people. Like I think there might be, instead of mind control handlers, maybe these are the people with the scripts. Maybe we're looking at MK Ultra as misdirection from crisis actors and manufactured fake news. I don't know, but I tend to think that MK Ultra is kind of like a misdirection, sort of like cloning. Cloning, the idea of a clone is kind of science fiction, but behind it, there's the reality of hyper-realistic synthetic masks that they've been using for 40 years. So I don't know. Anyway, I'm just bringing it up that the book on it has a lot of significance placed on Alice in Wonderland and Wizard of Oz, which makes a lot of sense weirdly. Like, for example, Alice in Wonderland is also a similar story of somebody going into an underworld. And in that case, it's the Mad Hatter who would represent Hades. And she, Persephone in the underworld for a time. Alice in Wonderland, weirdly enough, is also used in Scientology training. I know it doesn't make any sense, but they have these training drills they do when you first get in, where you read random passages from Alice in Wonderland again and again and again in different tones of voice. You can read about these training rituals they do. Kind of peculiar. When I was investigating it, I thought that is kind of strange. I had read about Alice in Wonderland and mind control. Then you have Alice in Wonderland in every Scientology training room. Then you have Alice as the name of Tom Cruise's wife in Eyes Wide Shut, who seems to be mind controlled. But anyway, there's probably more to that we should get into later. Skill says trauma-based mind control is not new. Shattering the mind into alters has been going on for as far back as known. See, this is the thing I'm wondering though, is are we looking at mind-controlled victims or actors, people playing roles? Like for example, let's just take for example David Hogg. He's playing a role. He's an actor, and this act is something that is taken to be reality by all the people who don't know how crisis actors can be infiltrated into our reality. But I wouldn't say that he's been shattered mentally and that he's been given a programmed personality. No, I think that he's just an actor, and that his handler isn't a mind controller, but the guy that, is essentially a director. Like the relationship between a director and an actor might be the real relationship we're seeing between handlers and programmed MK Ultra multiples. Diana South says the area of CERN is called Alice. Oh yeah, and you know the drill that they use to do the tunnels underground is also called the Alice drills, like the bore that the boring drill that Musk uses, for example, Alice, which is fascinating for a few reasons. Because you've got the Alice in Wonderland and the tunnel connection. So the Alice tunnel boring machine, and they say it's not because of Alice in Wonderland. It's because of somebody named Alice. So they say. The Alice tunnel boring machine to dig underground sections of the. Now this is fascinating. Now something else about this too. The mind control program they use in the hyper-realistic school shooting drills is called Alice. Alert, lockdown, inform, counter, evacuate. It's called the Alice drill, which, yeah, I mean, this to me is mind control, MK Ultra, trauma-induced mind control, where they use these lockdown drills to create a Stockholm Syndrome relationship between the students and the state. And they also convince them of these bowl cut shooters running amok, and it terrorizes them. So I think that's the definition of mind control as well. Something else too. The Alice in Wonderland syndrome. The Alice in Wonderland syndrome is a set of symptoms that have to do with an altering of body image size. You know how Alice shrinks and grows. An alteration of visual perception. So spatial distortions. Now, the Alice in Wonderland syndrome is a symptom of something called the Epstein-Barr virus. And this is a strange one. So the Epstein-Barr virus is some kind of STD that causes you to have the Alice in Wonderland syndrome, where you have these weird spatial distortions and your relative size of things. Now here's where it gets really weird. Jeffrey Epstein worked for a guy named Donald Barr, the father of A.G. Barr. And this is the former AG. Now, fascinatingly, Epstein worked for this guy, Barr, who wrote a book called Space Relations. Now, I was just talking about distorted spatial relations. Well, he wrote a book called Space Relations. And what is this about? It's about basically mind controlled. It's a science fiction book about teenagers transported to islands in space, little island planets, where they are enslaved by a bunch of perverts. So you have Epstein and Barr, and then you have the Epstein-Barr virus and the Alice in Wonderland syndrome, and this whole thing called space relations, which is they call it a gothic, what is it called? A gothic interplanetary tale. Anyway, it says here, space relations saw increased public attention after Barr's former employee Jeffrey Epstein died in a cell. The conspiracy theorists have seen similarities between the violent sexual depictions in space relations and Epstein's trafficking activities. Again, these are connections. The same story, trafficking to islands. I mean, this is just unbelievable. It's pretty unsettling. Depictions of enslaved people, teenage girls, trafficked, coercive acts for the purposes of entertainment and controlled procreation. Now, what was Epstein about? Having like 50 babies. He brought people over for some kind of idea of like eugenics. Says these novels have a fixation on the sexualization of adolescents. Anyway, you get the point. Space relations, Epstein-Barr violence. Epstein-Barr virus, and then the Alice in Wonderland syndrome. All of it very weirdly connected. Okay, let's see. Diana South says Alice, a large ion Collier experiment. I noticed that the CERN has a bunch of weird Alice in Wonderland references, which really triggers the Mandela effect. And I think CERN is ultimately, when I saw their ceremonies in Switzerland with the horned god, looks like the QAnon shaman kind of, but this like hairy guy with goat horns comes out. And I'm like, that's got to be Cernunnos, or Cernunnos, the witchcraft god. Cern, and then Cernunnos. The horned one. Archaic, powerful deity worshipped as the Lord of Wild Things. And this is sort of a Pan, sort of a Baphomet. They kind of, I think it might be the same thing. But he's a god corresponding, I think, to the same thing, god of nature. But Cernunnos and Cern are probably the same thing. Like, they use science as a cover for basically Satan worship. Just to be, I mean, that's their, I mean, I'm not being specific in my terminology, but yeah, they're using the cover of experimenting with light as a cover for worshiping what is really, they worship the god of light. I mean, I think that it's all just a cover, like we've been talking about. Rockets are obelisks. That kind of sums it up. Let me play this clip here. Pretty entertaining. Lauren Witzke, Delaware GOP candidate in 2020. Fascinating Twitter account. Major League Troll. She used to say she was a flat earther.
And if you truly believe that Joe Biden, the president of the United States, took a real vaccine on live television after what happened to Tiffany.
Well, anyway, I don't want to get suspended here, but basically she says it's the mark of the beast. This is another one. Unboxing Truther Chicken Feed. Apparently, Hunter's laptop is a bestseller. You can buy it. It's 4,000 nude pictures of Hunter Biden. And here's an unboxing of Hunter Biden's laptop in print.
I've got something awesome. Let's see what's in it.
She's going to have a very, very
Da-da-da.
busy weekend.
New giant stickers. Ooh.
4,000 nude pictures of Hunter Biden. And they feel like they're fighting the deep state. They feel like something. And this is a fascinating one, just bringing up AI one more time. Michael Flynn says that dark forces are using AI to rewrite the Bible. And this kind of ties into CERN and Mandela effect.
And right now there is an effort by these dark forces that are in this valley, that we're in this valley with these dark forces, okay? And there's an effort to rewrite the Bible. Did you know that?
Yep.
Yeah, there is. And you know how they're going to do it? They're going to do it. They already talking about this a couple weeks ago. They're going to do it using AI. Okay? And
they're going to rewrite the Bible using AI. I mean, I don't know exactly what that means. I don't know. I mean, you have people who've made alterations, like the Jeffersonian Bible. I don't know what he's exactly talking about, unless somehow it's going to change in a way that I don't know what he means, to be quite honest. I really don't know what he means by that. Like, is he, the Mandela effect says the Bible's been changing already, which is a very controversial thing. All right, this has been great. I'm going to go back to the 24/7. We're going to go ahead and turn that on and subscribe to get the archives sent to your inbox. Thanks to all the chatters. Appreciate it. Thank you to all the callers as well. And tomorrow for Infinite Plane Saturday, I plan to do a walkthrough of the last week in the IPS Gilded Think Tank. All right, this is Chief Crow, Mask of the Beast. And then I'm going to turn this over momentarily.
Mask of the beast, 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 mask of the beast.
started. Auto believers of the television programming. A 33 with a double E, yeah. WWWF. Now you're out of breath. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast, mask of the beast. It's the mask of the beast, mask of the beast. Faceless cock, another NPC. Oh, I think they made a typo. Just like Tuttle Bottle, but the R is the S. Double E, yeah.
Okay, this is Infinite Gang. Neo Mode Gucci Flip. We are live here. It is 10/30/2023. Phones are open. 505-349-0420. Also want to say hello to those of you over at Rockfin. We are live on Rockfin. Sent out a blast, so the penguin signal should be viewable. Just look up above. It should be appearing there in the ionosphere. Just look for the beak. Joined by 737, Rob Files, Osher 06. Okay, I got some great news for everyone tonight. No, actually, it's not great news. Shani Luke is dead. First she was dead, then she was alive. Now not only is she dead, but she's decapitated and dead. Shani Luke dead at 22, body of German tattooist found 3 weeks after Hamas kidnapping as heartbroken mom speaks out. Now notice this, 3 weeks, dead at 22, little skull and bonesy up in here. Obviously it's fake. Look, if there's any part of it that's fake, it's all fake. It's literally like that. This isn't a mix. Some people are like, oh, it's a mix of real and fake. No, it's not. They just want to maintain that fight or flight response. They want to feel safe. They don't want to relax too much and just, get a little too comfortable with the popcorn. They want to hold on to that ammunition. And I'm like, that ammunition's a waste. Honestly, you're better off with the perspective we take. Ataraxia. All right, let's see what we have here. We're on the precipice of Halloween. All Hallows Eve, major occult holiday. And people are replaying this from a few years ago. Inexplicably, Donald Trump was on stage, and on Halloween, he kept on chanting for the people at the venue to shut the lights off. Let me play this clip, because people are replaying it right now, just in light of the current tone.
Turn off the lights! Turn off the lights! Turn off the lights! Turn them off!
Now that makes no sense at all. Tyrone McCloskey says, I joined 1 minute, 13 seconds into the show. Yep, it's their magic number, 113. In fact, I was just watching a video on X about Pixar films and how they all encode the number 113 and how it seems to connect to this adrenochrome concept. Although I think Wall-E, and we've discussed Wall-E at length, Wall-E sums up the big picture and it explains the 311 113 as a code for the end of the world when the atmosphere is no longer breathable. Directive 113 in Wall-E means abandoned ship. And that's when they get on the space arcs and they leave the Earth until the robots can clean up our mess and make it habitable again. They send a robot down from the ark. It looks just like a dove, and it finds a plant and brings it back to the ship, just like in the Bible, just like Noah's Ark, only it's a space ark. Joined by Thirst for Truth, Maddie 33, Zin Valis, Bilkis 42, Mom with Sons. All right, we have a good number of people. Frank Mirror here with the popcorn. 27 in just one channel alone. You can also, like I said, you can join us on Rofkin. We almost have 3,000 subs there. So I'm doing the live streams on Rokfin, and it's free. You don't have to be a paid member there. We have to support the platforms that aren't kowtowing to the terms of service established by the WEF and all the sensitive snowflake. This is the snowflake world order. If you want real power, you just got to be really sensitive. You just got to be a crier. Tears have real currency here. Based David Packman, One Step Too Far, has joined us. Awesome. Thank you for joining. Phones are open, by the way. If you have anything to say, it's 505-349-0420. Okay, now listen to this. In the Trackdown episode, End of the World, the character who is named Trump, the con man, and if you remember this, Trackdown is a bit of predictive programming that included Donald Trump before there was a Donald Trump, really. I mean, he was 12 at the time. Fascinating story here, though, because this Western, a TV show called Trackdown, directed by a guy named Donald, by the way, Donald McDougall. Well, it has this con man roll into town. He promises to protect the people from a cosmic threat. You know, like build the wall because the alien type stuff. He gets driven out of town. He's a snake oil salesman. But he manages to cause a huge stir. Anyway, that came out in May of 1958. And the day after, I think it was like May 10th, May 9th and May 10th, there's another episode from a different show that also includes a Trump, but it has the same date, and it's Quantum Leap, where there's a 12-year-old Donald Trump, 1958, appropriately aged, in the back of a taxi cab. And again, this is just examples here of how the predictive programming with Donald Trump goes way back. That this is a role. It's like a suit that he put on. That the Back to the Future series includes Trump consciously. That Biff Tannen is Trump is a huge deal considering how much of that movie contains predictive programming for, well, 9/11, in addition to 2020. But anyway, that show Trackdown, and most of you are probably familiar with it. I should probably play it. I should probably play a clip from it for those of you who haven't heard it, but the episode was called End of the World. Now, the follow-up episode, and again, End of the World, came out May 9th, 1958. The Quantum Leap episode with the 12-year-old Trump is set on May 10th, 1958. Not a coincidence. But anyway, the follow-up episode, and this was found by Michael in Truth, is called The Brothers, and it's about twin brothers. So this is getting kind of interesting here, considering in the Trackdown episode, he's killed by a Texas Ranger. And now we have this connection here with the twins, which is a recurring theme with Trump and even tying into the Twin Towers. And now we have the World Series game popping up right now at this time. And it's game 119. Very 9/11-y, considering George W. Bush threw the first pitch, as he threw the first pitch for the first game post 9/11. So there's a lot of interesting stuff here surrounding Trump, more predictive programming. Unbelievable. Yeah, let me pull up that other episode, Quantum Leap. And the episode is called It's a Wonderful Life. And it includes, at the very beginning, It's a Wonderful Leap. It's a Wonderful Leap. May 10th, 1958, a New York cab driver, Sam, has to win a contest to get his own taxi medallion. And in this episode, you have a young Donald Trump. So it's just noteworthy here that this episode, a young Donald Trump appears with his father, Fred. It's noteworthy that Donald Trump appears in an episode dated the day after Trackdown, which is clearly about a grown-up Donald Trump. Trackdown came out in 58. 58 is a very interesting number if you look at how it relates to Donald Trump's character. 58 years later, he becomes president. 58 stories in his building. There was 1958 and 1985 references throughout Back to the Future, but you can find many examples here. Donald Trump is entirely fictional. For those people who still follow him and think, oh, he's rogue and they don't know what he's going to do next, and he's not a politician, he's just a businessman. He's overturning the apple cart. No, he's not. Get off the hopium. It's worse than blue pills. Alan Smith says, say, Tim, whatever happened to the corny mayor of Minneapolis when the George Floyd thing happened? Oh, which corny mayor is that? There's a lot of them. Joined by Shannon Jones. Yeah, I'm assuming a lot of you here are here because of the text alerts. So I want to say thanks to those of you who join at Patreon and the other sites, because that's all going into maintaining and expanding this channel. And things are getting where I want them to be. For example, we have the books, Autohoaxology 101, shipping out right now. And I'm presently working on IPS Insider, which the first issue will be purchased with everything that pretty much whatever I can invest into it from the Patreon. So if you join Patreon, or if you want to, anywhere from $1, there's $5, maybe some more, but the whole point of it is you get live stream notifications, you have all of the archives, and you never miss anything. But again, I'm going to be introducing a tabloid here in the next probably a week. We'll have it within a week. It exists in digital form right now. I'm just doing the editing. The IPS Inciter, INCITER. And I'll explain in the introduction, the first letter from the editor-in-chief, that'd be me, what it means, insider. Because there's multiple meanings, and it's about the phonetic resemblance to insider. Because we are playing with fire. And we're playing with insider information. And ultimately, it's about what insights can be gleaned from this banned information and the effects it can have in the real world. So the insider is meant to be thought-provoking. And I'm going to be distributing it through anyone who carries a press pass. And if you're a press pass carrier, you're going to be receiving a new one with your stack of freemium versions of the IPS Insider. Everything's been updated. That's kind of my point. And it'll be a monthly publication. All right, joined by Diana South from DLive. Thank you for joining. We're on DLive, YouTube, Twitch, Rofkin, Odyssey, and on X. Okay, let's continue here. On October the 4th, Marina Abramovich released a video, The Artist is Present. In this video, Marina reminisces to when her mother dressed her as the devil at the age of 4 for Halloween. She believes her mother did it to mark her life, and she chose to wear devil horns to express one of the versions of herself.
My mother dressed me as a devil when I was 4 years old for the little party. My first party ever. Everybody was dressed very happy.
Now, I'm not all that intimidated by this person. I think it's mostly QAnon hype. But she does ritualize cannibalism and smear body fluids on the wall and calls it art. But I want to point out that Marina Abramovich makes the case that maybe adrenochrome really is some kind of a fountain of youth. I mean, I believe she's like 76 in this picture, but you couldn't tell. It's Marina Abramovich, spirit cooker for the elite. Okay, moving forward. Got a commenter asking, can anyone explain how this is possible? And this is DBonJ 1999 about the moon. He says, synchronous rotation or tidal locking. That the moon revolves around the Earth, and it revolves on its axis every 27 days, but we only see one face. Interesting little conundrum there. I find it perplexing. Maybe you don't, but the point of it is, you've got the tidally locked moon, so it's always facing us, but then it's also rotating, but we never see the other side because it's synchronous in its orbit. Yeah, it's a little bit of a mind bender, but nothing that can't be accomplished by the reality benders who operate through bending our news and really shaping everything. We are reality fluid. Speaking of reality fluid, here's three versions or three explanations, three interpretations of the death of Matthew Perry. I'll say death in quotes, we don't know. Mike Rothschild says there are numerous viral tweets suggesting Matthew Perry died from the COVID vaccine, but there are other viral tweets suggesting he was executed because he was about to reveal damaging information about child trafficking, and a third one, he was a child trafficker himself. I've heard a number of variations here. A lot of these, like here's one from Q Mum. Matthew Perry, female to male arrested, confessed, assets seized and executed. As he confessed and gave information, his reputation will be intact. So one of the primary narratives from the Q Club is that these celebrities have been caught red-handed, caught with adrenochrome, they're on video, and so they make a deal with Donald Trump. Donald Trump's like, look, we'll preserve your legacy, we will give you a fake death, but you got to give us all of your information. So that's one of their stories. Like they care so much about their legacy. Now here's another one. Did he agree to negotiate to preserve his legacy? Did he wear a boot? Did he end up in Gitmo? Did he test positive for COVID? Breaking news, Friends star Matthew Perry dead in a jacuzzi. Police say no foul play, but rumors are circulating he was killed because he was going to reveal the truth about Pedowood. It's from Matt Wallace. Anyway, this is all just hopium from the Q Club, all their different interpretations for this person's supposed death. But it does get interesting. There are some connections here that are undeniable and some ominous clues, which makes me think this is some kind of a story, a psyop, something to be unpacked. In fact, I was looking at some of the pictures here, the opening credits, where you have him in the fountain, spitting out water, and now he's under the water. And I'm wondering, this could be something. Things have been very 9/11-y lately. We had a 33-year-old fall into the reflecting pool at 9/11. And the water thing stands out to me. So I'm thinking maybe this could be foreshadowing the next 9/11 being a water-based attack, the Seattle attack we've been awaiting. Jake the Asshole says it's impossible. Try creating it with pool balls. You can't take two pool balls and spin one like the Earth and the other like the Moon and keep it always facing the other. Okay, we're talking about tidally locked and synchronous orbit. He's right. Here's another way to picture this. If you hold your cell phone out in front of you, so it's recording you and you're doing a selfie, and then you just spin around. Okay, now it is tidally locked. Your phone's face and your face are together. Now, try to rotate that phone over the course of 27 days, but somehow never see the back of it because of the way that you're turning. Yeah, I don't know if it actually works that way. I mean, I guess it does. Does any of it really work? Look, I don't believe in the standard model, and it is only something you can believe in. You don't know it. You haven't been there. You haven't verified it. You can't see the curve. You can't feel the motion of the Earth. It's just a lot of trust me, bro, and say. I saw it on the screen. Lean Dion says it's 21 years, 9 months, and 11 days since Chandler takes a bath. The same episode references 9/11 a couple of times. Exactly. 9/11 references, and I'm suggesting here that there could be a reference to the next 9/11. 9/11 is just code for an emergency, a major league psyop at this point. It doesn't specifically have to relate to that date. Again, scripted since 1994 that in 2023 Matthew Perry would drown. We have to be dealing with AI or super aliens. Humans can't do this. And this is just storyline 1. How many scripts are going on at this time? Now that's from Renaissance ATM. And I want to point out, this is the divine fallacy. I always advise people to stay away from this one, or just to recognize when you're doing it. Like, this is beyond my comprehension. Therefore, it's AI. I can't figure it out. Therefore, super aliens. You could look at your iPhone. And you can imagine if you had seen something like an iPhone, 20 years ago, it would have been alien technology. And you could say, I don't know how this works, therefore aliens. No, that's a bad argument. It's like if you're watching a magic show and you can't figure out how he did every trick, therefore it's magic. Well, no, therefore it's a trick you have not figured out yet. Same thing with the psychological operations they show us on TV. I might not be able to tell you how they faked that particular stack of dead babies, but it doesn't mean, therefore, it's a stack of dead babies. It means I don't know the particulars of this trick. But I recognize I am at a magic show, and if you're only in your seat, you never get up, and you only look at what the magician tells you to look at, yeah, you're going to be in their show. Me and my friends, we wander around. We go backstage. We read their books and figure out how they do these tricks. Maddie33 says he was referring to himself as Map Man. What's with the Batman reference? Exactly. Shout out to P Trippa 103. We at the IPS think tank appreciate the support. Keeps the signal going strong. It's kind of remarkable if you think about it that we have been on this track for years now, despite censorship. And I don't mean terms of service violations and private companies doing what they want to do. No, I'm talking about people that work within government working with big platforms to shut us down. For example, and specifically YouTube, where it's taken lawsuits to undo some of that damage, and it's not over yet. But we've only been able to maintain this because we haven't relied on any one platform, but we've relied, I think, on the content, the ideas, and not the rules, but the format of our think tank itself. And we've been rolling with this for years, and we've been advancing, we've been learning, we've been improving and networking, and it's not going to stop. So I'll say thanks everyone here who is contributing, whether it's just words, ideas, comments, or anything else. It's all going into the same thing. This is a project that's going to last. I'm planning on at least to do what needs to be done. It's going to take a lot of time. This is Agenda 2050. It's going to take us a little bit of time. Pete Trippa says, next coffee is on me. Thanks for keeping me sane, so to speak. Yeah, quite literally, if you think about it. And I've been doing a lot of research on this subject of mind control and alternate reality games. And recently I released a book called Media as Narcissistic Construct, just an ebook. But I think it's such an important idea that it had to be put out into an ebook. I thought, I got to go ahead and publish this and make these connections because this is just the start of it. But one of the main points is in the interpersonal relationships that are described as toxic, what happens to the person who is the target of what has been termed narcissistic abuse, but you could call it emotional abuse, whatever you want to call it. Gaslighting is just part of it. But what happens is, in these dynamics, one person's perceptions are constantly being overridden. Their sense of self is being effaced because they are putting the other person first. Usually this involves enabling bad behaviors, could be drugs, could be a lot of things. But the point of it is, that person enters into an alternate reality. They're cut off, they're isolated, and it does actually affect their ability to discern what is real or not without that primary person being their sole interpreter. And I'm suggesting that mass media itself, this ubiquitous presence, is monolithic, but I think that the presence itself is intrinsically narcissistic. And the consequence of that is that the populations are going to be infected with that mass narcissism. And that has the other result of creating the victims, the targets. So in other words, it's a very toxic presence, and it's by the definition of it is, I think, almost a schizoid affective disorder. When somebody is disconnected from reality, what else can you call it? Schiz means break. And I'm saying that the masses have been broken off from reality as much as any doomsday cult. Look at Heaven's Gate or QAnon. These are alternate realities. And you wouldn't look at a QAnoner who's waiting for JFK to come down on a UFO riding on a velociraptor and say, that person is sane. No, you would say he's relatively sane compared to his tribe, and they're all crazy the same way. but they're definitely not with objective reality, nor is the massified mind, byproduct of multiple generations of hypermediation. Okay, continuing. Tomanoid says, pretty good soul harvest this year. Oh, this year has been a major loosh fest. Save the Children, Maui Children, Dead Babies on the 33rd anniversary of Dead Babies. Just one thing after another, and then there's been the celebrity scandals. Whatever happened to Russell Brand? I bet he's happy about the Hamas attack on Israel. I mean, it's really taken the heat off of him. Okay, continuing. Maddie33 says, Matthew Perry wasn't very active on social media, and in the last 2 weeks he was pumping out posts. Yeah, apparently he wasn't active on X. I haven't checked his Instagram, but yeah, there are indications that some of his recent posts that seem to be a little foreshadowy were kind of maybe even part of this script. Lean Dion says, now it's baked babies in the oven, claims on X, Alex Jones must be salivating. Hey, I hadn't even thought about that. When he was talking about butchering his neighbors and feeding them to his daughters, he didn't mention what he'd be doing with babies. I could imagine possibly even another line of storable food items. We've got neighbor's ass jerky, and I don't know what they would do with the baked babies, but and I want to point out too, Alex Jones was salivating over eating his neighbors, and this was 6 weeks in. I mean, this guy's got mountains of storable food, and he's already thinking about eating his neighbors. Like, he's not going to touch his storable food items until he's eaten everybody else's first. That's actually smart. It's like you take your oil reserves and just pretend they're not there, and then go take everybody else's oil first. It's just a power move. Yeah, baby back. Okay, let's see. Skill says, U.S. is having a Hawaii moment not unlike 1957 Sputnik. Overly paranoid, witless, and wondering. Yeah, 10/4/1957, beginning of the space age. Sputnik goes into orbit, and that did kick off this new, in space, the Cold War became a little more serious. They won the space race, and this, of course, was repeated in 2020 when you had Russia winning the inner space race, the vaccine race. And they called that one Sputnik. It was Sputnik 5. Okay, continuing. We're looking at some clues that Matthew Perry's death is some kind of morbid theatrical psyop. Nathan says, the actor-based reality is too complex for humans to be pulling the strings, in my opinion. Yeah, let me address this divine fallacy. The divine fallacy is a logical fallacy that occurs when someone assumes that a certain phenomenon must occur as the result of divine or supernatural force because they don't know how to explain it or because they can't believe this isn't the case. They also refer to this as God of the gaps. Like whatever they can't explain with science, they'll say God did it, therefore. No, it just means science hasn't reached an explanation yet. And the yet is important. It has to do with skepticism. My point of it is, what Renaissance ATM needs to ask himself is this. What's more likely? Super aliens, AI, writing the news media, or what we already know, humans write the news media. But that they write it in a way that's not exactly day-to-day reportage, but they actually write it decades in advance. That's the only thing that makes sense. What we have done is I think, we have verified it is the case that we live in a news-bent reality. Reality benders, news benders. If you haven't seen News Benders, we premiered it a couple of months ago. I can give you a link here. Just look up News Benders 1968. It's on YouTube. A number of people have uploaded it. I believe I have as well. 30-minute theater, The News Benders. A short meeting between a senior TV newsman and a talented younger freelancer with some unexpected twists and turns. Short drama where they find out that the news is determined in advance. But this is literally the truth. This is how they do it, and they do write the news decades in advance. They're writing the history in advance. History is lies agreed upon. Conqueror writes the history. Yeah, why would they wait? Why would they give anybody any input? Okay, N2 Deep says all the world is a stage. It's correct. You can't get off the grid. There is no going off the grid. Like they say, get out of the cities or go out into the woods and get your own plot of land. And, sorry, you cannot quarantine from the alternate reality game of the world stage. Not physically. It's a mental exit. You can exit the world stage, the internalized construct that they've given us. You can reject it. You can reject their God constructs, their devil constructs. Their whole system is meant, to be something that we all share and we all agree upon. And that's the main thing. It's really based, I think, on maintaining a consensus that we can all believe in. And those of us who are non-believers are looked at as, well, spreaders of harmful misinformation. Newsbenders is good, Tim. If you look at the main shooter, don't forget to mention the NPR articles, the mass shootings that never were. Yes, good point. Always good to revisit this. This is what you would call accidental reportage. Like the journalists are there to basically spread propaganda, and they have their agendas. And many of them may feel like that they're actually reporting facts, and they're speaking truth to power, but that's naive. The school shootings that weren't is an article that came out in August of 2018, where they noted that in the spring, the U.S. Department of Education reported that in 2015-2016, 240 schools had school shootings. So if you just followed the news every day, you'd be like, wow, there's a school shooting every day. There's an epidemic of mass murder. Kids are dying everywhere. And if you have that cognitive bias and you're afraid of guns, you'll believe it. Kind of like how anti-vaxxers think that anybody that died vaxxed to death. Oh yeah, they died from the vax. Well, the fact of it is, the cognitive bias, I guess just the conditioning led a lot of people to assume this was real. So NPR is looking into it, not because they were skeptical, but they wanted to know how bad it was. NPR reached out to every one of those 240 schools and found out that more than 2/3 of the reported incidents didn't happen. They were only able to actually confirm 11 incidents. Only 11. And these incidents weren't even the mass shootings that we see on the news. We're talking about things that have been miscategorized that didn't involve a mass shooting at all. So the point of it is, if NPR hadn't pointed this out, it probably would have just flown under the radar. I don't think this is an accident. I don't think this is an oversight. I think this is systemic misreportage, and it's designed to basically, I think, bypass our filters because we're so inundated. It's like just throw more on there. We have 48 hours of news packed into every 24-hour news cycle. Most people can't handle it. They can't parse that, obviously. So what are they left to do? Just believe it. And a lot of people make the mistake of believing 100% of the news they didn't consume. Like they watch what they watch. Most they didn't watch. And it just kind of fills in the background. Like, well, if it wasn't true, somebody would have called it out. So all this stuff happened. Let me catch up. Now, you can't just catch up on what to believe. You can only catch up on what has been propagated. The main point of it is this. The uncertainty in school shooting numbers is the result of errors, for the most part. Most of the school leaders NPR reached had little idea of how shootings got recorded for their schools. So they're calling schools and they're like, how? How did this even get labeled as a place where a school shooting had happened? Jeff Davis, an assistant superintendent at Ventura Unified, said, I think someone pushed the wrong button. I've been here 30 years and I don't remember any shooting. We're in this weird vortex of what's on this screen and what reality is. Yeah. He reached this place where we're at, this weird vortex where there's this difference between what's on the screen and what is in reality. It's a discrepancy. In some cases, something may have happened, but not firearm discharge. Yeah, I recall the story about some student had chewed a Pop-Tart into the shape of a gun, and I think they had a school lockdown. Yeah, I actually have a picture of it here. Kind of looked like a gun, but it wasn't. Judge upholds suspension of the Pop-Tart gun kid. Pop-Tart suspension could be upheld. 7-year-old boy suspended for chewing his Pop-Tart into the shape of a gun. 3.5 years later, Pop-Tart gun suspension resolved. Should a 7-year-old be suspended for a Pop-Tart gun? Let me go ahead and play this clip.
Already a rectangle. I just kept on biting it, tore off the top of it, and it kind of looked like a gun, but it wasn't.
When his teacher saw his strawberry tart,
And she was pretty mad. And
Okay, so the kid wasn't intentionally making it into a gun. It's just the way he bought it. And I think they have a picture of it here. The police must have taken it for evidence. There it is. Yeah, I think it's kind of ambiguous. Okay, let's continue here. Joined by Rome. Yeah, we do have a number of backup channels. Those are all simply redundancies. Join them if you like. The main one is Infinite Plane Society, but you'll notice I delete the videos every night. We have to. Okay, let's see what else we have here. Jim Fetzer says, Paul Craig Roberts figured it out. The Hamas-Israel war is an extension of 9/11 to complete the task of taking out 7 countries. They took out Libya, Iraq, but Syria and Iran remain. The plot, draw them into conflict with Israel so U.S. can finish the job. That's from Jim Fetzer. Okay, phones are open. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, good evening, Tim. How are you?
Very good. Just observing the world stage dramatics. How are you doing?
Doing great, thanks. I calling in to just pick your brain for a few things, and yeah, you're talking about the school shooting, so you're kind of running down a lot of stuff that has been on my mind, and I just feel like I thought it would be cool to call in and instead of texting in and all that stuff. Yeah, the Israel stuff. They had similar school shooting recordings where like children of dead parents in Gaza or something are like laughing. So I was like, oh my God, it's like the Sandy Hook kind of clips of the dad, laughing. So, but yeah, I like to share the NPR article of the shootings, the school shootings that never were, because I just like it when you share that, because it's grounded in a little bit more of like someone took their time to auto hoax, right, like in a mainstream media kind of way. They're like, okay, let's figure this out, let's see, get to the bottom of this.
They never do this. The media
they
has
came up empty-handed.
They've never fact check their own news. Like, they report the news, but they never let's go and check and make sure we reported the truth. And it was a first. So that's why it stuck out to me. That one was really a first.
So
yeah.
Well, this is what's so interesting about 9/11 and things like these wars. Like this stuff that's going on in the Middle East again. Who's going to really question or dig down into the details of who's dying, like what city block was eliminated by a missile and so forth, and you're not. It's just, war is just so chaotic. And like the day of 9/11, it was just so chaotic and it was so massively staged that no one's going to question it. They're just going to kind of look at the news and take it as it is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So,
yeah, in fact, I found these interesting quotes recently. George Orwell was writing about how he would read reports about where the war was really bad, and he'd be in these areas, and he'd be like, it's not at all like what is being reported, and he'd find it was the same everywhere. And I think it's the same. And the fakeability is one thing, but also the fact that there's not a lot of real fact-checking internally. And they got away with 240 mass shootings. You know how many people's opinions would have changed having read that? That's a significant thing. 204. It's like saying 240 terror attacks. Like that is something that will shape somebody's
Oh
opinions,
yeah.
and
Oh
it's
yeah.
it's beyond just reckless. To me, that's what you would call atrocity propaganda.
That article is actually has a couple layers that are really interesting. Like different counties and different towns report school shootings differently than others. Shouldn't it be all the same? Like, no, this is definitely different in this county. Like, one kid brings like a cap gun to school, and then another kid actually brings like his grandfather's arsenal. So it's like those are categorized as like the same thing. It's like that's not that doesn't make any sense. So
Yes, yes.
um,
It's a good example though too of how if they throw everything at the wall, it just sticks unless somebody is there to call it out. And this is one where not even the people calling out the fake school shootings ever looked into these, but it took NPR. And they weren't doing it to discredit the news. They were doing it to build a case for banning guns. And look what they found. Like they accidentally stumbled
yeah.
on this. And I'm sure somebody must have gotten fired for that.
So it's one of the things that I actually have been meaning to ask you about. This NPR article just drilled it down and said, okay, well, maybe not all 240 were, really mass shootings or school shootings or whatever, but it's something like one to 10 of them actually were. But even then, Tim, does that mean, out of all the schools in the United States, probably like thousands, right? We're just like freaking out over like 10 of them or whatever. But even in some ways, say like even that's like too much. But then if we kind of enter into the IPS way of thinking, like those 10 are probably all like, disingenuous. They're all like kind of like to some degree staged, and that's my opinion. But I mean, I know it's like all the way with you, like it's all staged. But it's tough for me sometimes. But I mean, that I think they hit it like halfway. I think they make it staged, and then the rest kind of naturally. I know there's like the girls and the guys, like the students that are like, they're like laughing, like in front of like the news cameras and stuff like that. But
Well,
when they're interviewed during after, but like I think they do like maybe like half or maybe like 50% of this is like staged, and the rest is like, man, if you're like close by, you're like a neighbor and you're like right across the street from the school, like yeah, you're gonna have like a freaking crazy response to this, like, oh my god, I can't believe this happened in my neighborhood. Like, yeah,
oh, sure.
You know what I mean?
They
I
lock
don't
down
know.
schools
I
all
don't
the
know.
time. Schools get locked down because they'll say there's a shooter
Yeah.
on the loose, and there's no way of knowing, but it does create that perception, and then the lockdowns become normalized. But with a 240, it could have been anything. Somebody, however the schools
Yeah.
misreported it. But the fact of it is, the regular news consumer will think that was 240 Sandy Hooks. That's what they take out of it.
You're right. Right. Yeah. Yeah. And actually, you brought up another point about, well, school shootings, but all just shootings in general. For Maine, they did a lockdown just like they did up here in Boston for the Boston bombing. The last time I heard that they locked down a whole neighborhood, outside of obviously 2020, because that was basically like the whole world. Somehow they convinced the whole world to do a lot of that. But Watertown, Massachusetts, like right after the Boston bombing, they thought the Tsarnaev brother had, I think there's like a shootout here in Watertown. It's almost like when you, back then it was like, I think it was 2013, like when it was happening, you like remember everything. But like now, like thinking back, like, wow, I can't believe that happened here. The town of Watertown and like the surrounding areas were on lockdown. Lockdown, and that was kind of like, I think that a lot of people, I think I was listening to Alex Jones back in the day that around that time, which is, I'm sorry to say, but I think he was saying like that's kind of like the beginning and like the direction that they want to take us, like that they can just on a whim flip a switch and like put us on a lockdown, which I
Right.
thought even then I was like, wow, this is like actually happening. Like there, like I don't even think people in my town. My town was probably like 10 or 20 miles away, and I don't even think we left the house because everyone's like, you're scared. It's like I don't know. It's like a weird thing.
It is.
It
Look,
really hits you.
that happened in Watertown, you mentioned, right? And so the Boston bombing suspect hides in the boat, and they have the big shootout there in the boat. And that was kind of called back with this main shooter because, of course, he escaped on a boat or on a jet ski. So they bring back elements.
I forgot you said that the other night.
But there's definitely something here. There's definitely something to getting people accustomed to locking down on more or less on a whim. And they've definitely advanced that agenda forward. And at the time of the Boston bombing, there was only really Alex Jones. There really weren't all these other channels real time taking stuff down. They started to, but he was the loudest on that one, and it definitely caught my attention. And at the time, there were so many anomalies to look over, but they all sort of assumed it was real, and that the Sarnoff brothers were patsies. But anyway, and it's not even ancient history.
Well, I mean, it's these people don't exist.com. Have we ever really seen the Tsarnaev brothers ever in person? Like it's all caricatures or pictures. And it could be just AI. We don't know how long ago artificial intelligent photoshopping has occurred.
Well,
so,
the last time
a lot of that stuff is
Joker. His name was Joker Sarnoff. The last time Joker Sarnoff was in the news was on 3/4/2022, the day the new Batman came out, and he was in the news because his death penalty was reinstated. I'm like, wait, you're reinstating the death penalty on the Joker the day of the Batman movie coming out? And in the Boston lockdowns after the bombing, the police were all in their Batman costumes, these SWAT uniforms, and that's when I realized Batman and the symbol of Batman is included in so many of these psyops. And of course, we've seen that with Christopher Nolan's films, constantly referencing these mass shootings.
I vividly remember that before even there was like the theater shooting too for that movie. That the marketing that they did for that Batman movie was insane. I think they did a lot of the Joker. It was like the months leading up to that movie. A lot of like the Joker's pranks and stuff were like they tried to make them like real. And I love when Hollywood purposefully blurs the line between what's the movie and what's not. I think Lost. I brought this up with you too. Lost did this a few times in between seasons, and I think it's almost like a hint of the Blair Witch Project. If you remember way back in the day when Blair Witch Project came out, it was advertised as real. I think that was part of their marketing plan.
It was. You're right about that. So, they marketed that by leaving it open to speculation, so people are like, I think it's real.
I love that stuff. Yeah,
that was really clever, and that was also reality TV.
So the Dark Knight did that.
I could see that.
But yeah, they did like all the bank robbery stuff. Like they had fake Batman pictures like posted in different towns, and the people dressed up as you know what? Damn, I don't think we ever talked about this here. I don't think you ever said this. They had like people dressed up as like Jokers and stuff all over the internet, and like have you ever talked about that? Because I don't think you have. That's definitely related to like the stuff that you kind of tend to talk about. I'll have to dig up some of that stuff because I know that their marketing was what was related to that. I don't even know what to search like online for that.
It's something to go
I probably haven't
down.
seen it since then.
I mean, I've been looking. Okay, you mentioned this shooting in Maine, and some of the big what I call guardrail channels, these controlled opposition types, are saying it's MK Ultra. He's mind controlled. They said that about James Holmes, and the Batman shooter, the Joker shooter, and he had some involvement with DARPA and some type of research having to do with, I guess, adjacent to mind control. So they put that narrative out there at that time that this was a mind controlled assassin or something.
Oh my God, the whole main story is just so transparent to me at this point. Who's gonna prove that any of the people actually died? That's one thing. Now I'm not saying it's like it probably didn't happen, but I'm just saying who's gonna do like the background search on these families to see that all of them, lost some, whatever. And then also, how do we even know if this guy actually exists? This card, guy. You know what I mean? It's the whole story. It's just so easy to fabricate and just put out there. And like the police could be searching for nothing, and then even the way he was found seems very unusual. And like his background story is very unusual. Nothing makes sense. Supposedly he was found in something like either a dumpster nearby, like work or something like that, or a friend's like recycling plant or something. It sounds like a movie. That I feel like that's in a movie somewhere. And he like, I don't know, it was like supposedly like a suicide, two bullets to the head, and like or two shots to his body somehow. It's like who's shooting themselves twice? Like
you might find this interesting. So
like a suicide.
I looked at this, looking into this Joker thing, because I do recall the Joker Batman hype around that movie. And before James Holmes walks into The Dark Knight Rising and shoots everybody, there was a trailer for a movie called Gangster Squad that played before. And the trailer for Gangster Squad was later, they changed the scene from the movie because it had criminals coming from behind a movie screen and shooting up the audience.
Right.
So before the audience gets shot up, they watch an audience getting shot up. I mean, that whole scene was just replete with this type of...
I remember you saying that. Yeah. Oh my gosh. See, that's the trick that I think... See, it's fun. I hate now. I sound like a real jerk. Like I'll put it this way: it's interesting observing these things happening in real time. Now, it's the predictive capability that I think is important for us, and I want to continue to hone that. And I think you started bringing this up the last few episodes of IPS, where now it's like, okay, this is like the anniversary of blah blah blah, and lo and behold, we're actually starting to see some, repeats, like some of the things that are rhyming as time goes on. So I think that's really cool.
Yeah.
You know what?
10-6 was Modern Warfare 3. The video game comes out, and I'm like, wait. On the eve of the Israel-Hamas thing, you have one of the most popular games, is it Call of Duty, or where like millions of people are now mentally, they're immersed in simulated war. That, to me, is obviously concurrent programming. Just like if they had it on Netflix. Or here in the town I'm in, they show World War Z downtown, which has scenes that are reminiscent of what just happened. So this is a very coordinated thing, which is why I don't assume things to be real at all anymore. None of these atrocity stories get any rise out of me, except
oh, man.
It's like exciting in a way.
The Israel stuff is super interesting. Les Luthor isn't even like allowed near. By the way, he must have some brass cojones, thinking that he can just travel to a war and like record stuff. But I guess he wasn't allowed even on set in and around this new manufactured war. And I guess he wound up in Crete or something, and he was reporting there. And I guess it's like an island that's like partially owned by NATO or the United Nations or something like that. And it's all like overgrown. It hasn't been like touched in like decades. And he was kind of reporting on how it's probably like where they film, because a lot of all the militaries, all those like Palestinian military people, they like train there. So I guess that he was kind of saying that I guess they can use any set they want and record these wartime photos like anytime they want. I mean, how many years go by? Like you're just showing like an iPhone on the screen, and like the shape of the iPhone hasn't changed for years. So that, I mean, I'm just speculating here. Like, could that photo be taken like 2 years ago, 4 years ago?
Right.
Yes,
you know what I mean? Exactly.
So,
like there's this correlate. You find these relationships between drills and then the real thing happening later. And it seems like they do the drill or they shoot a movie. And this is hugely interesting to me. They shoot a movie that seems like that would have been the time to get all the key characters, actors, and resources in place to stage a like event. And someone today, Reverse History, sent me something very interesting. This is such an intriguing find. The Rodney King beating.
Oh, yeah.
The beating, 1 minute, 19 seconds, 33 times hit with the baton. The guy who filmed it was actually filming Terminator 2, which was being shot on the same street. So he's shooting behind the scenes Terminator 2.
Oh yeah.
Then he walks down, he sees the beating later, and when the police take that tape from him, they actually have behind the scenes doing some of James Cameron's work. So this is a connection between Terminator, James Cameron, and the Rodney King event, which is just another level of interesting connectedness when we look at James Cameron's fingerprints as a metascriptor. And I'm suggesting that that psyop of the Rodney King beating was probably a James Cameron production.
That's the thing, Tim, is like my mind is blown with all this stuff. Like it's still, even after a very short few years of being in this, you know, on these channels, we'll say, it's so mind-boggling that that stuff has happened for years, and it's almost like, when did it begin? You know what I mean? You know, so and that you know, Terminator 2, that was like, or Terminator, whatever, that series, that's like 80s and 90s. So it's like, man, it's like 30, 40 years ago. So what's going on, you know?
Yeah, and look,
it's really crazy. So
it's intriguing. I think
but,
Arnold Schwarzenegger as the Terminator is a very significant character. The Terminator is the destroyer, and it symbolizes the nuke. It's all coming. This is a story that's been written that is leading our collective narrative to these certain ends. And that's what we're witnessing. The word metascript is the only thing that can explain this. And when did it begin?
Yeah,
1946, I guess, when they.
It's funny you brought up nukes too, because I've been kind of mulling over how the cartoons that they provide for us, whenever there's like a news article or you know, that I find online about current you know, versions of nuclear, you know, arms. They use similar like cartoons, just like you know, the way satellites are presented to us, and I think that's something that's really telling. You know, especially if, you know, there's another version of these channels where it's like, you know, nukes. I mean, are nukes real? You know what I mean? Like that's a question. I mean, I think, you know, for the most part, if you do enough digging, you know, who knows? You know, they might not be. Like it's just I don't know. It's almost like all this stuff is just meant to keep us hidden in our, you know, own homes, or just, you know, shaken in our britches, so, you know, so we don't move.
That's a recurring theme. We got lockdowns. They established it. We need a lockdown for the pandemic. Then we need a lockdown for possible fallout or the weather. And now we have lockdowns because of a shooter. But it's not just a shooter. It's a shooter who caught a mind virus. He caught the rage virus on disease X. He went on X, he got radicalized, and now he's doing a shooting. And the fact that it's the X that is being pointed as the cause is very significant here, because, of course, this can all be pinned on Elon Musk, and they're going to say this is why we can't have free speech, because the mentally ill can't control themselves.
It is kind of interesting. We didn't foretell this month would have so much devastation, given that 10 and the letter X are, you know, related.
Oh, good one.
You know,
yeah,
in some way. Yeah. I'm also curious, you know, we always talk about, you know, November 3rd. Of course, that's a very special day to me. But for us, it's no, it's my birthday. So for us, it's a much different day. I'm interested. What do you think is going to happen this year for like the beginning of November, like early November? Because it's kind of like a quiet month, right? It's just Thanksgiving, and then 11/11,
yes.
11/22. You know, there's like those funny numbers.
I think it's going to be big. This is Godzilla's 69th birthday. I'll be watching Godzilla that day. But I literally think this. I think that all the predictive programming for the nuking of Seattle has pointed at a domestic violent extremist attack, which is already in the news right now. It's been foreshadowed in Terminator 2. But Seattle 11/3. 11/3 is the Kraken date. And I first started looking at the Kraken symbolism when the Seattle Kraken emerged with a 1 minute and 13-second trailer, 11/3. 11/3 is the day of the One World Trade Tower. Very significant date. But overall, I think if you were to point at a date that the aggrieved MAGA extremists that the FBI invented
Mhm.
would look at as the date to demonstrate their desire for retribution. At first, I thought 6/11. That's Timothy McVeigh's death day. But I think 11/3. I think 11/3, if you're going to do a terrorist act to show your refusal to accept the election results, that would be the most symbolic date. So I'm looking at 11/3 as possibly the day that Godzilla takes out Seattle.
I can't even believe we're even still talking about election results and how so many people have just continued not to question that stuff, and how how the presidents or people like in power are selected rather than elected. And that's another question: is what do you think is going to happen next year with regard? Because a lot of that stuff is going to ramp up around January. Let's say like basic blue pill mainstream media stuff is going to be mostly about the election, the national elections. So I wonder, like, has there any chatter about like what do you think is going to? Some people started thinking that Biden will be selected one more time to be president. I think it's really interesting, but I don't know if that's even something we should even be talking about, because it really doesn't matter.
Well, Biden, technically, they could have him last forever. I mean, silicon doesn't age, right? It's just a mask. But no, it's going to be.
Oh yeah, like his mask falling off the other day. Oh my gosh.
Oh, when his chin, yeah, he had the chin, the chin balls. What was that? I was like, okay.
The normie memes are just fantastic. They're like, I don't know. It's well, here's another thing, Tim. It's becoming really difficult to like talk about this with other people. You can't really like talk about the stuff that we talk about to a lot of people. But sometimes it teases its way out, you know what I mean? Like in conversations, like, well, I don't know about this let's say the main shooter or like the Israel stuff. We don't really know what's going on. It's so chaotic. It's easy to take like a middle stance on this stuff. But have you ever been in a position, like, do you have any, thoughts or recommendations on, how, when you're talking to people, like, how do you bring a little bit of IPS to the forefront?
Yeah.
Do you ever do that in like real life? Like maybe we were in like grocery shopping or something like that, and you're just talking to the person behind the register or something like that.
Originally we started this term, which has been appropriated by everybody else in the whole flat earth thing. We called it flat smacking, and I stole it from the Westboro Baptist Church. They called it God smacking, and it's where you tell somebody something that is that's meant to be such a paradigm shock that leaves this look on their face like they got smacked. So flat smacking was kind of the same thing. And so originally I was like, hey, here's what we need to do. We need to paradigm shock people. And we had a number of people who are part of our group who would go out on the street corners outside of like ball games and just tell people the space station's fake. The Earth is flat. Nothing you can see on TV is true.
Oof.
Like we made that our main objective. And then that's how we got introduced to, we did the billboard, Research Flat Earth. And we were trying to communicate to the normies. And then Mad Mike Hughes, the Daredevil, joins us. So we spent a lot of time directly targeting the normies and reveling in the fact that you could see on their faces when you went beyond their frame of reference. And we called that flat smacked. And it was just kind of fun at first. But it caused a reaction. And I think that we've seen it. We've seen the reaction against what now they call dangerous misinformation.
Yeah, but it won't tip the needle, I mean, it won't cause someone to just immediately research flat Earth, as they say, or research fake nukes, or
it doesn't. It doesn't. It doesn't. What it does, and this is
so
by
weird.
design. I think I read somewhere in like cult mind control, they talk about how this is something that even happens with certain evangelicals, where if a cult is proselytizing and they get rejected, it actually tells the cult that they're right. It kind of makes them shell up and they form a wall, us versus them. So when they send out cult members around the world to proselytize, winning people over is almost secondary to just building walls. So I realized it's not going to work, but we were doing it more as an experiment, a test. Let's see how the media responds. But these days, I look at somebody's frame of reference before we talk about anything. Like, oh, this person is a normie, so they believe this stuff is true, and you cannot disabuse them of it. It's like you can't get somebody to ditch their religion with facts. It's a different area
Right.
of cognition, belief versus knowledge. And so I look at the frame of reference and I'm like, okay, they're dreamers. I'm not going to wake them up.
We need I don't know how to word this the right way, but I almost want more different perspectives because this is tough. This is tough, Tim. Doing a lot of research, and I know, being drowned in the discords, threads and everything. It's super tough. Like, man, like talk about mind expanding information, but at the end of the day, there's still like little pockets of like science, history. Let's say like, I would even go so far as to say like chemistry and biology, like, never mind philosophy, philosophical science, like any of these realms of thought and research, we're just lacking. Like, I wish we could just kind of wake different people up and just be like, hey,
I know what you mean.
Question this thing, like, and because it'll help all of us, like, like just have a better like idea of like what's going on.
You're absolutely right, because I had said at the very beginning of this channel, there were people who said, don't do the billboard. You're going to cause ridicule. And I'm like, no, the answers are not going to be found by the people on YouTube who are just conspiracy candy junkies. It's going to be found by people out there in the world who are in positions to know something, and then you have to have all these disparate people who know a little bit here, know a little there, and then the connections between this information will bring something out in the gestalt. So I'm like, no, you cannot form an echo chamber. So my intention here with the IPS think tank is to do cyber symposiums where we invite people from the outside world. So my very first one, I'm inviting a number of computer animators to examine some footage that I present them from the ISS. And I'm going to get some expert opinions on out-of-context video just to prove that the professionals will call it fake if it's fake, if they don't know it's coming from NASA. In other words, their frame of reference. But my plan is to go out into the world with this and to get out of the echo chamber. The whole idea of the think tank has always been to engage.
Yeah,
that's
the tough part, is getting out of the echo chamber. There's a lot of people that still don't call in either too. So that's what bums me out a lot of times. There's a couple of good people that post in the threads and so forth that we have, and too bad that, because I think the audio version of this information is a lot more powerful. I mean, just down to grassroots here. I can like rip this audio from YouTube and have it, save it to my computer, whereas like the Discord thread, forget about it. Like, I don't even know how to unravel all that. That's there's just so much.
I know what you mean. And we have a lot of great research, and you can see how the ideas are built up and how the pieces are put together. And what I'm doing with these cyber symposiums is I'm going to be basing it on input. So I'll be arranging for people to call in or to show up. So in other words, I really think that we have a lot of great content here, and there's a lot of great researchers and a lot of people. Like, I want to talk to Les Luthor again. I spoke to him like last year. And get some updates on his illusion warfare. He's really advanced the game.
He's great.
Yep.
Yeah. Hey, I wanted to say thank you for everything. Trying to do all this and stay consistent. I know it's really tough, and I just threw some a couple coins in the tip jar for you, and hope to talk to you again soon.
Hey, I appreciate it very much. Thanks for the coffee and for helping to maintain this channel. And yeah, it's a lot of fun, and I think it's just going to get more interesting. So like, I have all the incentive I need to stick around. So thanks again for the call, and have a great evening.
Yeah, thanks, Tim. Take care.
All right, and I think he makes a great point. Caller raises a great point. Let's get more callers in. Lean Dion said they didn't let Les Luthor into Gaza. He's in Cyprus, which he suggests is a simulation area. Yes, exactly. Joseph Bender says, this guy your handler? No. I don't have any handlers. We are uncontrolled opposition. Controlled opposition and uncontrolled opposition. In fact, there isn't any uncontrolled opposition outside of the IPS. Infinite Plane Radio.
Hey, how you doing, Tim?
Hey, what's up? This is One Step Too Far.
Yep.
Hey, what's going on? What's your take on the world stage as it is presently arranged?
Well, that's a long-winded answer, but I think I actually wanted to ask you a couple of your opinions on certain things. Like one of the ways we can see the script, like, you know, it's kind of cliche, but like George Lucas, it rhymes. It's like an opera or whatever.
Right.
Well, it's like one of the hot topics on social media that people are fighting about with the Palestine-Israel thing is the burnt babies. And there's a couple of things. There's like, first of all, if it happens, then like, what's the problem with asking for proof? And if it's true, then like, why don't you just show the proof instead of castigating people as anti-Semites? But the biggest thing for me, and I think for a lot of people, is it reminds them of, if you remember the first Iraq war with the first Bush, it's like the babies in the incubators.
Oh, yeah. Oh, and Naira. And you know what? This is the thing. The incubator story came out on I guess it was 10/10/1990. So 33 years to the day, we get the story of the 40 dead babies in Hamas. Like, this is just
exactly
unbelievably scripted. And you're right. If it was real, show us the babies. Shock me. I could say the same thing for any of these school shootings. Show me one photo.
Oh, and all the same people that want you to believe that them just like take them at their word, that's the proof, or like, don't look away, look at the carnage. It's like, okay, well, show it to me. Don't show me like a 4-year-old clip of you guys actually going into a mosque and like shooting people on Ramadan and like throwing grenades in the room with women and children, and then having a parade. 2 years ago, they did that at night on the holiest night of Ramadan and threw a friggin' parade in the middle of Gaza. But that's beside the fact, you know what I'm saying?
Well, I know.
It's just like
I
the
think
script. The script, it's like Marvel movies. They're like running out of things to put in the script, so
Yeah.
they're just like repeating it and then like farting into a wine glass and sniffing it like, oh, we're so good at this.
Yeah, it's terrible. And I'm thinking that we'll find the pictures of the real victims, the real dead babies, in the same filing cabinet where they have photos of satellites, like in space. Like they got to be in the same
Well,
safe.
interestingly, it's interesting that you bring that up for two reasons. I think we're going to find it in the same vault that we're going to find the very convenient video proof of Timothy McVeigh exiting the truck without John Doe number 2, which will obviously be AI because all the witnesses that either died or like refused to testify about John Doe number 2, because guess who was the prosecutor during those cases? It was who's our Attorney General right now?
Right now, let me see. Who is the Attorney General? Right now, it is. Looks like.
It's on the tip of my tongue. He was like up for Supreme Court under Obama.
There is Merrick Garland.
Yeah, Merrick Garland was the lead prosecutor in the case against McVeigh and his accomplishment, Terry Nichols.
Oh, really?
And when he was asked about, because Terry Nichols has like all of this information on John Doe number 2, and like anytime the witnesses brought up John Doe number 2 and how they saw him with him, Merrick Garland, who's the prosecutor working for the state, would try and say objection and get it stricken from the record. He would keep trying to get the judge to get it stricken from the record so there was no mention of John Doe number 2. And that's why I think with AI and stuff, like, in him being attorney general, like, it might just conveniently come up that there's video proof. All of a sudden, all the video that disappeared, the video that whistleblowers were murdered over, will show up.
Like retroactively patching in the holes. This is 1984 Ministry of Truth. And yeah, you know what? That's got to be entering the realm of possibility. Like we talk about what's fakeable. Is it fakeable that they could produce something that looks like evidence that was actually recorded at that time? Could they patch holes in their story?
Right, and think of how low grade the quality was. It was like 144p. You know what I mean? So like, it's not going to be hard to erase a guy getting out of a truck.
Fascinating. And the significance of it right now, if you ask me, is of course Timothy McVeigh is like the OBL for the white nationalists, and now they're hyping up this white nationalist attack. And I think the white nationalists are threatening the power grid, and they call themselves the base. And what does Al-Qaeda mean? The base. So you're telling me that the 9/11 and the 6/11, the domestic and the foreign terrorists are both called the base? That tells you they have the same writers.
And one of the big linguistic terms that has been planted into like young people's internet slang is based. Like, oh, that's based.
Wait a minute.
Or like that guy's based.
Is based a right-wing thing too? Because if so, then that was planted by the feds. It had to. It
started as right wing, and then like the left wing tried to like co-opt it as like, oh, like we'll take their term, like it's based when it goes against them, that type of thing.
I see. They can
and like, where did it came basically out of nowhere. You know what I mean? Kind of like conspiracy theorists. Like it just kind of came out of like, what does it really mean? Like, oh, based in fact. Like, I mean, you could say stuff like that. Oh, baseline on the court. Like you could say all these kinds of things, but the fact that you could also say, well, oh, Al Qaeda or the white nationalist, the one that you brought up.
Yes, absolutely.
And then there's like ISIS. We took Trump no time to like get rid of ISIS, quote unquote. But like Obama created ISIS, but now ISIS is back and is a big problem. But like Al Qaeda's not, because we gave them all this stuff, which is really like, so the economy is really bad. How does a country do better when the economy's bad? War. So we get directly back in wartime. The politicians line their pockets. And also the defense contractors, kind of like when Moderna got a jab contract when they're not in that business, like the defense contractors also get the federal contracts to rebuild the places that they're blowing up.
And another reason we need war is we need war because all of the military are brainwashed. Every person who's joining the military believes in weapons of mass destruction as seen on TV, and you don't go through that training and you don't exist in that closed system environment of a military base and believe anything's fake or believe any conspiracies. Maybe a little intrigue, but you're a true believer brainwashee, and they need war to maintain, because I look at the sheer number of people who are in the military, the standing army, and they all go through the same basic worldview shaping program, and you need that.
Well, now it's a little bit different with all the, the gender stuff that's going on, but that's kind of ancillary to what we're talking about. But you also brought up with the proof, like the pictures of the space station. If you go to your Twitter right now, I tweeted you this when it came out, but if you come up in your mentions, like it's just a link to the article. When I first tweeted it to you, I said it's all coming together because this was before all this shit popped off. It's an article, and it's like a legit, like from whoever the science people are. It's an article about how NASA is making contingency plans for the ISS coming down.
Oh yeah, here they are. They're planning on bringing it down to... And why down? Okay, so like, if the Earth is the only place in the universe that has any life, and everything else out there is just emptiness, and then you have these stars, which are just trash incinerators, why would you throw your garbage on Earth? Why wouldn't you just fling it out into space? I never understood that.
It's especially when they're spending billions of dollars to quote unquote land precisely on an asteroid, even though all the asteroids that are quote unquote deadly, we can't notice in time. You notice how also with like weapons of mass destruction, well, we wouldn't be able to notice it in time, like that type of shit. But you can pinpoint land a mining, like your Bruce Willis in Armageddon, land like a mining crew on like a asteroid that you think has a bunch of minerals we need. You know what I mean? Like it's cobalt, so we can like fight slave labor and all this shit. It's like all these narratives coming together at the same time. We give Iran like $5 billion so that they can fund the attack that the IDF can ignore for 5 hours, so that we can basically get a Las Vegas situation, and the number keeps going up and up and up, and soon it's going to be 6 gazillion people died at the friggin' yeah, I don't want to go too far
I
into
know what
that,
you mean.
but
It's an
you know what I'm
egregious.
saying.
Look, it's come down to it's a war over who can get the most people to believe their bullshit, and it's all atrocity propaganda. The worst offender here.
No, I think it's not. I think that's what it used to be like when they first started it out, but I think they realized that they've lost the information war with the internet. They can't get it back. So this is really like the last-ditch effort. It's kind of like with Antarctica, or like the landing on the moon, or like the atomic weapons. Like all these enemy countries all get together and they decide, oh, well, you know what, we agree on this one thing. Like, oh, we agree that we don't want people going to Antarctica because then they'll start finding all the other continents where all the other rich people live. You know, that type of shit.
I think you're right about something.
Or they'll find
we crossed
they'll
the line.
find out about the nukes, like the what's the new nuke phrase, like the micro nuke.
Yeah.
Which is basically means like they'll have an excuse to say, well, that was nuclear arms, when like a general like IED goes off.
Right, exactly. And then they'll say there's fallout and there's radioactivity. And there's a pretty good movie with Nick Cage called The Humanity Bureau about how they used fake claims of nuclear fallout and radiation to lock everybody down. And you're not allowed to have the Giga reader thing that tells you when there's any kind of
Yeah.
It's like, okay, another excuse for the universal lockdowns, but
I mean, when they pull off the EMP thing soon, which is them just shutting the electrical grid down, they're gonna make ham radios illegal, shit like that.
well, they're definitely setting the stage for some massive blackout. They've been doing
Something
this for some
crazy,
time.
yeah.
In fact, they say
A
that,
huge lockdown thing.
and they're going to blame it on white
And
nationalists.
here's what I think it is. I think they're doing this so they can, because you notice how we're fighting for democracy in Ukraine, but he's rounded up all his political opponents, he's thrown them in jail, and we're still fighting for democracy. First of all, we're not a democracy. The Founding Fathers built our Constitution based off the fact that they were warning us about democracy and how it was the end of everything, because it's the rule by the majority, which means the minority doesn't get a voice. But aside from all that, like, I think it's that they really don't think it doesn't matter due process or not. Trump's going to get convicted of all these charges, and then they're going to use that to say, oh, are you really going to vote for the guy that has umpteenth charges? And I think they're worried that people really are going to. And the last thing that they can do is do what Zelensky did and suspend general elections, even though we know there's elections, but suspend general elections and save face as they institute an even bigger police state.
Interesting. Interesting. I could see that being a path taken forward here. 91 charges, and I think that these are all fall guys. Like, I don't think Trump is a target of the deep state because he's rogue. I think he's a fall guy, and they're deconstructing.
Yeah, exactly.
Fascinating.
He was a selected Manchurian candidate because they thought they could control him, and he went rogue. And now the people are behind him going rogue, and he's got an ego. He's seen the dead bodies. He understands the cracks, in the firmament, so to speak. So I think that it's like that with a lot of people. Like, I'm surprised he's not dead yet. I think he's not dead yet because they need the boogeyman. What do they always need? They need the boogeyman, whether it's a virus or it's this or it's mass shootings. Like the guy who's a military age, like early 30s, like well built, looks like a SEAL, like handles his gun really well. And he's wrapped up in all his tactical gear and on multiple mags, multiple guns, like he's been in the field. And they supposedly catch the guy, and it's a guy who watches the Browns lose with a paper bag on his head in the stands, drunk off his ass every Sunday.
Yes, yes. Anybody who has faith in political leadership is, following a Pied Piper at this point. They're pulling out. It seems like they're pulling out every single Illuminati card in rapid succession because of the internet. The internet has broken it and has taken the seriousness away from it. We've been hyped up for World War III all our lives, and conflict out there is meant to be really shocking, and the world's on the edge. And nobody's taken it seriously. It really is like a shouting match at this point. And
Yeah, everybody's laughing at it. I mean, and they don't know what to do about it except for like take it to the extreme, you know. And since their extremes that they've been filling us with fear with are for the majority like fake shit, like they need to distract us with a bunch of shit. And like, it's like they get the gay op going with the guns again, and it's like I heard an argument the other day about how, like, back to back, this girl was talking. She's like an anti-gun, pro-Palestine, whatever. You know, a lefty, like standard lefty politic brainwash type thing. And she was saying that like she back to back put Uvalde and how the cops, the guys that we're supposed to trust with the guns, didn't do anything about it. But that's a good reason why the populace shouldn't have guns, because even the guys who we're supposed to trust with the guns, they don't get it done either.
Yes.
So basically, just like, you're supposed to die. If it's your time, you're supposed to die. It's crazy.
the good guy with the gun can stop a bad guy with a gun has been a staple of right-wing talking points from the beginning. And they've been trying to contradict that by showing the right wing, hey, look, not even good guys with guns can stop the bad guy with guns. It's futile. They're cowards. AR-15 is too much power in the hands of a civilian.
Well, that's why they're trying to make the guys with the guns doing this stuff the good guys now. You know what I mean? Like this guy who, like, I think your caller mentioned it before, like, this person doesn't exist.com or whatever. It's why, like, all of a sudden they got a military guy, you know, he's the NRA gun instructor, even though, forget about the times when the NRA gun instructor, like, has stopped a guy before he kills a bunch of people, like at a church in Texas. It's like, I don't know. It's all the narratives crashing together at once, and it's like they don't know what to do anymore because they've crisscrossed too many wires, and I don't know, man. It's getting crazy. Like, I mean, if nukes were real, we'd be done by now.
Yeah, exactly. And if school shootings were real, we would have seen real atrocities, and it would have really changed minds by now. But no, these are all events that weren't. It'll be
I get people mad every day when I say, no, Alex Jones isn't crazy because of Sandy Hook. Sandy Hook did not happen. Nobody died.
Yep, exactly. Well, hey, appreciate the call very much. And if you look on the screen really quick here, I took a picture the other day. We had total cloud coverage, just a sheet of cloud. Very nice day otherwise. But I took a picture and I left part of a traffic light in the photo, and then I turned the photo upside down, and it looks exactly like the ISS and its arm gliding over the Earth. And if you look at that, I mean,
well, there you go, Tim. You've seen it. You've seen proof now. Why don't you believe?
Exactly. Like, I'm convinced that 90% of the stuff that's fooled people is optical illusions.
It all is, man. It all is.
Awesome. Well, hey, call
But
back.
I'll let you go, brother.
Okay, call back anytime. Thanks again. All right, everyone. That is one step too far. Garrett Summers says, what are they spraying exactly? Well, look, I can show you a video that demonstrates how they actually fake, how they used to fake it. Now it's all CGI. But it used to be the case that they would record the sky and then flip the camera upside down. And then you would put the props in front of that footage. And it makes it look like you're looking from space down at the tops of clouds instead of being on the ground and looking up. And there was a pretty good video of that demonstrates this, where you have these astronauts who are dropping off one of their tanks down below. And you can see the tank there, but it's pretty clear that the tank that's supposedly falling is actually a blimp. And that they are holding a handheld camera inside of the space shuttle on the ground, and they're recording the sky. And it's given away a couple of times. And interestingly enough, you see a recovery jet. You know, whenever you have a blimp recovery jet, you'll see like a hook behind it is how you know it's there to recover the blimp. And you actually see in a NASA video a blimp recovery jet claiming the tanker, the tank that was supposedly falling down to the earth. They whited it out, but the footage is there. It's all about an optical illusion. And if again, I'm looking at the screen here, and I cannot tell how this is different from the Earth as they show us from the ISS, and it's literally just a photo of the sky upside down. And this also explains why whenever they show you the Earth from space, it's planet cloud. It's like, where's the continents? Where's the cities? They only show you that at night when it's obviously, CGI. Okay, a couple other Illuminati cards have been thrown out there. Glenwood Springs, Colorado, a 22-year-old. Again, it's been 22 years since 9/11. Lots of 22s out there for some reason. Dressed in tactical clothing with patches, dead at an amusement park called Caverns Adventure. Heavily armed, semi-automatic rifle, handgun, multiple magazines, and he had body armor, and a helmet and IEDs. Apparently, you had this would-be terror attack. I guess it was foiled because he killed himself instead of doing it. According to reports in the Washington Post, the armed man killed himself instead of carrying out an apparent plan to shoot up a mountaintop amusement park in Colorado. Colorado's a center for a lot of the psyops. Recently, we've been talking about Littleton and the connections from Littleton to Lewiston, the shooter in Maine, and how he shot up a bowling alley. Bowling for Columbine, shoots up a bowling alley. Bowling for Lewiston. And the main victim, who was on the news while the shooter was still on the loose, the girl whose leg was grazed, is pictured holding a bowling ball with a globe on it, just painted like a globe. I'm like, that's interesting, because Bowling for Columbine has Michael Moore holding a bowling ball that looks like a globe. James Fetzer says the shooting in Maine is part of a long sequence of staged events to justify taking our guns. I think he's wrong. They're not staging shootings to take our guns. They're never going to take the guns. They're staging shootings to keep people terrorized, trauma-induced mind control, and to maintain the schism in society, left and right. Black Hebrew Israelites are now battling the pro-Palestinians in Chicago. Nobody got hurt. It's just another street riot. I wonder how Ronnie and Johnny with Event Skeptics are handling this. They're Black Hebrew Israelite flat earth simulationists, and they worship Yahweh. I think there's a lot of crossover. I didn't see them there in the fray. Dark Knight Rises, we talked about this. James Holmes behind Batman on the cover is a bat as a phoenix. The burning bat as a phoenix motif introduced by Christopher Nolan, and it foreshadowed 2020 and our reset. Burn it down, build back better. A phoenix, and the phoenix symbolism was really all over 2020, but the bat as phoenix, because the bat was the catalyst for the burning everything down. Of course, we're talking about the underheated bat soup. Okay, we have out there in Switzerland, they're mailing iodine. The government is mailing iodine tablets to 5 million residents in case of a nuclear disaster, and they're saying, take at the request of authorities. So my question for the anti-vaxxers, are you going to, Exalt's in the chat, are you going to refuse the iodine after the nuke? Are you going to spend the next 5 years talking about how iodine has nanobots and COVIDs in it, and we shouldn't take it? Is every affliction that the population has after iodine therefore caused by iodine? Check this out. This is so intriguing. We've been talking about Schwarzenegger, the Terminator, and his face all over 9/11 with collateral damage. Look at this, the Trumpinator. He'll be back in 2024. Trump as the Terminator. Now, the reason why this is interesting for a couple of reasons. But primarily, the Terminator is the destroyer. The destroyer is what Abaddon means. Revelation 9:11, Abaddon, the destroyer, and Trump is a bad Don. He's the head of this thing when it goes down, when it's blamed on the MAGA extremists. And he was characterized as a bad Don once they started bringing him into the courthouses as a mafia Don. And I'm saying that he is Abaddon. He is the destroyer. That this general narrative about this nuke that's going to hit America, likely Seattle, and it's correlated, of course, with T2, Arnold Schwarzenegger. It's interesting here. Anyway, the Trumpinator. And then also, of course, if you go into the symbolism with Terminator 2, he gets that head wound where he's got this pretty conspicuous one eye symbolism, which could be foreshadowing Trump's coming head wound. If you're not familiar with that, it's one of the most, like, look, you could look back and say, how did we miss 9/11? So many movies were predicting this exact scenario. There were so many hints. Well, pretty soon, whenever this thing goes down with Trump, you're going to say, how did we miss this? It's pretty incredible how many times he's been symbolically hit, sacrificed. Headshots have been foreshadowed. I think that also explains a lot of the Kennedy association with Trump, with the whole Q movement. I think they're trying to recreate that particular type of a psyop. And right now, Donald Trump is Biff Tannen. He is in the Biff Tannen phase of his character, and it's Biff Tannen who dies. Some more connections here. Could it be, this is Matman. Is it odd that before Matthew Perry died, he posted a Batman picture and called himself Matman? He had a t-shirt, "Could I be more vaxxed?" 888 days before his death. When you get into the numbers and the days between and the time between dates, there is quite a lot more here. But I'm going to do some digging. I'll put it all together in one article, and we'll get the best information that we can. Also, they've rewritten history. The dinosaurs were actually killed by a dark winter. How the apocalypse led, the rock from the sky narrative is still there, but they're saying that the asteroid kicked up a big cloud of pulverized rock dust, starved plants of sunlight. But more recent investigations are focusing on sun-blocking soot from the initial impact, subsequent global wildfires, and long-lived sulfur aerosols released. Again, this is part of the general I can't breathe psyop. I can't breathe, Gaia can't breathe, because of course, capitalism, toxic airborne events. Also, tomorrow is Halloween. It'll be the 42nd anniversary of the first wave at the Husky Stadium, October 31st, 1981. If you look at the origin of the wave in stadiums, there's a number of different places competing over who started it. But I think the most believable one is the Husky Stadium, where they did a simulation, a drill for the bombing of Seattle. And it was featured on PBS episode 113, The Bombing of Seattle, which they removed after I talked about it for like a year. But again, tomorrow is the 42nd anniversary. Last year, they were doing drills, and they said if there's some kind of a earthquake in Seattle of a 7.5 magnitude, we'll have, quote, 42-foot waves. The number 42 has been consistently associated with blackouts. Remember, the 7/13, 1979 and 7/13, 20, was it? I think it was. Let me get these exact dates. 7/13, the New York Manhattan blackouts. 42 years apart to the date. We're talking about not only were these blackouts that were exactly 42 years apart, but they put 42,000 people in the dark from 42nd Street on. And that date, July 13th, is interestingly 113 days from 11/3. But yeah, it was the 77 blackouts. And then exactly 42 years later to the day, the Twin Towers of the World Trade Center and the southern tip of Manhattan were plunged into darkness on 7/13/77. So that's a fascinating connection there. The Twin Towers on. But then exactly 42 years later, on the same day, we had a blackout. The New York City blackout of 77 happened 42 years ago today. 42,000 people in the dark, 42 2nd Street on. This is just one example, but I can point to dozens of examples. This one was actually correlated with the Son of Sam shootings, fascinatingly. SOS. Other interesting connections there as well. I need to get back into mind mapping some of the stuff. I'm just pointing out that there's a lot of blackout stuff being foreshadowed, being intimated, and we're going into the election cycle for determining who's going to be the president number 47. And remember, Super Bowl 47 was the Blackout Bowl, which I think is predictive of what is about to happen. Portal Complex says that was his 119th post on Instagram. And then we're in the World Series 119. And we brought up Rodney King and his 1 minute 19-second beating. 119 is a reference also in Genesis to the fall of the Tower of Babel. And 9/11 has, Revelation 9/11 has some connotations that correlate to the fall or the sinking of the Twin Towers. And the Twin Towers sinking, the Titanic sinking, the Tower of Babel, the West sinking, these are all part of the same set of symbols. It's all leading to the big one. Again, yeah, President Bush threw the first pitch at the World Series last night. The last time Bush threw was right after 9/11, right before a major war. Sure, it's just a coincidence. All right, this has been great. Thank you all for the calls. Lean Dion says Trump 45-47 is 9/11 as well. Yeah, Trump even has a hat with a 45 and a 47 on it. Think about that. If the next major 9/11 event involves this scenario with Trump, it's right there on his head, 9/11. And someone just gave him, God, there was so much here about Trump and this thing with the dramatic Antichrist Revelation 13 head wound. It's going to be biblical, and it's not going to not happen, FYI. Predictive programming is part of a contiguous story. They're not making it up as they go. If it's in the script, it's in the script. We may not know the exact year, but look, we were looking at 11/3 in 2019, and then we said, no, the big one in Seattle is going to happen on 3/11, since it didn't happen on 11/3. And what happened on 3/11? Exactly. Ground Zero, Seattle. And patient zero for COVID came down with the sickness on 119. 119 is also the date that Donnie Darko was released. A movie about planes falling from the sky, contains a lot of the same 9/11 predictive programming, 2020 predictive programming. And the director of Donnie Darko's, the director's father, Donnie Darko's director, his father worked on the Viking Mars rover. So he's making movies for NASA, and his son makes movies for the PSYOP Entertainment Complex. It just shows you how it's a very small circle of individuals at the top of the Illuminati dung heap. Anyway, this is One-Eyed Jack in the Shells, just a bowl cut away crisis actor for hire. Thanks for the calls, thanks for the chats. Same time tomorrow, likely earlier. Thanks, Harmon. Appreciate that. Over there on Rofkin, and those of you on Rofkin, I'll be live there as well in the future. So Infinite Plane Radio on Rofkin.
Another angry white kid. Just a Bocata way. Greta's going to be pissed.
Today is X Day, 7/24/2023. 24th letter is X. This is the day that Twitter has become X. And I have a lot to say on the matter. And there are a number of threads on the Gilded server that address this and other things that I want to go through now. And then later when we're live, we'll discuss these things. But let me go ahead and just scroll through the last 24 hours or so on the Gilded server and get right into it. Unrelated news, actually. Chet Hanks has deleted his entire Instagram. He's cleared it. And he said that he is going through some kind of life change and he's no longer going to put celebrity first. He says he's been in character for as long as he's been in the public eye. And he says he's going to walk with God from now on. And he covered the tattoo of the all-seeing eye in the middle of his chest with a cross, which is another one of these symbols that I think another reference to the same thing, the X. The X is a cross. A few things about the X. X, 24th letter, 2 and 4, when combined as a bind rune or a sigil, give you the symbol of Saturn, the astrological symbol of Saturn, which is a cross with a swirly reverse S on the bottom, or a 4 and a 2. And these numbers are rooted in symbolic systems or their language, the various languages of the world that use numbers and letters interchangeably encode a lot of meaning into their shapes. So the fact that the 4 creates a cross, if you look at it, it represents the 4 seasons and the basic quadrant that the year's divided into within the Babylonian astrology system, and what we have today is still rooted in that. We have the 4 seasons, we have the 4 suits, which in the esoteric symbolism are described as the chalice, the sword, the pentacle, the wand. And this is water, air, earth, fire. In the playing cards, 52 weeks, 4 suits, they are disguised. The diamond is a pentacle. The clubs are the staves. The hearts are the chalice. And the sword is the spade. Now, these all refer to also the astrotheological text itself, the Bible, Matthew, Mark, Luke, and John, the tetramorph, the 4 creatures, or you know, the angel, the eagle, the lion, and the bull, symbolizing this basic breakdown. Now, I'm getting into this because it ties into the symbol of the cross again, and Musk has long been obsessed with the number 42. And the number 42 is encoded into everything that he does, 42,000 CubeSats. Cube satellites. Cube is a symbol of Saturn. Sat, Saturn. El, old name for Saturn. Light. Elohim was lights in the sky. Elohim, another name for the same. So what we're really seeing here is the worship of the same symbol complex, the same entity. The CubeSats in the sky are the Elohim. It's just all disguised. Again, cube, sat, El, lights. 24 and 42 would mean the same, in the sense that they both form the same basic symbol of Saturn or Kronos. And specifically with the 42, as we've been noting all these years, it's been used to reference the race war psyops. Specifically, the black activists are always associated with that number. And that's because the black and the white, Saturn, Sun, the crown, and the kingdom, this is a duality that they express through many different avenues on the world stage, even male and female. So it's not a race thing, yet they attach it to these psychodramas and use this symbolism. So when Chet Hanks, son of Tom Hanks, comes out and he has a cross on his chest, that's something to pay attention to in this context. I think it makes sense that they would have this, as you'll see. And many have pointed out that you have Madonna with that song that came out pre-COVID that seemed to foreshadow COVID, where everyone had the gas masks and it was called The Future. And she said, not everyone's coming to the future. And she had an eye patch on with an X on the eye patch. Now again, just to reiterate, SpaceX. The use of the X, it's a cross. Now, the X itself or the cross can be folded into a cube. So there's a relationship between the two. And here's the interesting part of it. The cross is, symbolizes Christ. Well, the cube is Saturn. Well, Christ is the sun. So that you have this duality, the sun and Saturn. And this, I believe, is expressed through the Masonic duality, the black and the white poles. And if you look at the night sky, the planets, as we describe them, the moving bodies are all connected with these various gods. That's the basis for these various religions and these astrotheological stories. They tell the stories of these gods as they move through the zodiac. The sun would be the most obvious, the closest, the one with the most obvious effects. And the one that would seem to be the furthest removed would be the Saturn, the star we call Saturn, the planet we call Saturn, the light, the luminary. However they describe it, you have the darkness of night under the ruler of Saturn, the rulership of Saturn. He rules the night the way the sun rules the day. That's their basic story. Again, these are expressed through the various world stage psychological operations, psychodramas, movies, theater. For example, Star Wars. Darth Vader, Skullface is very significant here. Darth Vader means dark father. Luke Skywalker, obviously, you have a reference to light with Luke Skywalker, like the sun walks across the sky. So this battle between Luke and Darth is really epitomized in that fight where their swords are crossing. And Luke loses his sword hand, falls and hangs from a cross in Cloud City, has his hand reattached. Not hard to decode the basic template there of the battle between the Prince of Darkness, Set, or Saturn, or Darth Vader, and the defender of the day, the savior, and his severed sword hand, lightsaber. Yeah, that's just a reiteration of Osiris and his member being severed by Set, the Prince of Darkness. A more, I think, a recent example that's worth looking at is Terminator 2, because the line that divides night and day is called the Terminator. The Terminator movie is about JC, the savior, John Connor. And the Terminator would therefore look at his face, compare it to like Darth Vader, for example, and you have this skull visage. So death coming to kill JC, just as the night destroys day and the sun is gradually chopped to pieces, symbolized by the sunset. This is reiterated in these various movies. This is a recurring theme. Now, this is the significance of it, is that the sun god goes into the underworld. So the cross and the cube have this relationship, as the cube represents the earth, the grave. In fact, you'll constantly see these correlations. Falling, black, the grave, gravel, death. These are all, and time. These are all things associated with Saturn. And when you look at the Kabbalistic tree of life as a frame of reference, which is relevant because it is the DNA of Western occultism, the worldview of the Thelemite cult is expressed through not the model of the solar system, but the Kabbalistic tree of life. And these are analogous models, strange as that may sound, to believers, not knowers, but believers in the solar system. At least the Kabbalistic tree of life is recognized as a mere model and not looked at as a literal fact. The solar system, as described, many of its adherents don't even know is flat, but the basic theme of it is you have the sun in the middle with the planets orbiting about it. Now, in the Kabbalistic tree of life, you have a source at the top, which is light, and at the bottom is darkness, or the kingdom, black. So black and white. The tree is comprised of 10 spheres, and these spheres are arranged from top to bottom and named in such a way to denote that you're climbing from the kingdom to the crown. And my contention is that this is part of what is encoded into NASA's idea of space travel. It's just an allegorical journey to higher consciousness, as the tree of life correlates to the kundalini of what you would consider to be the chakra system. It's this Eastern spiritual concept of the consciousness residing along the spine, situated among the 33 vertebrae, with the root or the ground chakra being at the base of the spine, the highest, the crown, at the top of the head. So what you have here is a climb from earth to heaven, or the kingdom to the crown, up the 33 vertebrae, up that channel, with what they call when they refer to the elevation of consciousness, they call it the fire snake. This explains the symbolism of the burning man relating to the phoenix. Phoenix and Christ were interchangeable at one point in terms of the symbolism. The phoenix was used as a symbol of Christ because of its death resurrection thing. Well, the burning man has the 33, which is the age of Christ's transcendence, which is all symbolic. But my point of it is, because it doesn't matter about historical age necessarily, this is the way that the symbol composite has been arranged for the purpose of the world stage metascript, and we're just reading it. But the ascending of the 33 vertebrae is a reference to the elevation of consciousness, the activation of the third eye, and the crown chakra. The crown, the corona, the crown of thorns. And this is why you often see the symbolism of the crown, the halo, or a king, Christ, Phoenix, the number 33 correlated. Again, it's a body of symbols. And what we have done over the years with our research is we've noted in usage how the number 33 is used, how the number 42 is used. And there is a great amount of decoding that can be done in this way. You find this symbolism, this numerology, this interpretation of it is used in the context of not only NASA, but the private space launches. So with that as a backdrop, I'm suggesting that SpaceX from the beginning has been about what NASA's about, establishing a new paradigm for heaven, for this new religion. But moreover, SpaceX is kind of giving it away in the name, because in the Thelemic cult, it's all about elevation of consciousness through sex magic, and space is the new heaven, and you're trying to get to heaven, so to speak, higher states. So space sex is heaven sex, sex magic. It's a reference to sacred tantric sex done within this context of, enlightened, spiritualized sexuality that is the center of these various cults. And it has to do with an advanced understanding of consciousness and how to direct it. Now, continuing here, for Elon Musk to be consolidating everything under the X, and he said X means everything. Very, very interesting choice of word there. I would use the word monolithic. But before I go any further, here's an article from 5 years ago. I saw all this coming. It's in this storyline. Elon Musk, the Martian Pope. Now, if you hadn't read this, I'm just going to reread it, and we'll go from there. Here's the plan the technocrats have in store for humanity. Elon Musk is the next Pope of Mars. Wrath of globe, world communism, and space utopianism leads to... Now, this is the age of Mars, is what I'm calling it. One more point. The Thelemic cult says the new age is the age of Horus. Horus is the Egyptian Mars. So the idea that Musk is leading us into this age of Mars is very consistent with his historic role. But this is the part I wanted to get to. I wanted to get to this. We talk about his historic role and how he's an embodiment of von Braun, Tony Stark, Iron Man, even to some extent Willy Wonka. But there's this element here of Constantine, Emperor Constantine. Now I say emperor or pope almost interchangeably, but think emperor for a moment, and his suit of armor, the Devil's Champion, that he bought at Abracadabra, which is the Halloween costume store where he got it from. It has a ram on it with the upside down cross. Again, another cross reference. And the upside down cross doesn't have to be satanic or heavy metal. It's likely just a reference to Osiris, or the god of the sun god in the underworld when it's upside down. Or in the Stranger Things series, they call it the upside down. These movies give away so much. Well, Musk has embodied this Martian Pope thing, which, again, Constantine, I think, is the key figure here. And when I say Pope, it's because of this. When Wernher von Braun wrote Mars, a technical tale about the Elon that was going to colonize Mars, well, that bit of predictive programming, which is very specific, by the way, said that the government of Mars would be organized like the papacy. It would have a pope, and the first ruler would be an Elon. So the Pope Elon that's where we get this from. Now, Constantine had coins that featured a cross and also representations of Mars. Think Falcon 9. Horus is the falcon-headed god. You know, the retweet symbol actually has 9 feathers, which is kind of interesting. And it's the Falcon 9 that became the reusable thing. So reusable, recyclable, it's all very connected to this same body of symbols. And there's generally an esoteric meaning. I mean, even the number 9, when multiplied by any number, with the digits then added, will go back to 9. Like 9 times 6, 54, 5 plus 4 is 9. 9 times 20, 180, 180, 9. It's like that for every number. So it's this number that, where 9 has this quality of referencing itself in that manner when it's multiplied, but also the 9th letter is I. I being a reference to the self and the returning to this. There's a correlation here, I think, between this and possibly the retweet and the use of 9 feathers. As you'll see, it's 9 feathers around an X. Nothing is coincidental with any of them. Now, here's where I wanted to get into Musk as Constantine. Just as Constantine was behind this serfdom, turning farmers into serfs, Pope Musk is, I think, in a similar way, is preparing us for the new serfdom, which will be the Mars bases, the space gulags, the deep underground Mars bases that look like outer space and nobody will know the difference, but enclosed systems. In other words, space communism. And even if they really did go to space, let's just pretend it's all real and they go to the moon and they go to Mars, they're still living in communes. Now, the SpaceX logo has a cross on it. Constantine's cross was turned into a symbolic sword, infusing a spirit of violence. Mars, being a war god, kind of ties into this as well. Now, if you look at the SpaceX logo, it does kind of look like a sword. I'm bringing this up because Constantine was also instrumental in the consolidation of a worldview, and our biblical worldview in particular. In other words, Musk consolidating media, even the way they just recently put a rate limit on things, is very consistent and on brand with his historic role. But now to continue, I was mentioning Madonna and the X over the I. That is extremely poignant here. Not everybody is coming to the future. Well, the X is also a mark. Perhaps not everyone's going to take the mark. So this morning, Twitter's logo changed, and their headquarters now has a big X on it, which to me looks almost like a monolith against the horizon, tilted a little bit. I'm scrolling through our Discord server, and there are a few other things I have to point out here as we go that are specifically related. This is just predictive programming I have to mention so we can talk about this later. There's a really good Twitter account called Politics is Masonic Theater who posted this image of one of the Ken dolls from the Barbie movie with the Nazi black sun behind him. So blonde, shirtless. Behind him is the black sun. Very interesting. Well, DeSantis had actually retweeted a black sun by accident or on purpose, maybe as a dog whistle. But it's kind of interesting just to kind of connect these two things together because these symbols find their way into our mass consciousness. And so here's DeSantis creating outrage by saying that slaves were learning valuable skills and they could parlay it into a better way of life. And that's being ripped on. Meanwhile, the right is attacking Barbie. So they're all very aware of Barbie. And the Barbie movie has a black sun in it. Not sure what that means yet, but I'm sure we'll find out. Continuing here, here's a quote from Carl Jung. One does not become enlightened by imagining figures of light, but by making the darkness conscious. The latter procedure, however, is disagreeable and therefore not popular. The darkness is what we cover, what they designate as darkness, what they want to omit. The lies by omission constitute, I think, the greater part of the infrastructure of the present dominant world view held by the mass-mediated public. It's what they don't know that keeps them boxed in. And they're kept in this box by false explanations which prevent them from seeking to know. And they're also trained and contented to be nothing but believers rather than knowers. Huge distinction. Here's a tweet from someone on Twitter about the new Snow White movie. It's Darla Shine, who played Snow White before. The new Snow White hates Snow White. So it's a different Snow White hating on the new Snow White, probably because it's woke, and she says, I'm so sick of this agenda. And I went over to her account, and she's basically promoting trad wife values, traditional wife. Whereas the other Snow White is all about feminism and not being saved by Prince Charming, not waiting for a man on a horse to come save them. I bring this up because there's a lot of this culture war stuff where the right is mad because all of the white characters from Disney are being turned black, whether it's a mermaid or Snow White, or they're turned into feminists like Barbie. While the male versus female dialectic, not a coincidence that the masculinity is on the right and it's the feminists on the left that are lining up on either side of these movies. It's all engineered. Just like BLM, it's the same thing. You'll find these issues are split in our bifurcated system perfectly. Very much so. I mean, this is why you have gun control, the bugaboo of the right, and womb control of the left. You know, they're going to regulate our wombs. They're going to regulate our guns. These are the things that agitate people. And if you really get down to the Freudian level, which makes sense when you realize that Netflix, the main promulgator of this dominant worldview I speak of, that Netflix is founded by a blood relative of both Edward Bernays, propaganda, and Sigmund Freud. But the Freudian part of it, they're going to grab your womb. They're going to grab your gun. Pretty obvious to decode that male-female dialectic they've created. But this is all part of the alchemical processing of the mass mind. Think lead into gold. Well, let's just go through the planets really quick. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday is gold, silver, iron, mercury, tin, copper, and lead. So Saturn is lead. Sunday, sun is gold. These are the extremes, the poles of this dualistic system that they have here, that they've encoded into everything. Trad versus feminism. This is the actual tweet from Darla Shine. It's okay to want to be married and have your husband work and you stay home. You raise your kids. Take care of your home. Be a homemaker. That's a career. No, the new Snow White is not waiting for Prince Charming. This trad versus feminism. Now here's another connection here. The left is all about destroying traditional values and bringing in a new future. The right is about reversing the progressive trends and embracing an idealized past. MAGA, Make America Great Again. So this view of how things were before they were corrupt. Let's go back, let's go forward. Let's go to traditional values versus transhumanism. This explains why Wicca, which is a creation by a friend of Aleister Crowley, and it's just totally, I would say, Freemasonic ritual dressed up with New Ageism, but Wicca was marketed specifically to feminists, and it came out along with the environmentalist movement. I used to call it ecofeminism. This is target marketing because we're also looking at the patriarchy being deconstructed, and that's one of the primary things behind Wicca was the introduction of a goddess to replace the god. And this is what the basic theme behind the new Barbie movie is. And the same views were espoused by the Snow White. Now, I'm continuing through our Gilded.com, which you can get to if you join the Patreon, get into our Gilded server. It's where we put this research. So Saturn is the bringer of night. You could say the sun, but it's not like the sun of the day that you can see it emanating the light, but Saturn is basically the one credited with bringing the darkness. The Terminator movie, as I said, is a huge clue. And someone had brought up Sarah Connor, and I thought about that. Yes, because there's the Sarah Connor Chronicles. Chronos, like chronology. You're talking about time. Again, Chronos and Saturn, the Terminator, these are all the same characters. Look at Jeff Bezos, for example. Jeff Bezos built a $42 million clock. Now, 42 is your symbol of Saturn. The clock keeps track of time. It's Chronos. He put it in the Sierra Diablos Mountains, if you needed any other clues there. But again, JC, John Connor, is the son of Sarah Connor. The son, the savior, the SUNSON. And there was a series called Terminator, the Sarah Connor Chronicles, which I haven't seen. But I looked at the art direction for it, and it has the name Terminator, and it has a red line. And then it says the Sarah Connor Chronicles. None of this is accidental. It's all, like I said, with the Star Wars. It's part of conveying this older paradigm, conveying the mysteries through the modern media. Now again, just to reiterate, I had wrote about the reprising of the historic role of Emperor Constantine because I was referencing the unification under the sign of the cross, like SpaceX. And right now, Musk is going to be merging social media with your finances under the mark, under the X. And this led me to repost a link to my blog post from last November, a symbolic breakdown of Elon Musk's world stage persona called Is Elon Musk the Antichrist Jack Parsons Summoned? Let me just reiterate some things here. The suit of armor he's wearing makes him look like the Emperor from the Tarot. Red costume, ram's head. Well, ram is an animal associated with Mars. Not to mention, the ram's head is in the Tarot card of the Emperor in the red armor. The Emperor card is also number 4, which is associated with Mars, which I believe would be the 4th planet from the sun. But the ram, the number 4, iron, are all associated with the planet Mars in the Kabbalistic system. And here you have Iron Man being associated with Elon Musk. Iron Man's name is Tony Stark. In Game of Thrones, they're fighting over the Iron Throne that will rule the next age. The family that wins it, the House of Stark. The emblem for the House of Stark was viewed on Mars. These media tie-ins are fascinating. They found the Star Trek emblem on Mars, and Musk's got the starship. But anyway, you can find him on Halloween, which is not a joke. Just because it's a costume holiday, it's like Eyes Wide Shut. They take this stuff seriously. And it is the high point, one of the high points of the year, next to May Day, I suppose, as the most significant. It's like the Christmas for the Satanists. So he shows up in this red suit of armor like the Emperor, with the Iron Man association built into him, the upside-down crosses as your X, the ram's head. Abracadabra, according to Aleister Crowley, is the, quote, word of the new Aeon, the Aeon of Horus. He bought his costume at Abracadabra. He's a composite character from Werner von Braun, Tony Stark, Willy Wonka. Again, red is also associated with Mars. red ram Ares. Ares is a ram. Metal, iron, Horus, falcon-headed Egyptian deity. Again, Falcon 9, Horus has a falcon head. He called himself the Imperator of Mars, which is basically an emperor. Now, New Age significance, again, the costume he's wearing is definitely based on the Emperor with the ram's head. All of this is worth looking at in the context of JPL, where NASA had its origin. And it began with a Thelemic warlock who was practicing space sex, Jack Parsons. They were attempting to bring the Antichrist into the world through sex magic with the red-headed Scarlet Woman, the High Priestess. And L. Ron Hubbard of Scientology presided over this. This was in 1946, the same year that Marjorie Cameron, the star of this show and a movie star, had witnessed a falling star, the first UFO. Claimed it was whatever they invoked, was descending. Now, she was the first eyewitness. That's a reported fact a year before Roswell. But there's a direct correlation between NASA's origins and Elon Musk's role in the space age as it pertains to preparing the masses for an alien savior, or Starman, or the Antichrist. Starman happens to be an anagram for Mr. Satan. Kind of notable there. Now, in New Age circles, dressing as a god means that you're embodying, you're possessed by it. The witch in the ritual is drawing down the moon. The priest is drawing down the sun. The Pope is called the Vicar of Christ because he's embodying Christ. He's possessed. So what would this make Elon Musk? The Vicar of Mars? Would it make him, with the red armor on Halloween, in every sense of the word, he's participating in this occult ritual where he is a living, walking idol to be worshipped, not as Elon Musk the man, but as the greater composite he embodies. Now, when I talked about Jack Parson, the American counterpart to Aleister Crowley, Parsons, Hubbard, and Cameron are performing a ritual called the Babylon Working, attempting to summon the Antichrist. Now, the Antichrist spirit is what they were trying to summon. What does this mean? It means the spirit of somebody who would be the head figure in overthrowing the old Aeon and introducing the age of Mars, the age of Horus. And Musk seems to be positioning himself, or he's been positioned, to embody this type of role, insofar as joining Twitter is a consolidation of everything, and you are accepting the mark of the X. And in the Thelemic system, the space sex is performed as it was during the Babylon Working, and they call it the Babylon Working for this reason. It's performed by a priest and a priestess. The priest and the priestess, it would embody, in Dan Brown's series, Christ and the Magdalene. In the Egyptian context, Osiris and Isis. But in the New Age, Thelemic worldview that we're living through, it's the beast and Babylon. The beast is the male, Babylon is the female, God and the goddess. Continuing, I've been doing a lot of research on the symbol of Saturn because of this, and this is why I'm going through my Gilded server, because I put a lot of that research there. So Musk was on a Twitter space, and he was discussing his love of video games, specifying he likes games based on war strategy, war games. Now, I thought about this. Like, war is very much like Mars. And by the way, XXX is trending today. X, 2 plus 4 is 6, 24. So you get your 666 there. And as I said earlier, X is number 24. Across an unfolded cube, 42,000 cube Sat L lights. Cubes are a Saturn symbol. Sat is Saturn. L is Saturn. Elohim were lights in the sky. And as Cubstar pointed out, XCOM, because now X.com takes you to Twitter. XCOM was a very famous war game. It's a video game. Julian Gallup almost single-handedly invented the genre that Musk would definitely be an XCOM player back in the day based on what he says, and now he's made XCOM. Apparently the game was about an alien invasion. Now, I had mentioned Marjorie Cameron, movie star, because if you think about it, everything you need to understand our present worldview can be explained by the Babylon working. Movie magic, occultism, and science fiction. L. Ron Hubbard, science fiction writer. Scientology. Marjorie Cameron, movie star. Jack Parsons, the occultist. But her name really stands out to me, like James Cameron, camera on, because the camera plays such a principal role in our worldview today. In fact, I see the camera lens as having replaced the all-seeing eye. But the original camera was the camera obscura, which was a cube. And so I've been looking into the symbolism of this because we're talking about light and omission and creating an image in such a way. And I thought, what if Kubrick was code for cube bricks? And you'll see where I'm getting at here. And it ties into a few things, but specifically this. We have noted the role of Stanley Kubrick's directing in 9/11, in the JFK assassination, among other things. The thing is, the Kubrick code is all over Oppenheimer. And the atomic bomb and the nuclear age, this advent, the symbolism attached to that, really correlates to the symbolism attached to the death of JFK, which we attribute to a Stanley Kubrick psyop. My point being, the atomic bomb thing happened before Kubrick was making films, at least publicly. So what I'm suggesting here is that Kubrick might just be code. It might be code for this. Camera obscures reality by selectively omitting and replacing with a focused picture. And if you know what a camera obscura looks like, the original ones, you're just in a big cube. Our reality is comprised of focused pictures with a greater obscured reality that we aren't in contact with. And it is all defined by the central lens, the all-seeing eye of the world media's directors. And I'm thinking this because Kubrick was in the Asteroid City movie. The Asteroid City movie's main character is modeled off of Kubrick. He even admits it, try to learn to talk like the guy, and the whole time he's wearing a camera around his neck. And this all got me thinking about the concept of bearing false witness, or the camera lens being a witness, and it's assumed to be objective because it's a camera. And it's somewhat anonymous. It's like the all-seeing eye. It's just this objective view. But the Kubrick characters in the movie, and in one of the intro scenes, you see a nuclear cloud thing in the background, like a big mushroom cloud from a nuclear bomb, as an obvious special effect or something. Nobody reacts to it because it's not a real bomb, but it's there, just as the Oppenheimer movie just came out. Now, I thought this was very significant because our intro into the nuclear age was at 5:29 a.m., July 16th, 1946. Trinity Site, 33rd parallel. Well, this contains all of the Kubrick code. For example, 529 is JFK's birthday. July 16th figures in many Kubrick productions, from Apollo 11's launch date from Kennedy Space Center to JFK Jr.'s death date to Eyes Wide Shut's release date. Then, the JFK assassination happened on the release date of Dr. Strangelove. 11/22/63, Dr. Strangelove was being screened. And there's a connection here, I'm saying, between JFK and the bomb, just as other connections are there in the code. It gets even more interesting here when we look at what Stanley Kubrick's daughter had to say about the weird connections between Dr. Strangelove and the Manhattan Project. Now, Vivian Kubrick, the daughter of Stanley Kubrick, who I believe is a Scientologist, had a recent interview with Owen Benjamin, and Cubstar remarked about it, saying this: "She seems genuine and she doesn't believe Kubrick did it." Now, that's not the point I want to get to. She says this. She mentions Strangelove 2. Quote, "Apparently Kubrick got a visit after the movie because he knew what the war room looked like." She mentions how Strangelove's storyline mimicked the Cuban Missile Crisis, but she put it down to Kubrick being psychic. Interesting that to explain Kubrick's strange way of mirroring reality with that movie, preceding it even in a predictive programming way, it's attributed to him being psychic. Okay, next topic. I've been talking about this Jamie Foxx character for some time. And there's been a lot of talk about him recently, about how he looks cloned, he doesn't look real. And I'm thinking now that the entire thing about Jamie Foxx being sick or cloned is a build-up to something. The symbolism of resurrection is all here. But the claims that he was cloned because the picture of him after leaving the hospital doesn't look like what he looked like before, they're saying it's a clone. Well, anyway, there's a Netflix show coming out called They Cloned Tyrone. And it's starring Jamie Foxx. Now, that's a great tie-in, but, nothing to see here. According to the Daily Beast quote, it's merely a coincidence that Jamie Foxx stars in They Cloned Tyrone, a new film that challenges our belief in outlandish machinations about the rich and powerful, and he's the subject of an absurd conspiracy theory. So there you go. Daily Beast says nothing to see here. Now, I think there's plenty to see here. It's notable, too, that Twitter just rebranded it as X. Chet Hanks has the cross on his chest, and Jamie Foxx is in the news. But Tyrone was cloned. Think of the name Tyrone, and consider cloning as a way of referencing resurrection or coming back. Well, I started talking about Jamie Foxx because of the Tyre Nichols situation. So let's go ahead and go to my blog post further down the Jamie Foxx Metascript. I had previously remarked on Jamie Foxx's medical issue that was highlighted on CNN. Now, this was back in April, close to the time they were going to bring Trump in for his arraignment on 4/4. Back at that time, I was staying in a room, and there's a big screen, and I always had CNN on mute, so I could monitor what the masses were being shown. And I had noticed Jamie Foxx appears in this commercial with an owl, some kind of eyeglass commercial. I'm like, haven't seen him for a while. And then he's in the news for having some kind of a medical issue. And they talk about how he's 55. Now, here's what stood out to me. This Trump's arraignment was to take place on the 55th anniversary of Martin Luther King Jr.'s assassination. The news ticker below that said Fox, age 55. When I see the name Fox, I see the two X's. Again, X is a cross. The double cross is resurrection. So here we have Donald Trump being compared to Christ during Holy Week, showing up to the courthouse on 4/4, the 55th anniversary, as the QAnoners are looking at their 55th Q drop that says the storm is coming. And Trump's going in because of Stormy Daniels. So all these things are aligning to bring the number 55 into the foreground. Here's a headline, because according to the health scare, he was non-responsive and had to, quote, be brought back to life. Jamie Foxx had to be revived during a health scare. Doctor said he's lucky to be alive. He was non-responsive for a few moments, but he was brought back to life. Now, what is the meta-scripted messaging here? Jamie Foxx is 55 and a key figure in the BLM movement. He played Django Unchained. Now, if you didn't know about the BLM thing, when the Trayvon Martin murder, killing happened, again, Martin, Trayvon Martin, even the name Trayvon, Tyre, Trey, you'll see how this all connects to this martyr cult and this creation of a black Christ as a repeated archetype they've been using. But he's very significant because of his role in backing BLM in the early days as a celebrity, and he played Django Unchained. Django Unchained is based on the story of Nat Turner, an enslaved African-American preacher who organized and led a 4-day rebellion of enslaved and free black people in Southampton County, Virginia in 1831. Django Unchained is a Tarantino film. Interestingly, Ye claims Django Unchained was his movie idea and that Jamie Foxx and Tarantino stole it. But regardless, during the time that Django Unchained was out there, about this escaped slave in a rebellion, Christopher Dorner, a police officer who went on a shooting spree to protest the racist police department that blocked him from being promoted, Christopher Dorner was in the news. And at this time, you had Mark Lamont Hill, now Professor Mark Lamont Hill, gleefully comparing it to the movie. He said this Christopher Dorner thing was like Django Unchained in real life. Now, Dorner was 33. Again, the name Christopher. The name Christopher and Christ is in there. Christ, 33. he's in a cabin, and he's incinerated. So you have your Burning Man, your Cube, your 33, your Christ, all encoded into this particular story. Just bringing this up because I'm trying to show you how Jamie Foxx ties into this bigger story of the Black Martyr, the Black Christ, like Christopher Dorner. Now, 55 years ago, MLK Jr. was killed, and so this number 55 is seemingly encoded with this Trump being arrested on 4/4 that day, and he was, quote, Christified. Now, this thing with the 55 started when I was looking at the headlines, and they said the sun was losing a big chunk. A part of the sun fell off at the 55th latitude. Sun, crown, corona. I thought this might be referencing a headshot, like the killing of a king or Kennedy or MLK. Like there must be something to it. Because at this time, Tyree Nichols had been killed. He died in custody. And his beating was likened to that of Rodney King. Now pay attention to the names. Martin Luther King Jr.'s anniversary coming up. Tyree Nichols killed like Rodney King. Rodney King, and you can see this in Wikipedia, was hit with the baton 33 times. He was batoned 33 times. So 33 King. Major race war event. Race war psyop. Black versus white. Then you have the daughter of Martin Luther King Jr. joins the memorial service for Tyree Nichols, who was killed like Rodney King. So you have this Rodney King, Martin Luther King connection here already. Under the sun, which is breaking apart at the 55th latitude, and the protesters for Tyree Nichols shut down I-55. So I'm like, okay, what is with this 55? I started taking notes of it. And I think what we're seeing, again, is some kind of clue as to what's coming. Again, the name Fox contains 2 crosses, 2 X's. The XX, as with the number 44, these are used in predictive programming to denote a second coming. Like 4 is a cross, 4 seasons. The double cross is therefore the symbol of one is the death, the other is the resurrection. Now, Jamie Foxx going into a death and resurrection rite very publicly. Now, continuing, just a side note, but at the time that Jamie Foxx was in the hospital, the news media was reporting on the accuser of Emmett Till, the original Karen, Carolyn Donham, who died at 88 in hospice. Emmett Till was the reason for the civil rights movement. He was the martyr that kicked it off. His death was incited by this Karen complaining about this 14-year-old complimenting her. So her Karenness has been kind of revived, and this concept of a Karen using their privilege to oppress. Well, she used that power against the teen, and he was killed, he was lynched, and this kicked off the civil rights movement. Now, Trayvon Martin, his death kicked off the BLM, and his death was compared to Emmett Till. And so it seems like BLM picks up where civil rights movement left off with this taking of these various martyrs and then building a movement around it. In fact, they're building a monument right now to Emmett Till. Now, interestingly, Ye West, Ye compared himself to Emmett Till because of the way the media was crucifying him. They were, quote, lynching him. Ye connects to Django Unchained and to Christopher Dorner through his own life script last year with the way that he was being described and persecuted. Similarly, Ye burned himself symbolically in his Donde ritual. If you remember, he releases this album where it has his house with a cross on it, and it burns, and he comes out doing a Burning Man. And when Ye came out on fire, literally on fire, doing this walking phoenix, Burning Man, it was on the anniversary date of the Burning Man festivals, which happened to be canceled that year because of COVID. What are the odds? But I'm saying the burning in his house, the ritual immolation, connects to Christopher Dorner, connects to this Black Christ symbol. And remember, Ye was doing the Sunday school for Coachella, where he did wear Crown of Thorns and all of the photo ops, the color purple, Crown of Thorns, the Christ imagery. It's all there with him as well. And I think the reason why is this. It's not like there's going to be a new Jesus who walks around and he happens to be black and they crucify him. No, they've actually built up a composite. And I've been pointing out this composite black Christ archetype that's been built up over time. I mean, if you remember the Jayland Walker killing, he was shot by 8 cops 46 times, 846, like George Floyd, 8 minutes, 46 seconds. During the protests of his death, Jayland Walker, the Patriot Front shows up, and the Patriot Front gets into an altercation with a black protester, and in the photo op, it looks like he's being crucified by Roman soldiers. They all have shields, they all have masks, they're holding his arms out and his head's back, and you just see on this front page emblazoned this big image of just Christ. It's like, oh, black Christ being crucified by this white racist group behind him. It's just powerful imagery. Again, the 846 correlating with George Floyd. Now, Trayvon Martin was compared to Emmett Till. Here we go. February 26, 2022. Sharpton compared Martin's legacy to that of Emmett Till, whose lynching in Mississippi in 1955 stoked the civil rights movement. Kanye West compares himself to Emmett Till in graphic post. Said he was being lynched by powerful business people on Instagram. Now listen to this. This is from June of 2020. Will George Floyd's death with the knee on his neck become the nation's Emmett Till moment? The black Chicago teenager's lynching in 1955 ignited a civil rights movement. Historians say the Minneapolis man's killing by a now fired cop could do the same. Now the takeaway here is Jamie Foxx's role in the cult of the martyr, in which the PSYOP entertainment complex is creating a black Christ as a central character in a broader narrative. Again, referred to in the Donde ritual, where Ye was immolated. And he said, quote, Donde 2 is about running into that burning house. I respect not everyone's going to be ready for the smoke. 2/13/2022. And this is before Donde 2, which is on 2/22/2022. And absurdly, on 2/2/2022, a 22-year-old named Amir Locke was killed by the police at 6:48 a.m. after they executed a no-knock warrant. Significance there, his name is Amir, last name Locke. They opened the lock. They killed him at 6:48. I saw it on the timestamp. 6:48 is a mirror of 8:46. It also happened in the Twin Cities. So another Twin Cities atrocity, a mirror having to do with the police abusing their power. And again, it's a mirror of 846. Look how they represent these things. 846, 648 mirrored, or 8 cops, 46 bullets. Again, 9/11 Twin Towers started at 846. There's a pattern here. But now, the burning house thing. It's a reference to what Dr. Martin Luther King said. I quote, I fear I'm integrating my people into a burning house. Now, Martin Luther King is hugely significant in all of this. In fact, Trump going in on the anniversary, again, 4-4, like XX, another double cross, or a cross with 2 bars is referenced there. But this is all very significant because recently, Jim Caviezel of Sound of Freedom referred to himself as Jesus Christ and Donald Trump as Moses. MLK has been referred to as Moses, the promised land. MAGA is the promised land as well, to the right. Now, here's the thing. The symbolism is all saying this. Note the use of the word king. Martin Luther King, Rodney King. Tyree, like Tyree Nichols, is a reference to Hiram Abiff. It's also possibly a reference to the king of Tyre, another Hiram reference. These are all very specific code names. And I suspect that this great reset is introducing a new Christ. Not one person, but an amalgamation that creates an archetype that will epitomize the victim of this system, a central sacrificial martyr to be a catalyst for revolution against the West. It has to be one who's a paragon of this form of political and economic suppression based on systemic oppression. Who epitomizes it more than a George Floyd, than a Trayvon Martin, or then, and you could just pick a name. So what we're seeing here is that the West is being construed as intrinsically rooted in oppression and pollution. Bad for the poor, bad for the earth. I can't breathe, George Floyd. I can't breathe, Gaia. And there's more. So Metascript clues in the Jamie Foxx hospitalization. This is what I'm talking about because he's in the news right now because he's out of the hospital. He's been called cloned. And now there's a new Netflix series out as of last week called Tyrone Was Cloned. This is from April 13th, 2023. Actor Jamie Foxx was reportedly hospitalized. I caught something in the subtext upon reflecting on Foxx's role in the black versus white psychological operations. So I have a picture of him with a Trayvon Martin shirt, hanging out with the Trayvon Martin family. He's a key figure in the black versus white Psy-War, Django Unchained. And he was part of the Trayvon protests. 55, I've referenced this already, connected to MLK's 55th anniversary. Tyree Nichols' PSYOP, which, in addition to be compared to the Rodney King beating, they had a funeral at Mason Hall, where MLK gave his final mountaintop speech. And then they shut down I-55. And Martin Luther King's daughter was there. Again, Trayvon Martin, TM, 2013, 33. This is what started BLM. Now, continuing, the name Turner, I believe, ties in also to the Turner Diaries, which is this race war narrative where a white nationalist helter-skelter race war scenario happens. Again, Ye, the black skinhead, he has a song called Black Skinhead with B-L-A-K-K-K is the spelling. And then he does his White Lives Matter PSYOP, introducing these White Lives Matter clothes with Candace Owen, who happens to be 33 at the time. This is all very significant because they're playing into the same psychological operation, black versus white, helter-skelter. Again, the Django Unchained movie had concurrent programming of Christopher Dorner being burned to death, the 33-year-old real-life Django. So in summary, Trayvon Martin, Tyree Nichols, Rodney King, Christopher Dorner, MLK, all these names are tying into something here, and Jamie Foxx is a central figure. For him to be playing this dying and resurrecting celebrity in full view of the public as his movie is coming out about the cloning is just too much. Because again, Tyrone was cloned. Think about the name Tyrone and its proximity to Tyree, like Tyree Nichols. Tyrone was cloned. Clone is another way of saying resurrected. So Tyree was resurrected. Again, Black Lives Matter martyrs are what I'm focusing on here. Continuing, going through my gilded feed here. So Jamie Foxx embodying the Black Christ, BLM connection, MLM connection, very much likely tied in to the timing of, on the 24th of July, Twitter becoming X. Pope Elon stepping forward here. We'll continue to look at the symbolism behind the X and everything else. I'm going through the server, and someone had posted something about how Nipsey Hussle, who died at 33, died on 3/31. And April Fool's Day is symbolically the first day of the old year, which would mean that his death was on the last day before the resurrection of spring. But more significantly to me is this. Before he died, he had posted on his Instagram a photo of himself and his wife, Lauren London. He's dressed in black, she's dressed in white. And he called it Isis and Osiris with a checker flag. Again, black and white Masonic tiles. There's much, much more along the lines of the Nipsey Hussle's stage death and resurrection. But the main thing I want to get into is that Jamie Foxx is in the news, and I think it's all about this cloning thing. It's all about this death resurrection. And I haven't seen it yet, but this Tyrone was cloned thing seems to be about very, very rich people, very powerful people, and doing experiments on poor black neighborhoods. There's something along those lines. So there may even be a class warfare subtext to that series as well. Someone had posted a picture of James Caviezel in The Passion of the Christ, where after his beating, he has one eye shut. That's kind of interesting and notable. Elon Musk has said, in one word, describe X in one word. And he said everything, and he posted the X. And I took an image of a monolith against a horizon, and I tilted it 45 degrees to create an X with the horizon line and the monolith. Kind of looks the same, but I'm just pointing out that the overall meaning behind X is the unification of a worldview, the censorship of everything that doesn't fit within it. It's Musk reprising Constantine, his historic role. He is the Elon, the Emperor of Mars. He is the new Constantine, and they are establishing their new Bible, the new screen, the universal screen that will be used to create the worldview shared by the many. We'll talk about this, the role of Stanley Kubrick in the bigger picture and what the name Kubrick may actually be. Because again, I referenced Asteroid City, and in that movie, they go out to witness some celestial event that requires they put boxes on their heads. Think about this. They're putting boxes on their heads like a camera obscura to be able to see the stars, that they're going to be witnessing some kind of rare event when alien descends. Now, the alien comes down on a six-pointed star, a hexagram UFO. It's got the hexagon in the middle. The hexagon contains a two-dimensional cube, and they're wearing the cubes on their head. The alien shows up as a light in the sky, L. It's the divine coming down, union with the earth. The hexagram as a symbol actually represents this. The upward pointing triangle is the earth. The downward pointing triangle is the heavens, and they're intersecting. So when the alien descends in the six-pointed star to the people wearing the cubes on their heads, it's in some allegorical way describing man's connection to the celestial realm and how we may be, in fact, beings of light going through the material realm. And speaking of, all the esoteric meaning behind all this stuff, I would even go so far as to say that Black Lives Matter, that BLM, is a covert way of hailing Saturn. Again, 42 is consistently associated with the civil rights and these various psyops. Rosa Parks was 42, Jackie Robinson 42, George Floyd's drug dealer was 42, his twin was 42. There's a 42 encoded into all of these various events. Well, Saturn, or the material realm, the black, is all tied in to this. And then, of course, matter. And then you got carbon, the number of man. And then you got the 666 encoded into that, which ties into much of the Saturn symbolism. As if you look at the square of Saturn, you've got the numbers that all add to 15, or 5 and 1, 666. Carbon itself has an atomic number of 6, which just means 6 protons, 6 neutrons, 6 electrons. So there's a 666 encoded into the matter itself, which embodies the spirit. Now, how this all ties into Musk and the X and the esoteric meaning behind it all, I think we're looking at the cult that runs the world isn't just sun worship. They worship the sun, they worship Saturn. They're an astrotheological cult, and this is a major aspect of it. And Pope Elon is here to consolidate the worldview as we enter into the age of Horus, the Aeon of Horus, the age of Mars, this new age post-Great Reset, which is why he's associated with Neuralink and transhumanism, because this is all the science-y version of Mystery Babylon. Just think of this perfect concoction when you look back to 1946, the Babylon working. Movie magic, science fiction, and black magic, or occultism, I guess we should say. Jack and the Space Program, which is designed to take us into the next phase where we become an interplanetary species. And Musk is behind all of this. Is a transformation of what it means to be human, as we enter into this new age of endarkenment, all of our heads in these black cubes, black mirror, which I think is very much epitomized Twitter. A consolidation of everything. You just have to accept the mark to be let into the system. Remember, if you're not signed up for Twitter, you can't read tweets. It's a closed system. Anyway, thank you for being a supporter of the IPS Insider podcast. We will be live very soon. I'm working on a few things on the technical side to improve our system so we can do phones again. But this is just a pre-live stream preview of the topics of the day.